Should we start now or do we have to wait, Alan, for everybody? So, because
We don't have to wait for everybody. I'm just trying to get my PowerPoint to share
Hi,
the
Ed.
screen here. So as soon as I get that going here.
well, why don't we take roll? It says roll call is the first thing on my thing
Okay.
before the ethics
Excellent.
training.
Yes.
So
Excellent.
hopefully this agenda is in the correct order and I'm just gonna go correctly down how I'm seeing it. It says roll call first. So Beatrice,
Estrada,
Here.
Garcia. She's here. Gonzalez,
She's muted.
Hurst,
Yes, here.
Montesino, he's coming in. Parker,
Here.
Dutra,
here.
Cole,
Here.
Acosta,
Here.
Dorantes Pulido,
Here.
Beach Olson.
Here.
And can we let the record reflect that planning commissioners, Daniel Dodge, Anna Kammer, and Lucy Rocha. Rojas, I'm sorry. They all said that they had other previous commitments and couldn't make it. So if you could excuse them.
All right, I guess that's noted. They're gonna be taking the training at a different time, right? So,
Yes.
all right. Since it is mandatory. All right, we're gonna go straight into the ethics training.
Do we need an official motion to excuse the missing members?
No, it's okay.
No, because you can do this if like you sat on another board and they required you to do this and you took the training with them, it counts. So like today's training, I'll probably be able to give to Metro to satisfy my ethics training. That's how they've been doing in the past, at least.
Yes.
I think Councilman Hurst referred to the absentee planning commissioners.
Yeah, and we just told him that there's no need for motion. Thank you. Oh my God, Paco, she's so big.
And a handful.
Like her daddy.
Well,
What was the name of that guy that goes to the LA City Council meetings again?
That would be Zuma Dog, Councilmember
Zuma
Estrada.
Dog. Thank you.
okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. And can everybody hear me?
We can see the screen and we can hear you, Alan.
Okay, so I can't see anybody now because it wants to use both screens. So I'm going to switch to my laptop to see what you're doing. And I think we can get started. So
Is that as big as the slide gets, Alan?
I can't tell.
Can you present the whole screen?
I can, but then I can't see my slides. But let me try this display settings. Swap presenter view and slideshow.
There you go. Way better.
Okay, let's try that. And so this is your annual, biennial, I guess it is, ethics and public service trainings and on laws, principles, and resources for information on primarily in AB 1234. So we're trying to do 3 things today. We're again trying to make sure you're as familiar as you can be, given the limited time, with the rules that govern your government service, and hopefully ask questions. We lawyers do this all the time. We get these huge libraries, and I think it was Einstein said, I don't need to be smart if I've got a library. I can just look it up. And today we have Dr. Google and we got the FPPC online, but you got to know when to ask the questions, and that's one of the primary goals today. We're also here to encourage you to think of beyond the legal restrictions and provide some tools. So what we mean by that, and we'll talk about that today, is that there are legal standards which are the floor. So if you get past the legal standards, you get a C. But if you can be ethical, you may get up into the B or the A range. And that's one of our goals today, to get you to be thinking about that when the question presents itself. So,
Alan,
yes.
I just want to remind everyone to keep their cameras on, because that's the only way that we're gonna know that you participated the 2 hours in the meeting, please. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh,
so
come on. The kids don't have to keep their cameras on. Why do we have to keep our cameras on?
okay, so public service ethics is different than private sector, although they're beginning to coalesce. I see that Eli Lilly lost its CEO today on an ethics violation, and it happens more and more often because of news media. But you folks are in the fishbowl much more so than they ever will be. And so being able to start with and comply with the law kind of gives you some protection. However, the perception of what you do is as often is as important, or sometimes more important, than what's really going on, as you know, is all being electeds or appointeds and being familiar with the public process, newspapers, et cetera. So our goal here is to take action and make our decisions looking out for the best interest of the public rather than our own best interest. You may have a strong sense of personal ethics. Most of us do. We have a sense of what's right and what's wrong. We try to abide by that. I think everybody in this video and most people you meet are going to be that way. But the legislature sometimes has slightly different rules that are also based on their strong sense of personal ethics and may require a different consideration. And that's why it's good to know the basic rules. And those of you who might be employees, public employees, it's not just your personal sense of ethics, it's also the public's perception of your ethics. So there's a 2-hour session. We've got specified content that we have to go through. There are 4 major components to this. I'll talk about them in a minute. This is intended to be wide, but not deep. I'm not going to have any handouts except for this PowerPoint, which I'll email to anybody who wants to see it after we're done. This is an old slide, but the proof of participation is, as Beatrice said, your face on Zoom. And so you don't have to sign in. After it's completed, assuming you complete the full 2 hours, the certificates will be made available for you and kept on file by the city clerk for those who have to do it. And it's primarily the council and the planning commission, because the council receives compensation and gets reimbursed for expenses. And the planning commission sometimes gets reimbursed for expenses, for example, training, if we ever go back to getting trained again. So what is ethics? There are different definitions. Moral principles that govern a person's behavior or how they conduct an activity. Sometimes called moral philosophy, systematizing, defending, and recommending certain concepts of right or wrong. And the Markkula Center at Santa Clara University defines it as a well-founded, so some sort of organized standards of right and wrong that say what humans should do, usually in terms of their rights, their obligations, the benefits to society, basic fairness, or virtues sometimes. So that's Socrates. He was most people think he's the granddaddy of ethics. And again, just to emphasize this, ethics is what we ought to do, and laws are what the law requires, what your ethics laws are what the law requires. Sets minimum standards. There are penalties for violation of ethics laws. So that could be money, it could be admonishment. In various serious circumstances, it could be county jail or prison. And we need to remember that what is legal may not always be ethical, so you may be aiming higher and vice versa. Okay, so there's Franklin, another one of our founding fathers, although he wasn't much around during the time that Washington and the others were doing their work. He was over in Europe, but he said it takes many good deeds to build a good reputation and only one to lose it. So one of the first things I want to do here, there's a group called the Institute for Local Government. It's a nonprofit arm, education and public service arm of the League of California Cities. And there's a woman who is now retired, but was the executive director of that for a while. She was the general counsel for the League of Cities before that. And she's actually, Lowell may remember her if he was on the council at that time. She came to Watsonville out to the Corralitos Padres Hall and spent a day with the council, and they worked out language, which is our current code of ethics for the council. It was developed by Joanne through the Institute of Local Government. She's considered a kind of a guru in this area. So let's see if I can get this work. Are you seeing the video? No video.
No video.
Everybody engaged in it, the world would be a much better place. On the other hand, important to understand that laws are what we must do, and if
Okay.
I believe you have to share your
Yeah, I was gonna say, you might,
instead of the presentation.
you have to share that separately than you do the presentation.
You need to select a different screen to share. You need to share that screen. Move that video here.
So how do I get?
So grab it from the top.
I think I have to make it smaller.
You need to make it smaller. Grab that window, that whole tab, put it here. So now maximize that tab, make it big. And then play it and play full screen. Play full screen here. And then you might want to point these to you. This one you can see.
You see it now?
Now we can see.
Ethics in its highest sense. is
Have we seen it now?
It's the kind of behavior that if everybody engaged in it,
No, Alan.
it would be a much better
Oh,
place.
no, stop.
On the other hand,
Okay, here's your.
and if we step over the
Which
line,
they show what
lawful and unlawful behavior, there are consequences. And
Very
even
first
though
set down.
these are minimum standards, sometimes the standards are quite high in California. And so the point that I think all of you were making in your comments to the Bell situation is that just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's ethical.
I guess we start.
No, go ahead. What are you going to restart? So what did you do?
You need to share your screen as opposed to your window. So I'm sharing vertically.
We'll come home.
Okay, so that'll get me back.
Ethics in its
Now, how do I get back to where I
is what
was?
we ought to do.
You're gonna
It's the
exit out.
kind of behavior that if everybody engaged in it, the world would be a much
So-
better place. On the other hand,
We can't hear it. We couldn't hear you guys talking in there.
also what we must do. And if we step over the lines that divide lawful and unlawful behavior, there are consequences. And even though these are minimum standards, sometimes the standards are quite high in California. And so the point that I think all of you were making in your comments to the Bell situation is that just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's ethical or it meets your community standards. And so again, it's that two-part analysis.
You know, here.
As you're thinking about ethics in its highest sense is what we ought to do. It's the kind of behavior that if everybody engaged in it, the world would be a much better place. On the other hand, it's important to understand that laws are what we must do. And if we step over the lines that divide lawful from unlawful behavior, there are consequences. And even though these are minimum standards, sometimes the standards are quite high in California. And so the point that I think all of you were making in your comments to the Bell situation is that just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's ethical or it meets your community standards. And so again, it's that two-part analysis. As you're thinking about what one ought to do in a given situation, it can be helpful to think of the values at stake in a particular ethical dilemma. It turns out that research from the Institute for Global Ethics, they're based in Maine, they interviewed Nobel Peace Prize laureates from all countries, all religions, all cultures, and they found that as a humanity, we all share kind of a common understanding of what we ought to do, about the kinds of values that make the world a better place. And those include the values of trustworthiness, loyalty, responsibility, and that includes the responsibility to do what's best for the public and that accountability notion. Respect, which gets to civility, something that sometimes is in the news, and then fairness. And a lot of the laws that we'll talk about have at their root some of these values, but as you're again looking at a given situation, it can be helpful to look to these values and think about which direction they point you in terms of resolving an ethical dilemma. Another set of questions that can be helpful to ask is what's best for the public that I'm supposed to serve as opposed to what's best for me? Another question to ask that can be useful, and some people call this the newspaper test, is how will this look? And that gets to that perception issue, which is You may know in your heart and your mind that what you're about to do is for the best reasons possible, and that's the important first part of the analysis. But the second part of the analysis is to ask, well, how's this going to look to the average member of the community who may not have all the information you have about your motivations and such? And so sometimes you may decide to or not to do something out of a concern of just how it will look. And we do have some resources, some pieces that ran in Western City Magazine and are available from our website that kind of talk through some of these issues. And it's also a recurring theme in our Everyday Ethics series. If you're interested in sort of thinking about some of these issues more or looking at those questions that you might ask if you're interested in hiring for ethics, we do have a piece on our website called Promoting Personal and Organizational Ethics. All of our materials are available to you 24/7 without charge. So if this is an issue of further interest to you, please feel encouraged to take advantage of our resources.
So they want to see from Kurt's slide. So everything's covered up again. They want to see, what do they see? Is that big enough for them? Jimmy was worried about it being big enough. Okay. So everybody can hear me, it sounds like?
I think you have two mics on.
Okay, he said I had the mic on. No?
You have two.
I'm talking to my PC and I have it on. It says not muted. I'm not sure what. Erwin, do you know what I'm supposed to do? She says they can't hear me.
No, we can hear you, but we hear you double.
Alan, do you have your laptop mic on and your PC?
I think that might be Erwin's laptop. He's in here.
Okay, well, somebody should turn one of them off.
Okay.
The mic.
I
think that's it. I can plug it. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Is it still twice? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you, Alan. I think it might just be a mic quality issue, but I would go ahead.
Okay, so, and is it full screen again?
No, not yet.
Beatrice, is the public watching us right now, or is this just us?
No, it's public.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Are there people actually watching?
Yes.
Can you see if you got that on screen?
Sorry, everybody at home.
Yes. Okay, so it sounds like, it looks like, I can't see it, but it looks like you have a full screen again.
Yes.
So we're on to slide 13. The purpose of the 1234 training is to enter into public service, benefit the public. Once you get in it, to not become tangled and confused about what the rules are, and try to apply as best we can. Given the
Alan,
rules.
we can't see you. It's actually your camera's pointing towards your ceiling and we see the top of your head.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to lower your.
We had to do that because they couldn't say this, the controls of the PowerPoint. Okay,
Perfect.
okay. So we're trying to use as examples of fairness, openness, compassion, honesty, that sort of thing. And let's see if I can get to the next slide. So what does that all mean? Trustworthy means generally to be able for others to rely upon you to be honest and truthful. Loyalty is a support of allegiance to the organization or the group. So if you're in the minority and the others are in the majority, once the vote occurs, to try to stay with the majority and work with the majority to move forward with whatever the majority of the council or the commission adopted. Be responsible means to behave as required by the job, the role, planning commissioner, council, and the legal obligations that are required by that role. Respect means regard for the public, for other members, for their wishes, rights, or traditions, as best we can observe them and understand them. To be fair, impartial, and just in our behavior without favoritism or discrimination based on who they are, what they might have, and to be compassionate, which means some sort of sympathetic pity and concern for the sufferings and misfortunes of others. We see it all around right now with the COVID-19 as an example. So those are the kind of compassionate rules we're trying to observe. So ethics laws have consistently been born from scandal, and this one is no exception. This Sacramento Suburban Water District had an out-of-control reimbursement policy back in 2004, which got into Sacramento Bee. And Simone Salinas recognized it and authored a bill, AB 1234, was signed by the governor in 2005. And it's based on recommendations from the state auditor, the Institute for Local Government, and the Association of California Water Agencies. Why take the time to learn these rules? We're supposed to explain that, again, there's a loss of freedom. There are penal punishments, jail, things of that nature, significant fines, and possible requirement to pay attorney's fees. And of course, there's the personal cost. So that leads us on to the beginning really of the presentation, which is concerning the 4 areas that we have to discuss as part of this training. The first one is personal financial gain. The second one is perks, AKA personal advantages you might get because of the office you hold. Transparency, that's the Brown Act, Public Records Act, FPPC in some regards, the filing the Form 700s and the 400s and all that sort of thing. And the fair process laws, which we'll talk about in a little bit. It's especially auspicious day to talk about fair process laws when the biggest governmental entity in the country right now is judging, as opposed to what they do 99.99% of the time, which is legislating. So we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So the personal financial gain issue is that the public's interest should always be the sole motivation for something, not one's personal benefits, either ethically by self-motivation or financially, which would be a violation of the Fair Political Practices Political Reform Act. And that Political Reform Act prohibits you from benefiting financially from your position. So the basic principle is public servants should not benefit financially, And so you may not participate in making or use your official position to influence a decision if the decision will have a reasonably foreseeable and material financial effect on you or your financial interests. So those are the critical words: reasonably, foreseeable, material, and financial. And just to give you an example of how prevalent this is, the gentlemen on the right are, I think I showed this slide last time, are from former members of the San Diego City Council who took bribes for helping to repeal a no-touch ordinance in the city of San Diego's nude clubs back in the 2000s. The examples of the financial gain laws are bribery, which is what happened here, the prohibition on self-dealing, trying to get personal advantage, and there are some very limited employment-related restrictions and prohibiting you from, especially employees from representing and working with the city for money after your office ends. So bribery means that public officials may not solicit, receive. So even if you didn't solicit it, somebody gave it to you, or even if you haven't received or solicited it, you've agreed to receive it, a benefit in exchange for official actions, that's bribery. Very broad. And so we're going to have a little bit of a slide, or excuse me, a short video here in a little bit about the quid pro quo, the this for that, that we have to watch out for. And I think it's a good idea to always be thinking about what you might say if someone approached you, especially this group, the Planning Commission and the Council, because periodically interests come before the Council and the Planning Commission where there's a lot of money at stake. Trying to observe. So ethics laws have consistently been born. Interests come before limiting you from, especially employees, especially this group, the Planning Commission. I'm sorry, I've got a slide up and I can't see who's speaking, and I'm going to ask that we hold the questions to the end of the meeting to make sure we get through the 2 hours of presentation. I'm also willing to take questions, if we don't get them time during the meeting, to take questions after the meeting, either by telephone, by email, or in person as appropriate. The bribery penalties: significant 4 years in state prison, loss of office, barred from holding office again, fines, restitution, and like the people in San Diego, it's a federal prosecutions. The federal grand juries, the federal U.S. attorneys have been very vigorous in the last few years, not so much in the last 4 years, but before that, very vigorous in enforcing this type of law. No self-dealing. You have to disqualify yourself under the conflict of interest rules. There are special rules for contracts, which we'll get into a little bit. And there's something called the slippery slope. And that's a short video we're going to watch here. And then soon after that, I think we're going to take a short break, a little bio break. But for right now, this is about an 11-minute video, again put out by the Institute for Local Government. It poses a series of questions and lays out some examples of what I think is not uncommon. It may not be something you've experienced, but I'm sure it's something that somebody you know has experienced. So let's try that, see if I can show that.
Let's face it, As an elected official, you are a pretty powerful person. You participate in decisions that affect and shape your community. Your decisions also affect people's lives, the success of their business, and the neighborhoods that they live in. So this is a presentation for you because you've been selected as a community leader. That selection process is really a public trust. It's at the foundation of the system of democracy. Yet there are some very real and strong pressures on local officials to put that trust and the public's interest aside for private self-interest. If some of the situations you're about to see have not happened to you, they've happened to your colleagues, and some of them have made decisions they later regretted. The fact is, you could face an ethical dilemma at any time, in the privacy of your office, at a crowded public meeting, or a simple unexpected phone call. But by being alert, you can avoid getting yourself into sticky situations, or worse, and you'll join many others who are making ethical behavior a priority when they make decisions.
So how long have you all lived in the community? Just a couple years. Oh, really? Okay.
Becoming an elected official is definitely not easy. You do sacrifice a lot. You give up your time. You're away from your family and your job, and frankly, you're not paid much for the hours you devote. It's only human to be tempted by some of the perks, like access to public resources, favors and gifts from people who want something from your agency. And as an elected official or someone running for elected office, you need to raise campaign funds to get elected. We've heard the saying, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. Like it or not, you are now a person with power, or a person who wants to be elected to an office that would grant power. So, are you corrupt? And would you know if you were corrupt? Where do we draw the line between acts that are illegal and acts that are unethical? And what's the difference between what's ethical and what's not?
Hi, John. I'm Sarah Little. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Sarah.
I'm really glad you could attend my fundraiser. I'm hoping for your support. Would you be willing to contribute to my campaign?
Actually, this is what campaigning is all about. Telling people what you hope to achieve as their representative and asking for their support. Is there anything wrong with this? For better or worse, campaign fundraising is a necessary part of running for office. Generally, there's nothing unethical about seeking campaign funds. The issue is how campaign funds are solicited. What if Sarah knows that John has a permit up for renewal over the next few months? What if Sarah selects people to call based on whether they need something from her agency? What if Sarah goes so far as to mention that she knows John's permit is up?
John, thanks so much for lunch.
Sarah, you're welcome.
I just wanted to let you know that I own my own consulting business, and I noticed that you have a permit application coming before the City Council fairly soon. And I think I can help you. My fee for these kinds of matters is $4,000. Or I have a friend, Ted Jenkins. He's also a consultant, and he does a great job helping his clients get projects like these approved. He charges $5,000. Just let me know if I can be of any assistance.
Is there something wrong with this? Believe it or not, this actually happens. Local officials have been convicted and sent to prison for just this kind of conversation. This is way over the line legally and ethically. It doesn't matter that Sarah is recommending her friend Ted. The inference is that Sarah will be influenced by whether she or Ted receives compensation. This is unethical and unlawful, and you can bet that when law enforcement officials come with a search warrant for Sarah and Ted's records, their financial relationship will be scrutinized very carefully. You have to understand that you can be legal, but not ethical. The law sets only minimum standards for your conduct as a public official. It does not define what constitutes ethical conduct. Sarah is on the slippery slope of linking her decisions as a public official to whether someone gives her money. You may say, hey, this is just the way politics work. How are you supposed to get elected or move ahead if you don't play the game? There is a great tendency in politics towards a herd mentality. Don't get caught up in it. This isn't who you are and why you ran for election in the first place. The ends never justify the means if you compromise your ethical principles. And the people who voted for you expect more.
Hello, this is Sarah Little.
Hi, Sarah. This is John Smith.
Hi, John.
From Big Time Development? You remember me. We met at your fundraiser. The reason I called is that we have an application for a permit before the council, and we were hoping you could help.
This situation presents ethical problems, just like the last one. John is making a connection between his support for Sarah and his need for her help, a quid pro quo. So, what do you think?
John, as I said before, I appreciate your support, and I give every application fair consideration based on its merits. That's what our community expects of me, and that's what I deliver.
If someone keeps pushing for a special consideration, just keep repeating your original answer. It will quickly become clear that you are not going to head down that slippery slope.
John, as I said before, I give every application fair consideration based on its merits. That's what the community expects of me, and that's what I deliver.
I see. Sarah, I know you've been working hard lately. I'd like to offer you our beach house. You can relax, get some rest, come back all charged up. What do you think?
A beach house, well, it sure sounds like a gracious offer. After all, John sounds like he's really concerned about Sarah's welfare. But John's relationship with Sarah also includes the fact that he gave money to her campaign. And as a developer, his company is likely to need project approvals from Sarah's agency. A reasonable inference is that he's making the offer to gain favor. The value of the weekend would be subject to the gift limits of the Political Reform Act, and that is reportable. Sometimes it's helpful to imagine what your constituents would think if they knew you had accepted such a gift. Would they feel you've strayed from your principles? Would they feel betrayed? Would it lower their opinion of you? And how would you feel if your weekend at the local developer's beach house showed up in the local news? Would you be embarrassed? If you think about it, the right decision is pretty easy to come by.
John, I really appreciate the offer, and I know I could use the break. But my policy as an office holder is to not accept gifts. That way no one can ever question my integrity, or yours for that matter.
You know, there is never any justification ethically or legally for accepting payment for performing official duties. It doesn't matter what the payment is called, consultation fee, finder's fee, sugar, or anything else.
You know, Sarah, you've become a real leader among your colleagues. People have noticed. I've got a client who could really use your help. He's got a proposal before your agency, and your expertise would be invaluable. Plus, he'd be willing to pay you a consultation fee if you could help.
Now, under the law, this is a bribe, pure and simple. And Sarah and John could both be prosecuted. John's asking Sarah to use her official influence to achieve a certain governmental action. This is not what her constituents elected her to do. So John is again trying to put Sarah on that slippery slope. Your influence and actions as a public official can never be for sale.
John, I really appreciate the confidence that you have in me, but I never, ever accept payment for anything related to my service as a public official.
Some officials may feel offended by the offer. Sarah, if she was so inclined, could legitimately report this attempted bribe to her local authorities.
Hi, this is Sarah Little.
Hi, Sarah. This is John Smith.
Hi, John.
Listen, I really want to thank you for your support on that permit application. Your quick approval has really helped our client, and he's very grateful. So he asked me to give you a check for $2,000 as his way of saying thank you and to help compensate you for all the hours you put in on this. Lord knows they don't pay you nearly enough for all that you do. So please take the check. Keep it for yourself or put it in your campaign fund, however you want to use it.
It's still wrong to accept payment for an act one takes as a public official. It doesn't matter that it's after the fact. And it doesn't matter that Sarah did indeed spend a lot of time to make the project come together. It also doesn't matter that public officials are not adequately paid for their many hours of service. Even putting the money in a campaign fund is risky. The contribution will show up in any opposition research your opponents do on you in future campaigns because the contribution is reportable. And the odds are good the opposition research is going to note and make issue of the timing of the contribution. Regrettably, situations like the one you've just watched do occur, and people are caught and prosecuted. Elected officials recognized as leaders of the community one day literally become crooks the next. There is simply no nice turn for someone who abuses the public trust and exploits their position for personal advantage. These prosecutions are not pretty. The indicted official, their family, their supporters are all humiliated. Convictions mean fines, prison time, and big legal bills. If you are a convicted felon, you lose many of your civil rights, including the right to vote and the right to ever hold office again. People in your jurisdiction may tell you this is how business is done, or that your colleagues are also on the take. They may assure you that no one will ever find out, or tell you that you have nothing to lose because the public thinks all politicians are corrupt anyway. As recent prosecutions show, people do find out, and if indeed everyone is doing it, the courts and prosecutors will impose stiffer penalties and jail terms as a deterrent to others. The trick is to stay off this slippery slope, because the bottom of the slope will put your life in ruin and evaporate the respect that you've built in your community in a flash. In our system of government, there is nothing more sacred than the trust the public has placed in local elected officials. Your constituents are counting on you to keep that trust legally and ethically. Thanks for joining us, and watch your footing.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so moving forward, we just are learning that the basic rule is you may not participate in a decision if you have financial interests that are affected by the decision. And as they noted, hopefully everybody picked up, it doesn't mean if you're going to lose money, lose value, be somehow disadvantaged or be advantaged, make money or have something increase in value. Either way, the effect can be positive or negative, the rules still apply. So let's talk about disqualification versus abstention, and then just talk a little bit about Watsonville. So disqualification is something that may be legally required. So for example, we'll talk about it in a minute here, but if you have a application for an apartment building, which might require a special use permit coming before the planning commission, and you're on the planning commission and you live in a house that you own next door, it's within 500 feet. So there's a presumptive conflict, which going to cause you to disqualify yourself. So if you're disqualified, it does not imply wrongdoing. Just because you have a disqualifying conflict doesn't mean that you did anything wrong at all. It could mean you did something wrong if you don't disqualify yourself, however. And I think most everybody has gotten from the city's GIS system and the city clerk the so-called GIS diagram that shows a area around property they own and of a 500-foot radius, and where the presumptive disqualification applies. If you didn't, contact Beatrice or me and we can provide that to you. But, and that distance goes from the corner of your property to the corner of the other property. So it can be a close call sometimes. Okay, so abstention is a voluntary decision. So even though you may not be disqualified, you may choose to abstain if you believe there is a reason that you cannot act fairly. What are the reasons you may not be able to act fairly? Let's say the decision affects your cousin's house, and your cousin is very close to you. You're very concerned about your cousin. The cousin is in a financial situation where this decision will be a big deal financially. And so since they're not immediate family, you probably do not have a qualifying financial or a disqualifying financial interest in the property since it's a cousin. And since it's not within the distance from your property, it doesn't have the distance disqualification. But it may be that because of the closeness to that individual or some issue that that individual is strongly promoting or opposing, that you feel that you cannot be fair and even handed in your decision making. You'll be biased. Now, I just want to make sure we all understand. We all of us bring to the decision making table feelings about things. So you may have a cousin who you know, and you know that they don't want a project, but you still feel you can treat them fairly, take the decision fairly. You may not be justify a disqualification. You have to make that decision. And in Watsonville, there's a rule in the, I think it's in the municipal code that says that a abstention is treated as an affirmative vote unless the person who's abstaining explains the abstention, and it is shown in the minutes of the agency. So if you, on the minutes of the meeting, not in side conversations with staff or another member of the commission or the council, but on the record in the meeting, say, gosh, this person's been so close to me for so many years. We grew up together. We went to school together. I know they're having tough times right now. This would really hurt them. I just don't think I could be really even-handed about this and be fair. And so I'm going to declare a I'm going to disqualify myself. I'm going to abstain, I should say, from this decision. That is your decision to make, but that's an abstention versus a disqualification. And as I said, unless you describe what your abstention is, the clerk or the secretary of the commission is required to note it as an affirmative vote. So that's something to keep in mind. Getting advice on Public Records Act issues, and we're going to talk here in a minute about, Political Reform Act issues. We're going to talk in a minute about the fact that the Political Reform Act is only one of a couple different legal issues that affect your decision making, but it's an important one, and it deals with financial issues. And typically what would happen is if you think you have a potential conflict, that a disqualifying financial conflict that's material and reasonably foreseeable, the FPPC has a variety of ways that you yourself, without getting anybody else involved, could choose to contact them. They have an 800 number. In recent years, they've started an email process, which I think is pretty good. You email them in the morning and usually have a brief answer within 24 hours. And the answer may very well be, we can't decide. You need to write a formal letter, could be, or it may point you to a regulation, or they may attach a letter ruling in the past that is in the same or similar situation as yours, which answers the question. Or they may ask for more information. It could be any one of those things, but they respond very quickly to email. They're open usually a couple mornings, 2 or 3 mornings a week to take phone calls. Usually you leave a voicemail message and they call you back again within 24 to 48 hours. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. And it's a very useful tool. I use it periodically for members. There's also a formal request you can make for an opinion letter from the FPPC, and that takes a little more time because you have to come up with a clear set of facts and the question, and you send it off to them. You can email them the letter, but you got to send a letter in, and then they issue a letter ruling. The advantage of this, even though it takes longer, is you can show that letter and it can be a defense if somebody later decides they want to prosecute you, for example, the district attorney for a violation of the Political Reform Act. You can say the attorney or the technician at the FPPC said you didn't have a conflict, and that is usually a good defense. I try to answer questions and I try to help formulate questions and try to aim you in the right direction, but the FPPC is very clear that an agency attorney opinion does not provide immunity. So if you ask me and I say, I don't think there's a conflict, they're going to say, very interesting, but it doesn't get you anywhere. And why is that? Because they've had situations in the past where the agency counsel or the city attorney or district counsel or whatever it happens to be has been influenced because they were trying to please the person who hired them. And so there's an inherent conflict of interest there. So they do not accept the letter opinions of city attorneys, county council, anybody like that as a defense should you later be prosecuted. But as I said, start early, get the information formulated as soon as you possibly can, and work with your staff to make sure they know what you have, where you have it, if you own property around town or have financial interests, so they can give you information as early as possible, and you can provide them information as early as possible to hopefully avoid a conflict, or if you can't avoid it, to at least understand it. So if you are disqualified, in other words, you have one of these financial conflicts that we talked about, the FPPC conflict that says it's a reasonably foreseeable material financial conflict, according to the FPPC, according to the Political Reform Act and the regulations that have been promulgated by the FPPC, then you have to disqualify yourself. If you are intending to disqualify yourself, there's a way to do it. And I would say that the same rule would apply if you're abstaining because you think you have reasons for an abstention. So it used to be that people would, sometimes in some agencies, people would sit there and they would try to influence staff, even though they didn't vote. They would try to argue one way or another, even though they didn't vote. They would sit at the dice and make eye contact with other members of the agency or the commission, trying to influence the outcome. And I don't know where it happened in California, but it happened probably more than once. So the FPPC promulgated a regulation, and just so we understand what we're talking about here, the Political Reform Act created the Fair Political Practices Commission. The Fair Political Practices Commission is an executive agency of the state of California, semi-autonomous. Appointments are from the governor and the legislature, a variety of others on that commission. And that commission has a variety of administrative agency roles. It can promulgate regulations, so it can put out regulations which explain, interpret, or set policy that is consistent with the Political Reform Act, which of course is adopted by the legislature and modified from time to time. So the Fair Political Practices Commission has a role of a rule maker. And that's what we're talking about here, the rule that they made that says they have to step down and leave the room, which we'll talk about. They also have a role as a judge sometimes where they are prosecuting people administratively for violations of the Political Reform Act. So in any event, this rule requires that on any item that is other than the consent agenda, that the person who has the disqualifying interest or abstention, as soon as the item is announced on the agenda, they have to get the attention of the chair or the mayor, and they have to disclose the interest, describe it briefly. I have a house that's next door. I got a cousin who I'm very close to. I don't think I could be fair. This affects my employer, and I'm the key employee, that sort of thing. And there are all kinds of somewhat detailed explanations that might occur, but those are the most common ones. And so you describe the conflict, so it's on the record so that the clerk or the chair or the secretary can put it down. And then you able to step out of the room, step down, step out of the room, and wait for the item to be called, voted on, and then you can return to the room. So what are the...
Alan, I know we're gonna get a bio break after that video. I don't know, can we get one really quick or?
Yeah, I had about 2 more slides, but if people want to go now, I'll just stop right now. And then we'll go on to the next item when they return.
Yeah, let's take a bio break now, since it's 5:10. When can we return? Like how long do you think?
Can everybody do it in 5 minutes?
5 minutes? Okay, so let's do a 5-minute bio break. So it's 5:10. We'll be back here at 5:15.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan, you're muted.
Alan, you're on mute.
So you're fine. You can press that now.
Press what?
Just click on it.
Okay, all my stuff went away.
Like that.
My video went away. Okay, I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah, stay there.
So I want to take this time to thank everybody that's at home watching us for, coming in while we're getting our ethics training. So you can all understand that we take this seriously, and we hopefully people who are in elected positions will stay away from things they're not supposed to be doing. So, and these trainings really reiterate that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm ready to go if you are.
Let's do it.
Okay, I just wanted to follow on what the mayor said, and I agree. And I want to say that we've been very fortunate in Watsonville. We historically have not had these types of issues. I'm very pleased that that's been the case, and I'm sure it's going to continue, but it's not always that way. And so this is state law, and we're going to comply with it in letter and in spirit. So if we don't step aside, as we discussed a moment ago, the decision could be invalidated, could be a misdemeanor for violating in conflict, fines $5,000, $10,000 per violations, attorney's fees, and of course, embarrassment and impairment of one's reputation. Okay, there's special rules for contracts in California. There's a separate government code section called 1090, Government Code Section 1090, and it says that a city official may not have a financial interest in a contract with the city. Sometimes people think that that is just means that, it has to be fair with the city and it's okay, but it's not okay. Not only can the city, can the person not be involved in the contract, the city can't be involved in the contract. Let me give you a couple of examples. Let's say that somebody on the council owned a piece of property on Main Street, and it was part of a city block, and everybody on the block had agreed to sell the property, but this particular council member had not been able to discuss anything and can't really even sell it to the city because of 1090, which prohibits a contract between an agency and the city. So he or she would have to sell it to somebody else, and then there'd have to be some sort of resolution of that. Another way of looking at it is a few years ago in California, there was an individual who had a piece of property in the city, and it may have even been the redevelopment agency back in those days, but they wanted to sell it to the city, and the city wanted to sell it and wanted to buy it. It was a good deal. They had it appraised. They were getting it for below the appraisal price. They put it on the public agenda. They disclosed everything. It was in a newspaper. They announced it all. And so the city ended up with the property for less than fair market value. And the individual, and the city got a piece of property they wanted, and the individual got a contribution to the city. Well, the court said that they can't do that. And the individual had to disgorge the money, the less than fair market value money that individual got. They had to pay it back to the city, and the city got to keep the property. So a tremendous financial downside to the individual. So there's a couple of examples of these disqualifying situations. Now, there are something called a 1090 conflict that is not exactly a purchase or a contract with the city. So you may have an employer who is contracting with the city, and it's a small employer. Maybe you own a sheet metal shop in town, and that sheet metal shop is contracting with the city. And the sheet metal shop is your employer. There are certain abilities to declare those types of conflicts, and under certain prescribed situations, still vote on the matter. But very, very significant financial situation to get in. So please, anybody who has any possible financial interest in any business in town or property in town, or thinks that they may be contracting with the city, we need to talk about it. There's a revolving door prohibition on top electeds and top managers in the city. They can't represent people for pay for a year after leaving the agency. So that's something to think about. And so it's about the public interest, not about the money. The League of Cities has a great pamphlet on financial gain laws. There's a link to it when you get the PowerPoint. If you're interested, it's also on the Institute for Local Government website. It's downloadable. So the second big one is the perks. And so let's talk about perks for a minute. So the principles are to try to have everybody treated fairly and the same in serving the public interest. You should not get special privileges or advantages because you're a public official. The three areas where you're not supposed to get advantages are in compensation, use of public resources, and gifts. So let's talk about compensation. City officials are, in Watsonville anyway, are paid very little, but it's part of the charter and it's tied to the government code, and it is what it is. It's not uncommon in California, but it is probably due for a rewriting statewide at some point, but it's a hard decision for most individuals to support. There are rules on receiving what they call honoraria, in other words, paying you to speak at something. You're invited by your local HVAC contractor who does work with the city to speak at the HVAC convention in Las Vegas. They're all expenses paid. Probably not going to be okay. Not okay. Example of a perk. Also, there are use of public resources restrictions, use of city cars, vehicles. If you're using a city vehicle, the vehicle should be returned promptly. And aside from the legal requirements, it is a appearance issue if city vehicles are parked at electeds' offices or appointed, homes or offices on any regular basis. Other public resources are staff time, office space, equipment, and supplies for personal use. We realize that you share, and the council and the mayor share an office at the city, but that's for city use. It's not for you in your official capacity. It's not for you to do your taxes or to get together for a card group or something like that. Taking supplies home, obviously, borrowing city cameras or city other types of equipment, and for personal use would also be this same rule. AB 1234 was born of expense reimbursement policies. That was what triggered it. So we now have, as you I'm sure seen, every time you go to a conference, back when you went to conferences and you had an expense for a meal or a hotel, it got reported and put in the agenda. That's the reason for it. And there's also a prohibition about payment of spouses, the city paying for spouses attending such individuals. There are also restrictions on individuals or agency itself. So you, for example, can't have your name or picture on a city mailer, even if everybody else is on the mailer. It's kind of an old-fashioned rule. It doesn't deal with electronics and mass media. It was really designed for a time when the city would spend 52 cents a letter and send out a mass mailing to everybody in town, and it gave an advantage to the incumbent. And so that was determined to be a bad deal and is prohibited. By the same token, there are prohibitions on use of government funds for ballot measures. It's okay for the city to inform the public of ballot measures and things that are of interest to ratepayers or city residents, but it's not okay to use funds to promote a city measure and have the government promoting something to support itself. Again, serious consequences for violations, civil penalties of $1,000 a day, criminal penalties. It can also have income tax consequences. Gifts don't always have bows, as we saw in that video. It can be drinks, it can be entertainment, it can be that beach house, it can be almost anything. Certain types of travel are exempted, but it's a very, you have to be thinking waggy when you think about gifts. The gift rules, the $50 rule still applies. I believe that's in the Public Records Act, in the Political Reform Act itself. It's in the statutes, not in the regs. So I think it's still $50. So anytime somebody gives you something worth $50 in a calendar year, you have to report it. $48, you don't. $50, you do within a year. So if they give you $50 in June and $50 in the following March, you don't, $49 each time, you don't have to report it. If they give you $49 in January and $48 in June, you do have to begin to report. There is a limit of, this says $440, I think it's actually $520 per year now. I've been having trouble with PowerPoint today, but it's just raised on January 1st to, I think it's $520 per year. So if, in addition to the $50 rule, there's a rule that if the cumulative gifts go beyond 50 and they get up to, they cannot exceed 520, I think it is now. There are exceptions for some kinds of travel information materials, and you may be disqualified under certain situations from even voting on a matter where someone's giving you that kind of money. Again, state law penalties and attorney's fees. And I want to talk just for a moment about the city has adopted what the FPPC calls its Standard Model Conflict of Interest Code. You adopt it, I think it's annually, and it's a pre-organized code of ethics for adoption by cities. And the city then has to identify members, electeds, and employees who then have to file the 700 and file in categories A, B, C, D, E, F, G, depending on the circumstances. And so So there's that out there. There's also, I want to talk for a second about real estate ownership conflicts. Those of you who own property, the distance conflict, it's presumptive conflict. In other words, you've got a conflict if the property in question that you're participating in the decision on is within 500 feet. They call that absolute prohibition. That's in the California Code of Regulations. If the property in question is 500 to 1,000 feet, there's a limited presumption. It's only certain actions are presumed to have a conflict. And if it's more than 1,000 feet, there's a rebuttable presumption that there is no conflict. So again, less than 500 feet, you got a conflict. 1,000 feet or more, presumably no conflict. And 500 to 1,000 in the middle, it depends on the what you're deciding. Are you renters? There's tenant conflicts, or you have a material conflict if the decision would change the lease termination date, change your rental value, change allowable uses, or impact use and enjoyment of property. And I believe there's a $2,000 limit on that annually. So if your annual rent's going to increase or go down by $2,000, you got a conflict. But if not, you probably don't. We talked about so let's go on to transparency laws, the third category. Idea is the public's business. The people have a right to know. You've all heard the quotes from the Brown Act. They're very popular. The public trusts a process it can see and is entitled to a process that it can see. So we have restrictions on financial disclosure. That's what we just talked about. Charitable fundraising. There's certain requirements that if you're out raising money, if you hit the you can convince somebody to donate $5,000 to a charitable nonprofit. You may have to report it. They may have to report it. We have the Brown Act notice and requirements in the Brown Act prohibition upon extra meeting discussions. And then we have the Public Records Act as well. And so let's talk about the disclosure requirement. That's your Form 700. I'm not going to get into the campaign and election issues. That's a whole nother can of worms, except to realize that Watsonville now has its own campaign limits that mirror the county campaign limits. But aside from that, you have to file a form showing your financial condition when you assume office, annually while you're in office, and upon leaving office. And the city clerk now has subscribed, I think it's called NetFile, which makes it ever so easy. Unless your circumstances change once you do it, you just check it, make sure it's the same from last year, and it refiles, and there's no cost. Compared to the way it used to be, it is incredibly easy. I talked about charitable fundraising. And I talked about transparency, conducting business in open, allowing public to participate in the meetings, allowing public inspection of records. Now, some of you will remember ZoomaDog from last time. And, I narrowed it down. I only have 2 ZoomaDog videos this time. And ZoomaDog is a gadfly, for lack of a better term, who ran for the Los Angeles City Council. And you'll see a young Mayor Garcetti in this video. And ZoomaDog is explaining one narrow aspect of the Brown Act to Mayor Garcetti about whether he has to identify himself and give his name before he can speak in a public meeting. Let's see if this comes up.
On July 19th, we will be having an evening meeting, so we welcome folks.
Thank you, President Garcetti.
Thank you very much. Next we have, it says Big ZD. I assume this is Mr. ZoomaDog. Would you give us your full name as well?
Don't pretend like. You need to drag the screen over to that screen. And then go full screen on the YouTube video. Right there, and then start it over.
On July 19th, we will be having an evening meeting, so we welcome folks.
Thank you,
for
President
that.
Garcetti.
Thank you very much. Next we have, it says Big ZD, I assume this is Mr. Zumadog. Would you give us your full name as well?
Don't pretend like you don't know. Y'all is Zumadog. That's Z-U-M-A-D-O-double-G, because I'm twice the G you'll ever be. You feel me?
If you can hold us down for 1 second. And Mr. Labange?
Full name of the individual speaking?
Is that your legal name, sir?
Yeah, Zuma, yeah.
Jeffrey, what's your last name?
No, my name's Zumadog under the Brown Act.
No, what's Jeffrey? I
Okay.
think it's a.
Our city attorney told us under the Brown Act, he's not required
Under the
to.
Brown Act, and you have security around here, Mr. City Attorney? You talk about that, Mr. City?
I got metal detector searches, y'all. They
Hold on
searched me
1
with metal.
second. Hold on 1 second.
In the context of this meeting, the Brown Act
Your name doesn't
requires-
matter. Your name doesn't matter.
All that is required that he be identified for the orderly process of the meeting for getting through
But your
public
name
comment.
does not matter.
It's not required.
Thank you.
Regarding the security of the building, that's another issue.
Please continue.
Yeah, triumphant victorious #1. I didn't even start yet. I'm already triumphantly victorious as a public advocate. So everybody knows it's Zumadog, Z-U-M-A-D-O-double-G. I'm
Would you
twice the G.
please bring the volume out just a little bit? Thank you, Mr. Dodge.
How come everybody's trying to block me, y'all? Don't you see? I got an LA Times article right now. I've been coming to city council. The LA Times picked up on my whole story, y'all. Public advocate, Zumadog waves. What does it say? And Zumadog wags tail in council's face, y'all. And now KCET picked up the article, y'all. So if you want to see about the bamboozlements and mistruths and unconstitutionalities that's taking place on Venice Beach, you got too many police down there doing unconstitutional things. Watch KCET on Wednesday. That's the kind of stuff you like to watch. It's PBS. They said, Zumadog, we saw your stories on the news, and now we're going to do an article. That's on Wednesday, y'all. KCET, Zumadog, public advocate.
Oh, thank you. That's your time. That's your time. If you can please conclude. And if we can give a warning to all folks, please, that the volume is well, and pursuant to what we have said here, that if we can refrain from personal, impertinent, abusive, profane remarks, and also something in which is at that volume too. It is difficult to hear, and it's difficult to take in the public comment at that. Matthew Dowd is our next speaker. You did not, sir. Thank you. Matthew Dowd is our next speaker.
I hate to unleash the Zumadog on you, but
Okay, I'm hoping people can hear me. The short video now on the what was then the 6-minute limit on public speaking in Los Angeles City Council meetings, and how it was abused, and how in this particular situation, I don't think the person leading the meeting did a very good job of controlling the meeting and limiting the discussion in a way that it was legitimate and preserved the public's right to participate in the meeting.
I'd like to call on Mr. Zumadog for those items. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, City Council. My name's Zumadog, and I'm running for LA City Council, so I'm appearing here today at this meeting so everybody can find my positions. So I'll be commenting on all the agenda items today. Sorry for people that thought they'd have an early day and get to home early. We got 6 extra minutes. Zumadog. Also, I'll be following up on some of this since I only have 6 minutes. AM 790 KABC. Mr. KABC show at 10 p.m. I'll be commenting further on these. Let's see if I can first have the council person read the agenda item, and then I'll comment on it. I think that'll be a lovely forum for the community. Thank you. Can you please read off the item I'll be commenting on first, since I have so many and you're combining
You
them?
have 6 minutes, and these are the items that you have.
Can you please read the
submitted.
first one off? I wasn't prepared to do them all at once. I thought I'd have time in between to read the agenda. Just read off the first one. I'll comment, then I'll ask you for the next one.
Item number 1.
Can you read it to me, please?
Mr. Attorney?
He has to know his number one. He has his own
Agenda, please. Can someone hand me an agenda so I could read? I'm ready to comment on
It's
anything.
a finding of public or convenience or necessity in Council District 14.
Oh, that's for the alcohol. I say that they should allow that wine and beer permit because why are we trying to create a hostile environment for the people trying to do business on the streets of LA? Just because it's a bad neighborhood with a lot of crime and they have problems with other liquor stores and things like that, that's exactly what we don't want, to drive good upscale business from an art gallery that wants to sell some wine and beer to attract a high-end clientele into the neighborhood. So I say give them that license to help upscale the community, and just because there's some crime going on with some other things, you can't punish business. Thank you. Next item.
27.
And let's see, can you please recap that for me?
The agenda is in front of you, sir.
Oh, you know, I was supposed to have time in between to look at it, y'all. Let's see, this is all out of order. You're just trying to save my time here. It says communication from Chair, Apartments, Parks, Health, Aging Committee. Oh, this is the one. Matt, is this the one where they want to take money from the city for the parks, for the furniture, for the outdoor furniture? They want to take money from the city for the outdoor furniture for all the parks and homeless people, and they want to transfer that money and put it into another fund so they can do other things with it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'd love to be corrected on that, because that's what it sounds like to Zuma Dog. You got a wave of homelessness. You're kicking people out of Lincoln Park. You got people at Venice Beach who've been taking away their income. They're all homeless now. You got gentrification over at Echo Park. You've got all these problems at South Central Farmers. There's homelessness everywhere. I say we're going to need a whole lot more furniture for the streets, including bunk beds for Zuma Dog to sleep in. I say do not. And look what they want to do. They want to take the money. It's supposed to go to the people for the streets, and they want to put it into their own funds to use it for other things. And nobody said that I'm wrong yet. What's the next item on the agenda? You're listening to Zuma Dog. I'm running for city council. I'm running through all the agenda items as they're proposed and thrown at me like hardballs, and I'm batting them to home runs, y'all. Yeah, yeah. Listen to 790 KABC tonight. I'll be commenting further. And what's the next item up for bids on the city council meeting is right?
You've got number 28.
Okay, item number 28, y'all. I'm not supposed to be reading all this legalese. I'm supposed to be rapping like Snoop Dogg, y'all. But anyway, 28, that's the one I just said. Matt, I got my chief of staff, Matt Dowd. What's this one about, y'all, since they're trying to bamboozle me and take up my time? What's it about, y'all? Lights on the statue. You want to, who is that? Who's the councilman responsible for that? Who's responsible for that? Is that Tom LeBong? Oh my God! You want to put lights on statues in a park? We got Arnold Schwarzenegger, the state of California, yesterday on TV, saying if his own kids don't turn out the lights, he takes the light bulbs out, and if they do it twice, they're sitting in the dark. He's saying turn off the lights and save energy. You want to add lights to some statue in a park when no one can even go there at night because it's unsafe? I say hell no. What's the next item? I got 6 minutes.
Item number 36.
I got way more time, LeBong. Sorry. What's the item?
36.
Okay. Item number 6?
36.
Oh, 36.
36.
My ski cap's double layered and I can't hear everything too good, y'all. Look at how they're wasting time making me flip through this. And okay, that's the motion relative to declare the state of Troy a special event. Let's see. I want to comment on the next item. I'm going to pass on that one.
37.
Okay, to relieve the declaration, oh, yeah, here's one. They want to get the 55th annual Miss Universe pageant on July 23rd, a special event right here in the city of Los Angeles. I say approve that fee. Get them women over here, the Miss Universe pageant. And I say if we're going to allow the Miss Universe pageant to come to the city of LA, we should require one local judge from the city, and Zuma Dog's running for city council. We may as well see how I do as a judge. Put me as a judge for Miss Universe. Vote it in, y'all. Make it an agendized item. And I say approve that money to get that Miss Universe pageant here, and Zuma Dog pick them all up, y'all. Yeah, I'll make them feel so much ecstasy on the city's behalf. Yeah. You're listening to Zuma Dog. I'm running for city council. I'll be on KABC tonight at 790 talking about more of these items at 10 o'clock tonight. I'm taking this very seriously. I've done lots of preparation to respond to these items, as you can see. And you can find all these clips in my blogs. I got a political blog. It's ZumaDog.com, ZumaDogg, because I'm twice the G you'll ever be. They go to a long shot to try to minimize my thing, y'all. Hey, well, don't go to a long shot to make me look more punitive, y'all. Hey, what's the next item I'm talking on? I'm waiting to hear the next item.
Okay, so that's a good example of a transactional nexus. He had something to say about those agenda items. Maybe should have been limited in time. Short video on First Amendment rights from the Santa Cruz City Council.
In Santa Cruz, Robert Norse, he is the man who did a Nazi salute at a city council meeting 9 years ago, did it again at tonight's meeting. The March 2002 salute landed him in jail and spurred a legal battle that went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. With more on what provoked Norse to make the salute again at tonight's council meeting and the reaction, Action News reporter Tom Miller is live in Santa Cruz. Tom?
Well, Dan, Norse has joined the Occupy Santa Cruz movement, and tonight he marched from here at San Lorenzo Park over to the city council chambers, and he was met by a mixed reaction from the crowd there. And Norse got up, he did the Nazi salute after the mayor had asked for someone to leave and asked for the police to intervene. The silent defiance salute that led to 9 years of legal battles between Robert Norse and the city of Santa Cruz made a return to the council's chambers.
I asked the police to try to figure out who it was that yelled out.
It was sparked by the mayor asking police to get involved after a man in the gallery yelled out.
We do have a city park that is genuinely being damaged. And
liars! That's when Norse walked to the front of the chambers and raised his arm.
What I did there with this mock Nazi salute, which really means you're acting like a bunch of fascists, don't act that way.
Norse says the city council is repressing First Amendment rights by limiting how long protesters can camp out at a public park and by threatening arrests when people speak out at meetings. Vice Mayor Don Lane says he'll try to work with the Occupy group to extend its stay. Would you be willing to extend the permit past November 16th?
Yeah, I'd be willing to advocate for that if we found that there was really good compliance.
That compliance would require campers to clean up their trash and to no longer use their campsite as a bathroom. Norse doesn't buy it and says the Nazi salute is his way of showing how he feels, even though it's often seen as a highly offensive gesture.
I think it's visually dramatic, and I think it may offend some people, but I think it may also be understandable to others.
Norse says he was falsely arrested the first time around and will continue to use the Nazi salute at council meetings whenever he believes people are being repressed. And another way that Norse feels like he's being repressed is by the time limit that's been set up for how long people can talk during these council meetings. You're only allowed 2 minutes, and if you go over that, they'll actually turn the microphone off on you. Dan?
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Occupy Santa Cruz protesters are joining up with UC Santa Cruz students tomorrow at 4 o'clock. They'll be protesting an increase in tuition.
A new law has been created.
Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's try to get this thing moving again. So the rules, the laws that apply are public records, agendas, writings prepared by, owned by, used, or retained by the agency are electronic or hard form, of course, are all public records. The Public Records Act has become much more of a consumed a lot more of, especially the city clerk's time. We actually have a program now to keep track of them. We actually were sued last summer by a person in Los Angeles who sued, I want to say 40 or 50, 60 different cities around the state. He sought a record, mailed it to an address that went into the spam. We never got it. And then he filed the lawsuit. I was able to determine that the records were okay to produce once we found it, and wrote him a letter, and he dismissed the lawsuit within a week. But cities around the state are fighting that on a variety of issues. So it's becoming much of a bigger deal. And I don't know if I have a slide for it here, but I always say in these meetings that I ask people what the difference is between a dime and an email. And the answer is that a email lasts forever. For those of you who remember the old, I guess the movie and the ad. So So the idea with your records and your emails and everything is to, it's perfectly okay to use them. It's perfectly okay to communicate that way, but sometimes it's good to put the delay on the Gmail and think about something before it's sent. It sometimes it proves to be a good idea, which moves us into, again, the League of Cities has some pretty good stuff on transparency. Let's move into the last category, fair process laws. So the principle is that under certain circumstances, public officials are steward of fair processes. So the principle under certain circumstances, public officials are stewards of fair process in the decision-making, in contracting, in employment, and disqualification requirements may be appropriate. We talked about that. No nepotism, the state law campaign contribution restrictions we talked about are intended to have fair process, to avoid demands for contributions, and to not have soliciting campaign funds. There's something called the incompatible office prohibition. I don't have the pictures up right now, but there was a city council member in Salinas a few years back who actually ended up in state prison on other matters. And he was on the Alisal City Council, and they got him, Castaneda, I think was his name. And he got himself elected to the city council and then refused to step down from the school board. So the city sued him. It went to trial. The courts scolded him and it kicked him off the school board. And then he had other financial problems and personal problems and ended up in state prison. I think he's out now. But there's also, I think, a council member in Salinas, at least a few years, not too many years ago, 2 years ago, who decided to run for county sheriff. And the question became, could he do both? And of course he couldn't. And he didn't get elected, but he would have withdrawn. We run in that periodically if we have members of the council run for the other elective offices. Another fair process law is competitive bidding requirements. We have a couple different levels. On the public works end of things, we have the formal bidding process. So, that's regulated by state law. And then we have for non-public works projects, we also have competitive bidding, not quite as formal, but that would be for cars, trucks, equipment, hard stuff. And then we have a request for proposals and a request for qualifications process that we use in the city to try to get the best possible selection of people who do that type of work for the city. Kickbacks are prosecutable under federal and state law if they participate in that sort of thing. I wanted to, let me just go real quick here, one video. So this is a kind of an unusual day to talk about due process because, as I said at the beginning here, Congress and is typical, or Senate actually is typically a legislative body. They're not judges, they're legislators. They approve laws, they're the deliberative body, the great deliberative body, and they approve or reject legislation. Except today. Today, on the left, it was Jamie Raskin is prosecuting the case, and they're all judges and they're witnesses today. On the right slide, they are legislating for COVID-19. So that's how unusual today is in U.S. history. Little bitty video here on, again, from the League of California Cities, 3 minutes on fair process of bias, talks about the same thing.
when you are acting in what's called a quasi-judicial capacity, when you're not adopting broad policies that affect everybody in the community, but instead you're actually applying those policies to a certain situation, you're applying the zoning laws to an applicant, certain fair process rules apply that make it very useful to engage in the approach that was described, where you can listen to community discussion, but if somebody asks you what your opinion is, you're well advised to say, as this gentleman did, you know, I am collecting information, I am looking forward to hearing what information is presented to me at the public hearing, and I'm only going to make my decision after I hear all that information. The bias issue can also arise not only when, and the risk you want to avoid in expressing your view is the accusation that you've actually prejudged a matter and you can't be fair. That's why this is a fair process law. Another way one couldn't be fair, possibly, is if you had strongly held personal views. And there was actually a case up in Hermosa Beach where apparently there was a council member who was a tenant, so it wasn't a conflict of interest situation under the Political Reform Act. He was a month-to-month tenant in an apartment building that apparently had a very nice ocean view. And there was a proposal to build a condominium in front of his very nice ocean view that he was quite outspoken against. And so when the council turned down the proposed condominium, the couple who wanted to build it sued, saying this council member had a personal, strongly held view that made him unable to be a fair judge of whether they had actually met the requirements for converting the property to a condo.
Okay, so things to remember: making decisions based on merit, have a fair decision-making process. Don't be out in public prejudging cases, prejudging decisions that come in front of you. The response is always going to be, I'm very interested in this. I'm interested in my constituents' interest in this. I'm going to listen to all the evidence. I'm going to make the best decision I possibly can based on the information that's available to me at the appropriate time. Again, FPPC has this great information. You also have stuff from the Attorney General, FPPC, California League of Cities, Institute of Local Government, and your city attorney. So beyond the law, public service ethics, you try to be truthful with your fellow officials, public, others. Apply those 6 universal ethical values of trustworthiness, loyalty, responsibility to the public interest, respect, fairness, and compassion. Analyze the 2 competing right values. Is it better to vote in a way that you always thought the way things were, or is it better to vote in a way that you now realize things should be? That's a decision you're going to have to make over and over again. Supporters want you to do something, you aren't sure it's best for the public. Right versus right dilemma, loyalty to them versus responsibility. Again, something that's going on in Washington today. Can you then become a personal cost dilemma? You ask yourself, what values are at stake? How would the public feel best inspired? What could I do that inspire public confidence? What would you want to read about the front page of the paper, and how do you want to be remembered? What's the message? Doing it right versus doing whatever it takes. Our staff clearly are expected to use ethical behaviors. How it looks, the awareness of public perception is important, and creating a culture of ethics. The tone from the city manager, as Matt exemplifies consistently, all the way down to the bottom of doing the right thing, supporting the speaking truth to power, And that applies to who we hire and how they are evaluated. The question is it a job, or do you to do or to have? You determine the boundaries of what you're doing and think long term. And the key lessons, it's your choice how high you want to set the stakes above the minimum requirements of the law. So whether you want to be follow ethical principles that are higher, or do you want to meet the minimums of the state law? The state law sets a minimum, and violations of ethics laws, when in doubt, ask and ask early. In order to get compliance, you'll get a certificate from the city clerk at the appropriate time, and consider going beyond the limit, the terms of education. And no time for questions, unfortunately, but feel free to ask me questions either by email, in person, or on the telephone at any time. My contact information is readily available. Thank you very much. Sorry for all the snafus. It's hard to do a 2-hour presentation, control videos inside of PowerPoint on a computer that doesn't always work properly. So thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And thank you everybody who participated in today's slideshow presentation over ethics. So at this time, we will be breaking and then returning at 6:30 for our regular scheduled meeting. Thank you, everybody. See you in 26 minutes. Good evening, everybody. I was over in the guest section of this meeting. Glad to be joining you on this side now. I was like, I'm here. I don't know why I can't see anybody, but I guess I was put in the wrong place. So we're here. Good evening, everybody. Let's get right to business. Beatrice, if you can please take roll.
Estrada.
Here.
Garcia. Gonzalez.
Present.
Hurst.
Here.
Montesino.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Dutra.
Here. All right, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Let's see here. We're in the informational items. If there's any informational items, anything written by the council members at this point, this will be acknowledged and you can see it in your agenda. And we'll be moving on if nothing else. Earlier, we had a presentation of our ethics meeting earlier. So some of you may have checked in earlier and saw us. That's what we were doing. All right, presentations and oral communications. This time is set aside for members of the general public to address the council on any item not on the council agenda, which is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. No action or discussion shall be taken on any item presented, except that any council member may respond to statements made or questions asked, or may ask questions for clarification. All matters of an administrative nature will be referred to city staff. All matters relating to council will be noted in the minutes and may be scheduled for discussion at a future meeting or referred to staff for clarification and report. All speakers are asked to announce their name in order to obtain an accurate record for the minutes. And we would love to know what district you live in within our great city of Watsonville. So do we have any people wishing to speak, Tamara?
Yes, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, hi, this evening I'd like to talk to you. My name is Ben Vernazza, and I've been flying out of the Watsonville Airport since 1967. I live in Aptos. And I want to tell you about the You Can Fly program currently in 450 high schools in the country. And the curriculum's been approved by the Santa Cruz County Education Superintendent for the fall of 2021 for introduction in all the county high schools. Watsonville High School should benefit the most because they're close to the airport, but all high schools will. Classes in the 9th grade, 1 to 2 hours a week, and continue on in the 10th grade about history of aviation and how airplanes fly. The 11th grade, when the boys and girls are 16, we'll be preparing for the private pilot ground school test. Once they pass that, that's good for 2 years, and they can get their pilot certificate within that 2 years. Also, the commercial drone license is available and at that time. In their senior year, they focus on the path the student wants to continue after graduation: flying, drones, aircraft mechanic, avionics specialists, go on to aero engineering, go into training to be an air traffic controller, join the military, go to flight school, or the trade specialties. By the time they graduate in 4 years, aviation will be back in full force and will need young people with skills. It's perfect timing for the future. The Watsonville Pilots Association, Experimental Aircraft Association, Young Eagles, and Civil Air Patrol all are on the advisory committee, along with the Pajaro Valley Aviation Academy, which gives scholarships to students to go on and get more training and pilot training and maintenance. The spring, we will have orientation for the 8th graders to give them orientation.
All right, thank you, Ben, for this. We appreciate you, and thank you for all you're doing for us and our community.
Fine, good. Thank you very much for letting me talk about that.
Absolutely. Come back anytime.
We will.
All right.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Nancy?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Hello, Dr. Bilicich.
Oh, I'm glad to see you. This is kind of a quick. I wasn't you're ready before me. But anyway, I'm here and I wanted to just give you a little bit of an update on the flood zone. I attended the Zone 7 flood meeting on January 26th. All went well. I tell you, Steve and Jackie have been doing a great job, and we're really happy with the progress we're making. And then also, and I was, Zach Friend and I were elected, he was chair, I'm vice chair, to continue on with, because it's our levy, they kept us right there. Because there will be probably trips back east. I don't know, a lot going on with the flood zone. And then on Friday, February 5th, there's a, what's it called? The River Watershed Flood Prevention Authority. And I've been on that board now for quite a while. And I have been chair, and there was a vice chair also. And they kept us in the same position again for this year because of how things are moving along and our knowledge with the flood, the zone, the levee, the whole thing. So I have to tell you that Mark Strudley has been working exceptionally hard, trying to do something with that, our portion that we have to pay. As we all know, it's going to be about $42 million, and he keeps working on it. He has not told us exactly how much, but he's really working hard. So I just wanted to give you an update that the flood zone meetings are happening, and I appreciate your confidence in me.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bilicich, and thank you for representing our city here in Watsonville. The flood zone committee is a very important committee, and we appreciate your input.
Thank you.
And you're also hold a position there, so we appreciate that, being a big voice for our community.
Well, Watsonville needs that representation, I think, and I hope to do you proud. So thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Hi, my name is Ellie. I'm from District 7. I just wanted to say that the website, again, completely changed. I was finally getting the hang of it, and now it's different and just as unfriendly. I would like to say that I went to the city's page today, and the first pop-up was this meeting, so that was pretty cool. And I would hope and ask that you can apply this to all commission meetings, since due to the recent changes, I could not find the link to the Parks and Rec last meeting. I would ideally like a calendar view where we can see all meetings, one-stop shop, and the links that of all the PowerPoints and presentations that we see during these meetings, if they could be there too, so that everything's accessible to the community. I also hope that we can ask questions after the city manager report today, like we have been in the past. We weren't able to last time. And I'm not sure if it's because the meeting was derailed or if there's a change in how we're running the meeting. We get a lot of data, especially on COVID and on other city stuff. And having Matt take our questions has been helpful to our community before. So I hope that we can continue that after his report. And lastly, I didn't hear you ask this time, but hopefully we can keep it up that we don't ask how many speakers we have, because we deserve our allotted time, regardless of how many speakers we have. The PVOSD just spent 6 hours listening to comments. They didn't cut anybody's time. And I don't think that it's fair that depending on how many speakers we have is how much our time gets cut on how much we're allowed to speak. Last time the meeting was completely derailed and it wasn't on us. And I don't think that it's basically that depending on how many people are speaking, you cut our time. I hope that you can give us our allotted time and give us a friendlier website. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we will not be having public questions to the our city manager. If there are questions, you can direct them to your city council member, or you can direct them directly to Matt, and he can answer your questions.
Is there a reason that change was made?
Because to make sure that the meetings are more efficient, and as mayor, I can make that call. So, Matt is accessible, and if you want to reach him, you can definitely reach him and ask him your questions. And if he's not answering you, then let me know and we'll make sure you get the answers.
Citlali, go ahead. Citlali, we can't hear
I don't
you.
think that's working.
Citlali, I'm sorry. I don't think you have a good connection and we cannot hear you.
Well, why don't we come back to her?
I kind of piggyback a little
Amada, why
bit
don't we
on
come
what
back
Ellie
to
just mentioned.
She's our last speaker, Mayor, so
Okay.
This past week, it was very difficult to get information in regards to the agenda of this meeting, and it's something that
Mayor.
Oh, no. Is it cutting off?
Yes, we're having a hard time hearing you.
I think she dropped off. Okay, that was our last speaker, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the public for your,
No, I'm sorry, Mayor. One person just raised their hand. Let me move them through, okay? Hold on. No, I think.
okay.
One second. Okay, Citlali, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me better this time?
Yes, we can definitely hear you better.
Okay, yeah, just something really quick. Something that I've experienced in the past in regards to trying to organize our community and attending these city council meetings is the agendas are released a couple days from what I've seen, the weekend or the Friday before the next city council meeting. And that makes it extremely difficult for us community organizers to really plan our involvement in city council meetings. And so, I understand that it is kind of a big request to plan even more in advance for these meetings on the city's part, but it would be very, very helpful for us as community members who are really trying to partake more in the dialogue that happens in our city. And so if there's a way that we can release the agendas maybe a week in advance even, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have another speaker. Go ahead, Chris.
Good evening. My name is Chris, and I live in District 5. And my question is regarding the Washington bus discussion.
Chris, this is not the issue right now. So we're talking about things that are not on the agenda. So that item will come up in a little bit, and you'll be able to speak at the item at that time.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. Just hold on tight. We'll be talking about it soon.
Steve, go ahead.
Yes, first of all, I want to reiterate what Ellie said. I agree with her completely. And two-way communication and the fullest amount of communication from the residents of the city is important in order to have a democracy. Second, I want to remind all the viewers and listeners to this meeting that you can still register for a Cabrillo class at both campuses, Watsonville and Aptos, this week. Third, this coming Sunday, there will be a trash pickup at the Watsonville Wetlands Center, 30 Harkins Slough Road, 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. I will be there. Bring a bag and bring gloves. Unfortunately, there's too much trash around the sloughs, and it needs to be removed, because if we want to be proud of our city, we have to show our pride by keeping it clean and making sure the bird life, which is the reason why we're in the Pajaro Valley, has the opportunity to be able to nest and mate and eat and live without having to swallow plastic. And the last thing I would like to mention is that the fact that we are in the process of a pandemic should not discourage us from being willing to keep our city clean. Gloves, masks, and hand sanitizer work. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And this problem has been growing. I completely agree with you. And actually, I have set a meeting next week with our city manager and a couple other city employees, and we're going to walk certain parts of the city where I've seen huge amounts of garbage and trash everywhere, so that we can get a better, we can see it firsthand, and I can show them firsthand of what is happening. But ever since the pandemic has happened, we have seen an increase in that. So thank you for bringing that to the attention of the entire community. And we should all throw our garbage in the garbage can. Go ahead.
Mayor, that was our last speaker, so you can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see here. At this time, I will take oral communication from the City Council, and I'm just going to go backwards from who I see on the screen. Councilmember Montesino, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I want to congratulate our RTC chair that, under the circumstances, and it was a contentious meeting, and he handled it pretty well. So I want to thank Councilmember Aurelio Gonzalez for a job well done at the RTC meeting. And I also had today a tour of our science, our environmental science workshop on 2nd Street, which was doing phenomenal work, even with all the restrictions that are placed upon them during COVID. They're, handing out, bags with supplies for 2,000 kids, working with the school district. So I want to give a lot of kudos to staff on that effort. But that's all my comments for today.
Thank you, Councilmember Montesino. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to share really quick. I attended the Shared Safety Community Forum. I found that very awakening and very. It was very powerful, and it's. I'm looking forward for the next one. I'm also involved with the First Five Council for Children. I find that very interesting also, and I've been attending those meetings as well. And just to report back also just briefly on the RTC, we did accept the TCA, the preferred alternative, which is the rail corridor. And so we'll be moving on to our next phase on that. And auxiliary highways lanes are going to be opening, but you can see that and hopefully in the report that I've submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I saw a lot of people out and about, and a lot of people wearing their masks. But there are a lot of great exercise going on. Everybody was running, walking, and taking advantage of some of the great sunny days we've had here. I don't have really a huge amount to report, but this is going to go on through the end of March. at Staff of Life and East Lake Shopping Center will be opening March 30th. I think we've all seen a lot of that, and we're all super excited over here in on the east side of Watsonville. And I have lots of friends who are super excited in Aromas and Corralitos, and I say, come on down, spend money in Watsonville. We're really happy to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Estrada?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to remind everyone that February is Black History Month, and today, I think today's meeting is there's going to be a lot of history being discussed. So I encourage everyone to please pick up a book and definitely honor some of our heroes and some of the great people that have done a lot to give this country democracy. And so I wanted to mention that. Continue. I want to let the community know to please continue checking into our social media, our website, the Save Lives website, the county Salud para la Gente. The vaccine rollout is taking place. I know that the city manager will probably have more information on that, but please follow along. If you have questions, please feel free to contact any of us, and we'll be happy to do whatever we can to make sure that the people that can get a vaccine get it as soon as they can. And other than that, I really LASCO, we had a meeting this last week. Nothing major. There's a report that I filed for we approved connecting a water service to somebody that lives 3.5 miles outside the city limits. But for those of you that don't know, the city of Watsonville actually provides water services to the greater area, to the greater Pajaro Valley. And so it's something that we do. And I know we take a lot of pride in helping our neighbors that live in the county. And so we took that action. And so, LASCO is a really important commission, body. Lowell served on it for many, many years. He can tell you firsthand how important it is. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out to me or to Lo or anybody here, and we'd be happy to provide more information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Estrada. Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I want to thank the council members for their long and hard work here. This is not an easy slog by any means, especially with Zoom and the difficulties we're having in the community. I too attended the RTC meeting, and it was a tough go, but I thought our representatives certainly represented Watsonville well, and I'm very proud of their work. AMBAG is coming up tomorrow evening, but before AMBAG, there's an important CASA Love of Children fundraiser, but I don't think there's a charge for it. So I don't know how they're going to make any money, but if you love children, you might want to tune into CASA and learn more. Valentine's Day is coming up, and then President's Day. And on February 17th, the Area Agency on Aging will hold a 10 o'clock meeting, and you can find that on the AAA website. Pandemic cautions. Wow. Nobody's out of the woods here yet. Let's try and keep it as healthy as we can. Mask up, sanitize, and try and stay with your pod if you can. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt Wettstein, Superintendent of Cabrillo College, has created a community advisory committee, and he has invited me to participate. We had our first meeting on January 28th. The beginning of the meeting, it was about where the college is and where the college is going. Later, we broke up into groups to complete a survey in the selection of priorities for the college. After the meeting, I met with Matt for about 20 minutes more because during Flex Week, I have participated in a session where the faculty was really talking about the need for ethnic studies at Cabrillo. As you know, CSU requires ethnic studies, and K-12 right now is considering that requirement also. And so Superintendent Matt said that he does support ethnic studies. So hopefully this will become a priority also. Last week, Reimagine Santa Cruz held a two-day conference on affordable housing, and I was invited to be a panelist on the first day. I want to thank Housing Manager Carlos Landaveri, who provided me with all the information needed on what Watsonville is doing to provide affordable housing. With that information, I was able to answer all the questions posted by the host and also the questions by the audience. And what was interesting is the day after, I received an email from one of the organizers of the conference who said to me that she saw what a contrast between Santa Cruz City and Watsonville. She said that Watsonville seems to meet the needs of the community where Santa Cruz does not. I responded saying that Watsonville is a community where that we're fortunate in Watsonville to have a city manager who works with the council and staff to ensure that community input occurs on every issue that is going to be addressed by the council. And I see I ran out of time, but with your permission, I'd like to just a couple more seconds because I'd like to congratulate Matt. And Matt needs to be congratulated as a board member of the Second Harvest Food Bank. Their goal for the holiday food and fun drive was 4.5 million meals. But with the generosity of the community, they went over the goal and were able to raise 5.5 million meals. And so congratulations to Second Harvest.
Thank you, Council Member. I just have a couple notes to, congratulations, Matt. I have a couple notes that I wanted to bring up. One is this month is Black History Month, and next meeting I will be doing a special presentation to a few of our residents who live here in Watsonville. I will be honoring them with a proclamation. And so hopefully you all can join in and share this moment with some of the members of our community who are part of the Black community. And also, I've been working hard on the vaccine, getting it down to South County with the rest of the city. And I want to say thank you for all the hard work that you guys have done in making sure that our voices are being heard down here. I know at the beginning it was a rough road, and I had to become a squeaky wheel, but it seems like things are working out, and we have a couple sites that are open. If you look at our website, I'm sure that it's posted on there on how you can sign up to get your vaccine. We are down in South County only vaccinating 65 and older. I believe the rest of the county is 75 and older, but because of our the rates, the infection rates, and also of our death rates down in South County being much higher than everywhere else, we are getting the support now that we truly needed. So equity is showing up. We just need the vaccine rollout to be a lot faster. And then finally, I just wanted to say, I noticed that we have a new business in town, Aloha Ola Tacos, in the hangar on Aviation Way. They look really good from the pictures. I haven't tried them yet, but please go and keep our local businesses afloat. And we have a new restaurant. I know people are always wanting new restaurants in our town, so check it out at the hangar. All right, everybody, thank you very much. And that will conclude our council updates. At this time, Tamara, are you ready? Let's roll our proclamation. Our proclamation today is going to be recognizing Cindy Hernandez and her store Queen Shoes, and more Queen Shoes and more for their valuable contribution to the community, and wishing them continued success in the future. Take it away, Tamara. Mayor Jimmy Dutra here at Queen Shoes and More. I have the honor of giving tonight's proclamation to Cindy Hernandez, and she has been one of the biggest fashionistas here in Watsonville, creating styles for so many of our people, and I'm really honored to be giving her this proclamation. I'm actually wearing one of her masks, so she has been making masks during the whole pandemic, and we thank her for all of her services. I'm going to read a little bit of the proclamation. It says, whereas Cindy Hernandez, founder and owner of Queen's Shoes and More, immigrated to Watsonville from a small town in Michoacan, Mexico, at the age of 14, and wears Queen's doors first opened on April 28, 2007, with the goal of bringing timeless fashion of high quality at a reasonable price to the community. Every year, Queens hosts a fashion show and shopping for a cause event, now known as Fashion Cares, to bring awareness about the various local nonprofits. And this event hosts over 100 attendees every single year. The funds go to places like CASA of Santa Cruz County, Jacob's Heart, Angel Warriors for Kids, Monarch Services, Pajaro Valley Shelter Services, and FIT, among others. Now, therefore, I, Jimmy Dutra, the mayor of this great city, and lucky to have a great person, Cindy Hernandez, selling her styles all across it. On behalf of the City Council, hereby recognize Cindy Hernandez and Queen's Shoes and more for their valuable contribution to the community and wish them continued success in the future.
Thank you
Congratulations,
so much.
Cindy.
I'm
Absolutely.
honored. Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City of Watsonville and the City Council. I'm honored with this recognition, and I want to thank my community, my customers, because without your support, none of this, which is my dream, would be possible. Fashion Cares was born about 10 years ago, and this year especially, I'm super happy with the results. Mask for a Cause was a great success. Over 5,000 masks were produced, and from those masks we were able to raise funds to support families in transition, and we adopted 4 families in our community during this Christmas. We are very happy with the support and the continued support from our customers, and thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. I don't know if there's any of the council members, I don't know if Cindy's on at all, but if there's any council members that'd like to make a comment, this is your opportunity. Okay, Councilmember Parker, then Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a customer. I've been a customer since she first started, and the 30-year-old, she's 28. She was 18 when we first started buying stuff there, and it was in the other place over there. And I got to say, I love everything she does. She's got style. I don't have enough time to wear all the shoes and purses I bought there. Thank you, Mayor Dutra, for nominating her. Very good.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Hurst.
I want to congratulate Cindy for her great work. I remember when she lost her spot over there at Crossroads, and the city worked really hard to make sure that she could find a new location. And so congratulations to Cindy. You know, my wife is a customer, and I've seen the charges on the bill, and they're very reasonable most of the time. But Wendy won this award with the Seroptimist group of the Imelda Marcos Award as to who had the largest shoe collection in the entire Seroptimist group. So congratulations to Cindy.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Estrada, will you give your credit card to Amanda now so she can go shopping for our economy?
She already took it, and she already bought something. She bought a beautiful print that Cindy donated for our Wine and Roses event at the Pajaro Valley Community Health Trust. And I just really want to thank Cindy for her selflessness, her huge heart, which has always been with the community. And we're really lucky to have somebody like her to inspire future generations of entrepreneurs. We need more women business owners, community leaders. And like I said, just somebody that really puts community first. And so thank you, Cindy. Congratulations to you and to your family for all the hard work. And, we can't wait to see what you come up with next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Estrada. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to piggyback on what Councilman Estrada said also. Thank you, Cindy, for your work. I don't purchase, but my wife and my daughter does. And every time my daughter comes down from San Francisco from the university, that's one of the first places she has to go. And when you produce the mask the first time, my wife was like right on there. We have to do this. And so, but thank you. Thank you for supporting the community. Thank you for supporting all those folks in needs. And I wish you the best and continue moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Anybody else? She also sells more than just clothes. I was going to say, I got a candle there. She has awesome candles. I don't know if you can see this. So she sells, things that you could go in there. My house smells really good. So she has a wide variety of options. So thank you, Cindy, for all you do. All right. At this point, we'll move on to the city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and members of the public for joining us this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you all with an update. I know that we have a full agenda tonight, so I'm going to try to move through this quickly, but I do have a lot of important information to share with you and the community this evening. So locally, Santa Cruz County is experiencing some positive trends. We're starting to see that the Bay Area ICU capacity has now increased to 18.1%. Meaning we have more ICUs available in our local hospitals than we have for the last several weeks. That's a positive thing. As a result, the regional stay-at-home order was lifted over the last couple of weeks. However, we continue to experience a high number of active cases. We're now at 1,146 active cases. We've unfortunately had 160 lives lost throughout the county. Many of those Watsonville community members, and 52.89% of all cases are attributed to Watsonville. And again, every time I share this slide, I always underscore the way that the pandemic is disproportionately impacting communities of color, and that is certainly true of Watsonville as well. There are a number of testing locations now available throughout the county. We have 2 locations here in town, one at Ramsey Park, operated by OptumServe, as well as testing that's available through Salud para la Gente. We want to encourage our community members to continue getting tested, even though the vaccine is rolling out. We need to stay vigilant. So we're all closely watching the vaccine distribution process. Obviously, it's exciting to see the vaccine now starting to roll out and increase in availability within the county. Santa Cruz County has now entered phase 1B, tier 1 of the state's distribution phasing plan. The plan is structured to prioritize vulnerable populations, and over the last couple of weeks, the state has moved up individuals that are 65 years or older and prioritize them higher up in the tier phasing for phase 1B. It's important to note some of the multi-county health entities like Sutter and Dignity Health, as an example, also have the ability to move through the tiers at a faster rate if they complete each phase before county health does. They receive vaccinations directly from the state. And so some of those entities are moving through 1B a bit faster than county health is through their sites, which means that you'll start hearing that hospitals like Dominican are starting to vaccinate workers in education, childcare, as well as our agricultural community. And just last week, they partnered with the Farm Bureau directly to immunize over 1,300 farm workers in our community. And that work began last week, which is very encouraging. And our hope is that the rest of the county, including the county health facilities, which I'll talk about more here in a minute, will be able to move into that tier in the near future as well. As of today, I thought this was a data point you would all be interested in. Santa Cruz County, according to the state database, has distributed about 40,000 vaccinations. That means immunized 40,000 people within Santa Cruz County, which actually makes our county the 9th per capita in the state in terms of the amount of population that have been vaccinated. So, it was a bit of a slow start. It's starting to speed up now. And I'll talk a little bit about how some of that was accomplished. I'm pleased to say that the city of Watsonville, in partnership with county health partners, was part of an effort to expand vaccine access in South County. Just knowing how hard hit our community has been, as Mayor Dutra mentioned, it's been a priority for us, including partnering on 2 max vaccination sites in Watsonville. The first was a pilot program that was launched at the fairgrounds a couple of weeks ago, which was successful in vaccinating over 1,600 75 plus residents in our community. I had the very fortunate honor of serving one of the days at the site along with my team. And it was, I can tell you, an emotional experience to see our community members coming through and having the opportunity to have that protection of the vaccine and being able to be part of that. And we had many other city employees that were volunteering their time along with county staff to help make that happen. Starting tomorrow, the county is modifying how the operation will run out at the fairgrounds, and they'll be operating on Wednesdays only with the goal of vaccinating 1,000 people on those days. So they're calling it a mass vaccination clinic on Wednesdays. And their hope is to offer that every Wednesday from 9 to 5 while vaccine supply lasts. And I'll be sharing some more information as to where community members can register for those slots. This week, we were also fortunate in partnership again with County Health to stand up a second site in our old council chambers across the street here on Main Street. This is a state-funded site operated by OptumServe. It's the same company that has been managing the testing site at Ramsey Park. This facility will be open Thursday through Monday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and their hope is to vaccinate up to 210 community members per day. I should also note that the site operated by OptumServe is now open to 65 plus, and that's also true of the county fairgrounds site. So any community members that are 65 plus are now eligible to register at both locations. Here's the links. So there's a myoptumserve.com /COVID-19, as well as the santacruzhealth.org site for signing up at the fairgrounds. You can also find these links on the city website as well as the county health website as well. And we want to, again, encourage those that are eligible to sign up. In addition to these websites, our senior staff team has been working hard over the last several days to call all of our senior services program participants and help them register. Through that process, we have registered over 150 seniors through that program. And by this Thursday, our library team are also going to be offering assistance to those eligible populations that need help accessing a computer or internet, or just need help moving through the registration process. Our library team wants to help with that, and we hope to have that up and running by this Thursday. We'll be pushing more information out about that soon. I would just encourage any of the service providers and partners in our community to connect with Katie Nunez on our senior services team, who's leading up the effort to plug our seniors into those slots. She's happy to help make sure we're getting all of our seniors in as soon as possible. I want to just emphasize that while it's exciting to have the vaccine rolling out and getting shots into our community members' arms, the shots do require about 2 weeks to really take full effect, to have that full immunization protection. So folks need to stay vigilant, continue all the safety guidelines, including distancing, masking, and not gathering until you're really through that. County Health has also reported an uptick in community members showing up at work, not feeling well, or intermixing with family members at events, not feeling well. So we wanted to, again, just put a plug in to encourage everyone to go after proactive testing. It's very easy to go through the Ramsey site. It only takes a matter of minutes to run through it now. They're very efficient. And so until you have that vaccine, we just want to encourage everyone to continue utilizing that free service and continue to get tested. So shifting gears, we know how hard the pandemic has been on our small businesses. So last week we launched a new communication tool to connect with our small businesses directly. And this effort is intended to connect our small businesses with resources, grants, and support. As more stimulus dollars flow down at the local level, we want to make sure that our businesses are prepared to take advantage of that and provide what support we can. This newsletter will go out to every small business we have on our business license database. And so we hope to have, be able to reach a lot of businesses that way. We also have 2 new housing projects in the works that I'm excited to share with you. Both of these projects will be coming forward to the council for approval at their next meeting. It totals over 103 new housing units to our community. One of the projects is on Freedom Boulevard. The other is here in downtown on Main Street. And we're very excited to welcome much needed housing in our continued efforts to increase housing availability in our community. As was mentioned earlier this evening by Councilmember Garcia, We've been putting a major effort into community engagement work and community outreach on a number of fronts, and I wanted to share a few of those with you. First and foremost, we are in the process of collecting community input through a community-wide survey. There's one more week to fill that out. You can access it by the QRL link on this screen, and it's really an opportunity for you to give input on a broad range of services that'll help influence the council's strategic plan as well as our 2-year budget process as we move forward. In addition to that, we are just continuing our work with the Ad Hoc Committee on Policing and Social Equity, and we are just about to launch the community engagement conversations with stakeholder groups in the coming weeks. This work will be informed by direction from the Ad Hoc Committee itself around what questions and information they'd like to collect from these community groups, ranging from youth groups to community partners. These questions will include, what's your experience with Watsonville PD? What are some changes to improve on the way community policing happens in Watsonville? What are some best practices that we can explore? And what are some city programs or services that are needed in our community to help it thrive? So those are just some of the questions that we will be asking, and bring that information back to the Ad Hoc Committee to help inform their process. I'm also excited to share that we are working on our first ever environmental justice element as part of our climate action plan update. As part of this work, we are conducting a survey to the community. It's available in both English and Spanish, and is really an opportunity for you to help inform and ensure access to public facilities such as schools, daycare, community centers, public transit, and healthcare and services that help improve our quality of life and that are tied in with our climate action planning. So much more to come on that effort as well. And lastly, as Councilmember Dutra has mentioned, I love hearing from community members and having opportunities to ask questions or respond to concerns you might have. Please do contact me directly at the email address here, and I would be happy to set up a meeting with you or a phone call and talk more with you on any topic you may be interested in. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, City Manager Huffaker. Okay, are there any questions for Councilmember Garcia?
Yes, I was able to get my vaccine last Saturday, and in the 30 minutes I was there, I was very pleased to see the amount of Spanish-speaking residents who are getting their vaccination. My question is, are you able to track how many of those that are getting vaccinated daily or weekly, how many of them are Latinos, so that we know, or that we can show that those that are being most affected are being vaccinated?
They are tracking that data, Councilmember Garcia, and it's part of the state's requirements as they try to emphasize equity in the vaccine distribution. Frankly, it was part of the effort to expand the 2 vaccination sites in Watsonville, realizing that early on in this process, there was not as much access as there needed to be in South County, knowing the way it's impacting our community. So that's all part of the vaccination process and the information that they're collecting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the Councilmember Estrada?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. Matt, I had a question about volunteers. Do the distribution sites have enough volunteers? Do they need more volunteers? And if people wanted to volunteer, how could they go about volunteering?
They do need more volunteers. We're providing city staff that we're plugging in both at the fairgrounds and across the street. However, I know that the county has also partnered with the Volunteer Center, and that members of the public that are also interested in volunteering can do so through their website. And if anyone's interested, we would welcome the help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Any other question, Councilmember? No? Okay, Councilmember Parker.
Yeah, you know what? I just want to say, and Mayor Dutry, you hit on it earlier. We've been pushing to see some more equity, and I can't tell you how proud I am of our city manager and our assistant city manager, and what they've really worked hard with all the staff to bring to Watsonville, because it sure as heck wasn't the rest of the world. It was us taking care of our people, and I'm just so darn proud that they brought that access to us. And I want to thank them publicly. Thank you both. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Any other questions? All right, just a quick question. So when will the people be able to sign up for Wednesday's slot, which is tomorrow, right? So is that available now? And also for this weekend, are they available? Can they be signing up now?
I believe they can. I'm actually going to defer to Tamara Vitas on that. She's been in conversations with the team all day, so she can probably better answer.
Yes, we, the fairgrounds for tomorrow, appointments, I believe, are mostly all taken, but our appointments at the
1,000?
city.
Wow, sorry for
There
interrupting you. That's shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great to see people accessing the vaccine. And our OptumServe site has appointments available as early as Friday. We were able to get in contact with 60 seniors that are all scheduled to come on Thursday, which is the next time the clinic will open. And then we have appointments for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday next week. So there are lots of available slots. And like Matt mentioned, the senior center staff is working really hard to connect those seniors that can register on their own. So call the senior center and Katie and her staff will help you. And or the library now, it's also the library team is going to engage in assisting seniors that walk into the library to register and access those slots. So
Thank you. I also heard that, you know, a lot, they were expecting and hoping for 1,000 farm workers to vaccinate, and they actually had like 3,000. So, you know, people were afraid that people were not going to be taking the vaccine. And it looks like a lot of the hard work and the education is paying off. And hopefully we'll be having a huge portion of our population and residents vaccinated really soon. So thank you for all your hard work. All right. We have a exciting presentation by our Public Works and Utilities Director, Mr. Palmisano. Are you there? Solid waste.
Hello. All right. Is Hilda Peralta and Mike Rivera on as well?
I'm here, Steve.
Wonderful. All right, great. So, Mayor and Council, I just wanted to introduce two of our staff. Mike Rivera is our Solid Waste Division Manager, and he's been with the city for quite a few years. And he's going to give a presentation, kind of some of the updates, highlights of what's been going on in solid waste. And then Hilda Peralta is a senior administrative analyst with the city, and she's been spearheading and leading the food waste program, which is a new state mandate. And so she's going to give us an update on that. And she's been working on that for, I think, about 3 years now. So yeah, so I am going to turn it over to these two, and then we'll be available for questions at the end. So
great, thank you.
Okay, Hilda, you're gonna turn the slides when I'm ready.
Got it.
Okay, so hello, Mayor, City Council members, and community members. My name is Mike Rivera, and I'm the Solid Waste Division Manager for Solid Waste. And I'll be giving the update for Solid Waste for 2020, 2021. I'd like to thank Lowell, Councilmember Lowell, for requesting this update, and as well as for his service on the local task force committee, which I'm also a member of. So jumping right into it, our first update is on the Waste and Recycle Center, or the drop-off center. This is an amazing facility. I'm really proud of this facility. It provides a great service for our city. And I'm going to work with Hilda here, see how we can better promote this facility so we can get more community members to utilize the facility. It'd be really great. It's led by Renato Gordo. You see him there in the mask. And in the last year, we've updated equipment so we can make the operations a little bit more efficient. We've cross-trained staff, added a rear loader for the handling of the bulky items, added an excavator for compaction and sorting capabilities, and a roll-off so they can handle and haul their own materials to Monterey Regional. This was all added to create more volume in the boxes and create less trips to Monterey Regional. So in 2021, no, one more back. Yeah, one more back. One more back.
Here?
Nah,
Which slide are you on?
I'm on the waste and recycle. There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah. Too fast. Okay, so in 2021, we're going to update the schedule here. It's a Tuesday through Saturday schedule, 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And that'll make the operations a little bit more efficient. With that as well, our household hazardous waste facility, beginning March 1st, will open Tuesday, Wednesdays, and all Saturdays. So that'll be a great thing happening going forward. The next slide, Hilda. What I do want to highlight is the household hazardous waste facility, the HHW. So in 2020, 62 tons of household hazardous waste was processed through that facility. That's all the paint, acids, bases, batteries, and light bulbs. And to put that in perspective, the 62 tons equates to about 2.5 pounds for every resident of the city of Watsonville per year. So that's a lot of hazardous materials going through that facility. This facility also processed 4,000 gallons of used oil. So that's a lot of the 1 gallon jugs that the waste drivers collect off the curbs, as well as the residents bringing into the facility for processing. We also handled 3,700 tons of garbage and trash through the public drop-off, as well as 700 tons of yard waste. So the facility is great. It does what it's intended to do, which is to keep the environment clean, reduce illegal dumping, keep our waterways and our sloughs healthy and clean and vibrant for our residents and community to use. Okay, Hilda, now we can go to the next slide. This is the landfill update. It's a timeline and history of what's gone on at the city landfill. So Ray Martin, he's our solid waste supervisor. He leads this division over at the city landfill. So in September of last year, 2020, phase 3 of 5 phases reached volume capacity. So what that means is that it's now in preliminary closure, or what they call a surcharge. It's a 2-year period where the landfill is allowed to settle into one big mass, if you want to call it, where we add 6 feet of soil to the top deck of that landfill cell and compresses down. And what that does is it gives the liner integrity and keeps it all in place. So when we go into final closure, which is in the spring of 2025, the liner stays intact and there will be no airspace between the liner and the waste material. With that, there's still plenty to do with the landfill. Even though phase 3 closes, there's still plenty of monitoring. We have stormwater, groundwater, landfill gas, leachate monitoring, and facility inspections to conduct out there. And that'll be ongoing. Also, the city's yard waste and wood waste is still processed at that facility, and that's in phase 4. Okay, next. So here's a picture of the aerial of the city landfill there. Phase 3 on your left. When it goes into final closure in 2025, the spring, the estimated cost to close that and line it and cap it will be about $3 million. You see phase 1 and 2 in the middle. And then phase 4, there's a feasibility study going on right now to see if we can plan, construct, develop this phase. It's permitted for development. And so that cost to do that would be $4 million. And that's a really good cost for the city and to handle solid waste. If we do that in a year or 2 from now, the life expectancy of this cell will be 15 years. And so that's quite a long time. And the payback for this development and construction would be about 3.5 years. So with that, we can go to the next slide. Collections. This is our favorite. It's led by Tony Banderas and Alex Gonzalez. They are long City of Watsonville employees. They do a great job. They handle the residential, commercial, roll-off, street sweeping operations for the city. To give you some numbers on what goes on with that division, for garbage, annually we collect about 38,000 tons of residential and commercial trash a year. So for recycling, it's another 6,000 tons a year for recycling that's collected. Yard waste, 3,500 tons. And then food waste, which Hilda's got an extensive, nice presentation to give. It's about 800 tons a year right now, primarily the restaurants in town. So it's quite an operation. It's an early thing. This is really late for me, so I'll keep going. Keep going, Hilda. Yeah. Some of the cost impacts there to collect, to haul it and dispose it for the city. We haul over 44,000 tons a year to Monterey Regional amongst the garbage, recycling, and food scraps. And that costs the city approximately about $1.7 million a year right now to do that. With COVID in place, Monterey Regional has put in place I see if I can get this right, $5 a ton per year rate increase for the next 5 years. So what that means for the city is that based on our volumes, it's about $180,000 per year increase in disposal fees for the next 5 years, or very close to $1 million over that 5-year period. So there's going to be some significant cost impacts as we move forward in the next 5 years. Okay, Hilda. With recycling, this is a picture of Monterey Regional's state-of-the-art MRF, or material recovery facility. It's a beautiful facility. It's awesome. If you everyone gets a tour out there, please take it. It's quite a feat to see out there. It's immense. They do a nice job out there. But recycling today is a cost. It used to be a revenue generator for the city, but within the last 2 years, it's a cost. We have signed new agreements for recycling and disposal in 2020. That'll go on for the next 5 to 10 years for the facility. So just to give you an idea, go ahead, next slide. Yeah, the cost impacts for recycling is that a lot of the recycling items like plastic and plastic film that were once recyclable are now waste. So it has an impact on some of the generators that used to not pay for recycling, but now have to pay for that material to be disposed of as a waste. So it's a challenge for solid waste to communicate that properly. But based on that, based on our 6,000 tons a year that we generate of recycling and collect for the city, that impact to handle and process that through Monterey Regional is costing the city about $300,000 a year. So that's been the impact due to the China effect in the last 2 years as we try to minimize contamination in recycling. And it's going to be a challenge for the next few years. So with that those are my presentation for solid waste update. And I'll pass it over to Hilda to talk about state mandates and food scraps and the pilot.
Good evening, staff and City Council. My name is Hilda Peralta. I am part of the Solid Waste Division team, and today I'm going to be giving you a pretty comprehensive update on our state mandates as they relate to organics recycling, and also outline some of the fun stuff we have going on for the next 5 years. So our goals for the next 5 years. All right, let's get started with our first update on organics recycling, also known as AB 1826. This is a state requirement of mandatory organic waste. And one of the things I like to do when we talk about organic waste is mention that There's a lot of materials that fall under organic waste, as you see listed on the slide here. Food waste being the most recent collection service that we've added under organic waste. So I will be giving you an update on how we're doing with our food scrap diversion for the city of Watsonville. We currently have a designated route. We provide collection services twice a week on Tuesdays and Friday. And currently we have we're servicing over 60 businesses that are enrolled in services ranging from schools. We have over 10 schools participating in the program. We have restaurants, local markets, and this is projected to double by the end of this year as more businesses are required to also participate. In 2019, we reported to CalRecycle a diversion of 833 tons of food scraps that were recycled versus being landfilled, and that is huge for Watsonville. I do want to take a moment to highlight what we do with the food scraps, how these are being processed, and the benefits that it has to our community. Once food scraps are collected, they are processed at an organic to energy facility and later composted in windrows. And this is amazing because we're turning food into valuable energy and compost. It also positively supports our climate action plan. If you look at the immediate impact just from the businesses that are participating and the diversion that they were able to accomplish, we were able to reduce 3,500 tons of carbon dioxide and 12 tons of methane emission. And once this program is expanded to all residents and businesses, we are projecting that 4,500 tons of food scraps will be recycled, and this will be accomplished by 2025. And we are projected to reduce the equivalent of 18,900 tons of carbon dioxide and 66 tons of methane emission. So overall, this is good for our community because it supports our climate action plan, and it also supports the state's environmental goals to reduce greenhouse gases. But we are not done yet. California is tackling organic waste aggressively through these reduction targets scheduled for the next 5 years. The upcoming one is sorry, my slides are a little bit. So the next one is SB 1383, and that's where we're going to require to provide organic services to all residents and businesses here in the city, and that is with the goal of achieving a total of 75 reduction in landfill organic waste. Aside from that, we are also looking at all the food that we're throwing away, and we are going to increase the recovery of food that is still edible and can be consumed by people. And our target goal is going to be 20% for that. So what is Watsonville doing about this? Well, we are being proactive and we are preparing for this. I want to give you an update on the residential food scrap pilot. This pilot was a year in the making, and I just want to commend our solid waste team and our outreach team for launching this in the middle of a pandemic and really adjusting. But I also want to thank our residents who are participating in this. We currently have a pilot program with 2 sites that you see listed here. One is a mobile home park with 255 households, and the second site is Northgate Apartments with 85 households. So we launched this November 10th of last year, and it's been instrumental to learning how food scraps is going to work citywide. We are 14 weeks into the pilot program and have achieved a 60% baseline participation. We have been averaging 20 pounds per cart is what we are currently averaging. And we have surveyed residents to find out how we can improve our communication, and our audits, our weekly audits are also super helpful in shaping our outreach and education programs. So looking at what kind of contamination we're finding. And so the first 14 weeks of the pilot have been instrumental in collecting that data. And what is coming up next? Well, we are projecting based on the pilot alone that we are going to be able to collect and divert 2,810 tons of food scraps per year citywide. And that means a 21% organic removal from trash after we fully implement the program. And we are also currently assessing new pilot sites, including the PDO, to be able to add more sites to the program. And of course, marketing and an education plan for our community is going to be important. So we are working on implementing an effective plan to teach our residents how this is going to work successfully in their home. Our goal is to meet an 85% participation at these two sites, and we continue learning. But in order for us to prepare for citywide implementation, we have had to look at the projected fiscal impact this is going to have and plan accordingly. That means that in order for us to collect and process, we are looking at the two options that we have here, which I'm going to review with you. The first one is a 4-container service, and this is an upfront cost of $1 million to include a truck, 2 staff members, carts, and labels. And we have 2 separate bins here that one for yard waste and one for food scraps. Now, option number 2 is really what we would prefer to be able to implement, and this is a 3-container option with a commingled bin for yard waste and food scraps, with an upfront cost of $500,000 and an ongoing cost of $400,000. I do want to point out that a lot of this is contingent on the regional infrastructure that's going to be available to accept and process this material, and we will keep you updated as that progresses. So in a nutshell, SB 1383 is going to keep us pretty busy. Here you will see the requirements, an overview of the requirements. We are looking to hit the upcoming target date of January 1st, 2022 and provide services to our residents and businesses. But there's a lot that we need to get done between that time and 2024 when enforcement and penalties will be required. In between, we have to strengthen our community and outreach, work with our community to develop these programs. We have to work on our local ordinances and policies. Regionally, we have to work with the county and other partners on establishing an edible food recovery program and also meeting the procurement requirements under this mandate. So we will be pretty busy, and it will require us to work closely with our community and also our regional partners. But we are definitely on the right track. We've been able to prepare and try to assess the programmatic and fiscal impact that this mandate is going to have for us. The pilot, I think I want to just reiterate, has been instrumental in helping us really look at what the future is going to look like. Right now, we are in a phase of securing our equipment, material, everything that we're going to need so that we can begin implementation between 2022 and really prepare for the enforcement that's going to happen in the beginning of 2024. So to conclude, we are working with CalRecycle. We report to them yearly. We're doing great with our audits, and I think we are also exploring out-of-the-box solutions and increasing awareness now regarding food scraps. As this picture you see here is a picture of our 3-waste bin system that we are now installed at one of the city facilities. So we're looking to start this program at city facilities also and continue improving our auditing program, which is super helpful when it comes to educating residents on what goes where. And I'm also happy to report that we are looking at grants to support the purchase of EV trucks in the future. And these are all positive things that are happening, and we're definitely on the right track. So that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Hilda and Mike, for your presentation. Very informative, and I think it's great that you're also starting the conversation about the fourth can, so people aren't shocked when they get it. So I know that we are dealing with 3, and we'll be getting another one. So thank you for that. All right, are there any council members who would like to ask a question? Councilmember Garcia.
This is for Hilda. Hilda, you mentioned that there was 2 apartment complexes where you were collecting food scraps, and I'm wondering why you decided to do that versus composting instead.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a great question. We do have a backyard composting program already that's been around, I want to say for some time now, where residents with a backyard can get a compost bin. But we do need to, in order for us to provide the service citywide, we do need to try out a couple sites. And not everyone is able to compost at home, but we still want to recycle those food scraps. And the way to achieve that and meet the state's goals is to provide this service directly ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other council members? Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you. I do want to thank Mike and Hilda. They have taken me to the North Monterey County disposal site, and we've seen the processing, and I've got a good handle on what's going on there. I'm of course saddened that we're not able to do that here in our city or with our landfill, but it is filled up, and hopefully that we can have another opening or another cell developed at our landfill. But all this stuff is really expensive, and the public needs to know that it's not going to be a cheap deal. And the way that they can help, of course, is to have less garbage and less recyclables and less green waste and everything else that has to be hauled all the way to Marina, and to sort their disposables adequately. I think there's always going to be problems with contamination of recyclables particularly, and I think you'll probably see that with food waste as well. And so if there's anything the public can do to help out, I hope that you'll share that with them. And I think it is an educational process. And I just want to say thanks to our hardworking staff that it's not a real romantic thing about solid waste, but it's I guess that's why I like it a lot, because it's something that is part of life, and we're going to have to deal with it. And there's a great big price tag tacked onto it. Thanks, staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst. That just threw me off. Councilmember Parker.
I want to thank our 2 presenters and ask a quick question too, because I know I caught Mike. I caught $300,000 a year. There's going to be, as Councilman Hurst just said, there's going to be increases. There's requirements to do these things, and of course, it costs money. And we're trying to offset that with some of the things we're doing. But what is our increase that it's going to hit us over the next couple of years again?
Well, there's a couple of things for increases. One is the rate increase. It's a $5 a $5 per ton rate increase per year on all services across the facility. So that's recycling, food waste, as well as MSW. The impact from recycling just in the last 2 years, where we were generating revenue and now incurring a cost to handle and process that, is the $300,000. So
okay,
we're being charged almost 50. It's actually being the rate is higher than it is for disposing of trash. So recycling is about $57 a ton to process and handle, whereas trash is about $40 a ton.
And that rate increase, that's because of the vendor?
That's Monterey, yeah, Monterey Regional, yep.
And so, because I remember when the county switched over and we're putting them on trucks now and trucking them over. So rather than keeping them local for certain things. I thank you, Mike and Ilda, for your presentation. I was taking notes and you can see I didn't get all of it, so I appreciate all the detail.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Ilda, thank you for the presentation. Also, Mike, thank you for the job well done. We won't keep you up too late. I have a simple question. In regards to the containers, because you did mention a 4-container program or a 3-container program. And it's going to be cheaper, obviously, to go to a 3-container program. What's I guess, stopping us from going to a 3-container program versus, going to a 4?
I mean, you get it, Hilda?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think you get this one.
The holdup is is actually where we're going right now is Monterey Regional. They cannot process the yard waste and food waste together, so it has to be separated. So that's really the difference. The food waste is processed separately from the yard waste, and they're working on a process to try to combine the two. I don't know if the facility over there can handle the volume that's going to incur from the Central Coast cities in the area. So that I think because it's a slower process when you commingle the food waste and the yard waste together in terms of composting. So right now it's easier to have it separated, and that's the addition of the 4th cart. What we did learn from the pilot though is that we'll reduce the cart size from a 32-gallon to a 20-gallon. That's one of the things. So it will be a smaller cart if we do have to go to a 4-cart system. So that's, I guess, a slight positive, but we'd rather have a 3-cart system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, great. Thank you so much for your presentation. We will be moving on. All right, we're moving on to the consent agenda. All items appearing on the consent agenda are recommended actions, which are considered to be routine and will be acted upon as one consensus motion. Any items removed will be considered to meet immediately after the consensus motion. The mayor will allow public input prior to the approval of the consent agenda. So does anyone, and instead of, you guys, I just want to make it clear that in case you don't need to necessarily pull something, if you want to just make a comment on it, or you can also say, I approve the consent agenda, but no on 8P. So you are allowed to do that as well. So we can keep it as a whole, just a reminder. Does anybody have any comments on the consent agenda? Yes, Councilmember Montesino.
I don't have any comments. I just want to move staff the consent agenda forward.
Okay, I think we need to go out to the public first. Okay. So when we come back after, so any comments from the council? Councilmember Parker, then Gonzalez, then Garcia, then Hurst. Okay, no. Okay. Go ahead, Garcia, Councilmember. You're on mute. Go ahead. Oh, we can't hear you.
You're still on mute, Rebecca.
You're on mute, Rebecca.
Okay, am I?
There you go. You're on now. Yes.
Okay. First, I lost you, so I don't see you at all. So as long as you can hear me, that's fine. The question that I had to do with 8F. In terms of the award contract, also Remcho for redistricting. And my question is, they state that they're going to give a presentation to the council on the new guidelines for redistricting. And I'd just like to know when that was going to happen.
I will be checking with them if the council approves this contract. I will check with them to their availability, and we're hoping that probably the second meeting in March. but I will keep you posted.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on 8H. Actually, it's more than a comment, but I was wondering if we could add to the administration part that they review the flag for approval. Is that possible? That can be done at an administrative level, that an application be formulated?
You can vote against it, but I mean, I think now it's the
No,
whole.
I'm not voting against anything. I'm just asking. It's a comment, kind of like a question. I didn't want to pull it. That if staff could create an application.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Gonzalez, I think the intent is that we would have a very simple application administratively that reflects what the policy sets forth. Ultimately, I think the decision around what commemorative flags to fly are really a policy decision of the council to make and not an administrative decision. But in speaking about this with our city clerk, I think the plan would be to have a very simple application that just asks how the request complies with the policy to meet those minimum requirements. It'd be a very, very low threshold. And then the flag would come forward to the council for actual decision. So it would really just be an opportunity to screen to make sure that they're clearly identifying what flag is being requested, how it meets, the spirit of the policy. That's it. And then it would be coming forward to the council to make the final decision. So I just want to make that clear.
And the public, the person who's asking for the flag would still need to go through one of you to have it placed on the agenda.
And that's consistent with the policy you have before you. So I don't think what Councilmember Gonzalez is requesting requires a change to the policy that is on your agenda.
All right, thank you. Any further questions, Councilmember Gonzalez? Okay, Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just wanted to comment briefly on 8K and 8L. This is the library board trustee appointment of Don Brown. And I think Don Brown may be on the line tonight. He's a retired teacher, a highly educated guy, a community guy. He'll be a real great addition to the library trustee board. And applicant Crystal Salcido, she's very, very bright as well and highly educated. And she couldn't attend this evening because she's coaching the mock trial group out of the high school. I think it's Watsonville High School. And so I just wanted to welcome both of them and give John Brown an opportunity to say hello if he might choose to, wish to. And it's great to have community members that are so highly qualified step up and help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both to Dawn and Crystal. And I believe Dawn was my science teacher in 8th grade at EA Hall. So thank you for participating, Dawn. All right. So anybody else, any comments before I move out to the public? Okay. This will go out to the public. If there's any comments on the consent agenda, any of the items, this is your time to speak on them. Damara, do we have anybody?
I'm looking, Mayor. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Hi, yes, my name is Ellie. I'm from District 7. I saw that there was public comment sent in on item 8H on what Black Lives Matter is and isn't, was or wasn't. So for the record, in July of 2013, the movement began with the use of the hashtag Black Lives Matter on social media after the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin early in 2012. Since then, it was used again for Mike Brown, Eric Gardner, Walter Scott, Layleen Polanco, Freddie Gray, Sandra Bland, Tamir Rice, Roxanne Moore, John Crawford, Tony McDade, Tamario Smith from Santa Cruz, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and hundreds of other Black lives that do indeed matter. Black lives matter, Black trans lives matter, Black trans women matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's for 8I. Appreciate it. All right, the next caller.
Go ahead, Citlali.
Okay, city council members. Citlali here, District 2. I would also like to comment on agenda items regarding the commemorative flags. I think that it is a great thing that we as a city are really trying to show our respect to these movements, right? But I want us to take it a step further, right? I am in support of flying these flags, but I want us to think about what else as a community are we doing to uplift Black voices, LGBTQ voices, right? In just flying these flags, I want to make it very clear that it is performative if we are not doing taking additional steps to helping these communities out. If we are going to be flying these flags, what are we making or what are we doing in our community to make the Black community safer, feel safer in our city? What are we doing for LGBTQ folks to feel safer in our city? What are we doing to provide more equitable opportunities for marginalized communities? And that is something that I want us all to consider when this issue does come up for a vote. So just please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Chris.
So I speak for myself, but also we have a Santa Cruz County Black Coalition for Racial Justice and Equity, which was formed last year. And so exactly what the last person said is that we don't want to see performative action. And one of our members is part of the ad hoc committee. So, we have that voice as well, but we just don't want to see this just like, oh, we did this and then nothing else happened. This has to be a continuing conversation. And I'm one of the few members of this group that lives in Watsonville. So to me, it hits harder. I didn't grow up here, but I see I'm one of the few Black people you'll ever see walking around here. And that's a difficult position to be in, especially today. And so that's what I have to say for now.
Thank you, Chris.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna bring it back to the council.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I need to tell you that for the Black Lives Matter flag, I do have a proposal, a quote from our vendor. And I just want to say that I don't know if we're going to get it on time, if it's going to take a few days or a few weeks. So you're not going to see the flag flying tomorrow because we don't have one. And we're waiting until the council made this, approved it. So it may
So
be.
we just want to make it aware to the community that the flag may not fly until next February. So since February will be the month, Black History Month is when the flag will be flying. Okay, thank you for that clarity. Anybody have any comments off of what Beatrice just said? Okay, so Councilmember Montesino, do you want to take?
I want to make the motion to
make the
approve the staff
motion.
recommendation.
Councilmember Parker, thank you. Has a second. All in favor? Roll call?
Yes. Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia? Gonzalez?
Rebecca?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Hurst?
Yes.
Montesino?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes. This passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Now we're moving to public hearings, ordinances, and appeals. This is the first item will be our consideration of comprehensive annual fiscal Financial report. This will be given by Director Sherswin, and it will receive audited financial reports for fiscal year 2019 to 20 and a mid-year financial report for fiscal year 2020, 2021.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm going to just switch and share my screen and bring up a presentation.
Oh my God. Oh.
Okay, let's see. Okay, hang on. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then I'm going to get started. So this is our next budget update, but it also includes your adoption, or I hope your adoption of last year's comprehensive annual financial report, commonly known as the CAFR. I'm going to talk about last year a little short because I know that's, in the past. That we're talking about the fiscal year that ended June 30th, 2020. And I presented on this many times throughout the year. And then of course, as we were ending with COVID things happening. So you've heard a lot about 2020, so I'm not going to waste too much time. Overall, the city did increase its net position. But one thing I did really want to point out to kind of drive home some other things we've talked about in the past is when we're talking about governmental funds, actually the net position of our governmental funds declined. So overall, the city, our net position went up, but what was a decline in the governmental funds was offset by business type activities, which is our utilities. And so the reason the governmental funds declined is basically two major things that we've talked about, that being our capital assets declined in value. So our depreciation, our value of depreciation outpaced our value of additions to our capital assets. And then of course our CalPERS liability kept going up. So those kind of two liabilities have resulted in a net decline in our governmental position. So we've talked about some of those in the past, but just kind of another way to show that those really are kind of two big driving liabilities for the city. The flip side of that is actually some very good news in that our general fund balance increased. And so we now have a general fund balance of almost 16 something million, well, 16 million. And it's about 35% of our operating expenditures. You recall that our policy is actually to have that be at 20%. So I want to remind you that we set that policy back in 2018 when we were reviewing the 2017 fund balance. At that point, we were around 12%, which was way below what financial standards recommends. So now we're above that percentage, and we've been there for a couple of years. So I think we're now at this point where we should, one, revise our reserve policies to make sure that they're not just the bare minimum, that they're actually at the right level for a city with our risk factors. But also we should be making that fund balance work for us. So the point of having fund balance is to make sure it can help smooth out kind of lumps and bumps in economic cycles, both on the revenue side and on expenditures. So you can expect that as we go through strategic planning in the next couple of months and preparing for the next year's budget, you will see with the budget proposal this year, some proposals about how we can use that fund balance specifically to address those two liabilities I just talked about. How can we use that to really address some of our capital needs and then also our CalPERS liability? So look for that with next year's, with the budget coming up. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about last year. So now I'm going to move on to this year. So this is now our sort of third update on 2021. And this is data through the end of December 31st.
We always kind of get ahead of ourselves. Remember, in December 31st, we were kind of in the middle of kind of the worst time in terms of COVID. But we actually only have sales tax data through September 30th. So the sales tax data that I'm going to be talking to you about is pre that horrible sort of peaky period that we had around the holidays. So just keep that in mind as I'm going through and talking about the revenues and where we're at. So overall, our general fund revenue picture is it's pretty steady of what I've presented to you over the last few meetings. Nothing has changed dramatically. Property tax, utility tax, hotel tax, all of those are not really, well, hotel tax is seeing the decline we projected, but property tax and utility tax aren't seeing the declines that we had anticipated. We are seeing a little bit more decline in some departmental revenues, specifically police and the Parks and Community Services than we had expected. That's mainly because, Parks is still not able to provide activities at the same level they would like to. And our budget anticipated very optimistically that would be able to start offering services in September, and that really hasn't happened. Police revenue is down basically because for a long time they restrained from parking enforcement. And then you also recall at the beginning of the year that the school district canceled their contract for police officers at the high schools, which obviously the schools were closed. So we are seeing more declines in the department revenues than maybe we were a few months ago, but nothing that's really swinging us too far. So I want to dive into sales tax a little bit because this is just, this is really, it's great what's telling us of what's going on in the economy. So in our last quarter, our quarter 3, again, this is through September 30th, you can see that we have 2 really high little peaks, right? So we have a couple of strange things going on. So one is that we had this very high sales quarter for auto and transportation. We think that's kind of a one-time phenomenon. We don't think that that's going to be a new sort of sustained level. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but one quarter does not a trend to make. So we're just going to kind of watch that. And then down below, you can see that after sort of peaking or really dipping down, a lot of our other categories are really starting to peak up, or they were at least at the end of quarter 3. So it looks like quarter 2 is going to be our low point. And now quarter 3 is sort of inching back up a little bit in all the other categories. The other category that's just kind of through the roof right now is the state and county pools. And we've talked about this in the past as well. The county pools are your online sales that you buy online. It all goes into a pool and then it gets divided up against all the county municipalities based on that municipality's local brick and mortar sales. Okay. So I'm going to dive into that county pools for just 1 second to kind of show you there's kind of 3 things happening with the online sales taxes. So this is showing kind of how the pool, the red bars are how much was in that pool, and then the blue line is our share of that pool. And so you can see this quarter, Q4 of 2019, pre-pandemic, but that's the first quarter that I don't know if anybody remembers about the big Wayfair decision that happened at the Supreme Court. But this whole new bucket of online goods finally started being taxed. So when we're comparing Q3 of 2020 to Q3 of 2019, we're also, there's a jump just because we're now including this new bucket of taxes from the Wayfair decision. On top of that, we're adding in all the new purchases that people are making online because of the pandemic. And then Watsonville is, you can see that since the pandemic started, our share of that pool has just really increased pretty dramatically. And what's happening is we're really benefiting from the fact that Santa Cruz, Capitola, Aptos have lost all of their tourism and all of their sort of online shopping. So again, it's based on your brick and mortar sales. So if they've lost all those people going into their city and buying things, their share of the pool went down and our share of the pool went up. So this is great news for us during the pandemic, but it's creating a little bubble that's probably not going to last forever. At some point, people will start going back to Santa Cruz. The mall in Capitola may not come back in the same way for sure. So, you know, we may not go back down to the level we were at before, but we can expect that this will deflate at some point. So right now we're kind of riding a bubble of other people's hurt, unfortunately, if that makes sense. So the other way to kind of see this, and I know this chart is really small, but these is kind of all of our surrounding neighbors and their kind of per capita sales tax. And if you kind of just draw a straight line of Watsonville straight across, you can see that we're kind of back to where we were pre-pandemic, or maybe even a little above. And we're really the only jurisdiction on this chart that's there. Everybody else is really below where they were pre-pandemic. So, so again, part of this is we're riding this little bubble of other people's hurts. So I guess suffice it to say that what I just wanted to kind of drive home is that we don't expect this to last forever, right? At some point, things will settle back down and our share of the pool will go down and people will start shopping elsewhere again. Okay. Overall, though, general fund revenues, it's the same story that I've had for several presentations now. We're looking to end the year probably about $5 million better than budget. Remember, we had a $6 million projected deficit. So this is great news, but it gets us to basically about flat from where we were in prior years. It's really not giving us any kind of growth that we would expect in a normal year. And there's still a lot of uncertainty around this. I'm not feeling uncertain about this year, for example, but I am sort of uncertain about what's going to be happening in future years. We talked about how a lot of this is filling in the dip because we had budgeted that we were going to dip down really far. So a lot of this money is filling in this dip and it's making it feel sort of like one-time money. And there's just a lot of uncertainty in the economy still. It's, you know, the economy is going to change based on vaccination rate, based on schools reopening, based on what a new economy looks like. Will our people stay unemployed? Are they being floated by the stimulus? Once they start working again, are they going to start spending their money in Santa Cruz or in San Jose or outside of the city again? Remember, we said that part of this is I think Watsonville people are spending their money in Watsonville more so than in the past. So there's just too much flux to really feel with certainty what next year's sales tax are going to look like. I think we're still waiting to see what a new normal looks like. And it may actually take several quarters before we get there. Again, because you know, the stimulus is great, but it's also sort of masking maybe underlying problems that we're not seeing yet. So my mantra is going to be, we can proceed, and we're definitely not in the horrible place we expected to be. But we also still need to continue to proceed with caution. So flipping to expenditures a little bit, if you remember, we cut about $4 million worth of expenditures out of our general fund budget. We really tightened our belts. And we might have tightened them a little bit too much. So some departments are starting to kind of flow over the top of their pants a little bit here. They're getting a little muffin top. So, so as you can see, if departments are to keep going under the current projections, we would wind up over budget by about $600,000 this year. So because we have the revenues to support these expenditures, we are asking for a series of additional appropriations to help the departments get through the fiscal year. So the big one is police and fire overtime. Both departments are struggling with overtime this year. In addition to having just reduced staffing, because we did cut positions from both departments, they're also dealing with some turnover and having some vacant positions. And then the fire department in particular is less able to, you know, they basically have to staff on overtime because of minimum staffing rules. So, you know, this fire department on top of that had a lot of strike teams going out. Now they're helping with vaccination efforts. So both departments are really having overtime issues. And so we're asking for about $216,000 one-time money for the fire department. And then $89,000 for the police department. Now the police department, this is mostly one time. It's the overtime is one time. We're also asking a little bit more to support a contract that you recently approved with the police sergeants. And that of course will be ongoing. Both of these are overtime. We'll be really looking at their staffing needs more in depth, but as part of the bigger budget process. The community development department, we've also talked about in that they really haven't seen any decline in their workload or in their revenues, even though we thought that was going to happen. It just hasn't. And so we're basically asking to build their department back up to the level of what it was kind of pre-pandemic. So we cut 3 positions from their budget. We added a couple back in December, and we're asking for another 1.5 at this time. Plus some contract money, because what has happened is that they've had to go out and get contractors to do the work that they normally would have staff to do. So they need to keep that contract money until they can get some staff and hire up and get people trained. And then that contract money will become one time. So that won't be ongoing in their budget, but it's the bridge they need to be able to get that work done and keep providing service to our customers until they can get staffed back up. That is revenue backed. It's all backed by their revenues because they have not seen any decline in revenues, essentially. Parks and community services, they're still not able to offer the recreation activities that they would like to, but they are maintaining their parks and managing a very large amount of capital projects and work going on, it's actually great timing for them to get some of that work done. So we're asking for some money for them, one, to pay for a recently approved labor contract, some more money to do some parks maintenance. And then they're also asking for some one-time money to do some impact fee studies so that they can look for more sustainable funding sources in the future. It's kind of a really great time for them to be able to take advantage and do some of this one-time work. And then sort of all citywide non-departmental is we've had 2 major emergencies this year, and we've spent money on them, and we've had no appropriations for them. So on COVID spending, we continue to spend money on PPE, additional cleaning, reconfiguration of public spaces. We anticipate spending about $100,000 this fiscal year. And we will be applying to FEMA to request reimbursement. Though that process is really long and it's unclear how much FEMA is going to actually approve or not, but we are going to be applying. But regardless, we have those expenditures and we've actually made most of them. And so we need some support. The other thing, of course, was the CZU fires. Overall, between police and fire and setting up shelters, we spent as a city $482,000 supporting efforts around the fire. The vast majority of that is going to be reimbursed. The police and fire costs were the most expensive, and we've already submitted those invoices. But there is a little bit of balance of money that's not going to be reimbursed, about $56,000. And so we're asking for some appropriation authority to be able to fund those expenses. So then in non-general fund funds, the airport is asking for an additional position. The airport put themselves on a very lean diet this year. And then just like the general fund, they're not seeing a decline in revenues. And they also actually reduced their staff by about 3, which is huge for a department that's actually only 10, it was only 13 people. So their guys are really kind of feeling the hurt and having to work long shifts. And so they're asking for one additional position. And their revenues will support that. It's not going to be a problem. The utility funds are asking for a safety coordinator position. This was a position they had previously, but it was vacant and they eliminated it during what we thought was going to be a crisis moment. And they're now feeling that they would like to have that back, that it's an important position due to the nature of their work. So they're asking for a safety coordinator position. And then they're realigning some of their capital plan in the water and sewer department. And then in the MSC, they SHOP, which is an internal service fund for the city. They're asking for a number of increases that actually just reflect reality. they always spend that every year. And so this is really just truing up to what they actually need. So, and so this is a summary of appropriation requests. You can see most of it is one time. Again, we're really focusing on one time or revenue backed expenditures until we get a more solid picture of where we're going to be landing in terms of a new economy. And then sort of lastly, I just, because you are also adopting today, or I'm requesting that you adopt today, the Measure G audit for the last fiscal year, just kind of giving you a summary of what's going on with Measure G. So again, it's sales tax driven. And so we expected this to tank and it just hasn't. So in fiscal year 1920, both departments, both police and fire, ended with increased reserve amounts. This was before the parks was added. And so the parks portion and the parks share began this fiscal year. And this fiscal year, we reduced the budgets a little bit of police and fire, but we were really actually expecting that they would rely on their fund balance to get them through what we thought was going to be a decline in sales tax. Again, that hasn't happened. And so they're going to wind up actually ending the year again, further adding to their reserves. We're working with all of the departments on some capital planning. And again, we don't want to just be sitting on reserves. So we're going to be working with both departments going forward. Now that this doesn't have a sunset in the same way, we'll be working with both departments to come up with a plan for their reserves. And you can look for that in next year's budget as well, similar to what we're going to be doing with the general fund reserve. So in summary, just a big reminder, I think we just need to proceed with caution until we know where the new normal is going to be. The local economy is sort of floating on the sales tax bubble. Like I said, that's really, I think, being driven by the fact that Santa Cruz and some of our surrounding areas are hurting so badly. I also think there's likely to be some ups and downs before things really settle down. There's a lot of talk about, when things finally open up, people have been kind of cramped up going out and doing a splurge of spending. So we also need to be cautious that if that happens, that also doesn't reflect normal. It's probably going to be a while before we understand what normal is going to be. And so we just need to be careful and be aware of what the risks are. So next steps, at some point in March, not sure yet which meeting, I will probably come to you with a budget outlook. I'll give you some best guesses about where we're looking for the next 2 years, because in June, you'll be getting a 2-year budget presented to you. In May, then we're going to keep monitoring people's budgets. I don't plan to come back to you for a third quarter or a 9-month update unless the situation changes dramatically from what I'm presenting right now. If we do, we'll come back in May. But if things look like they're very similar to what we're talking about right now, I won't come back to you again until we talk about the actual budget. Just a reminder of your couple of motions. So it's to accept the CAFR for last year, the mid-year report, the Measure G audit for last year, and then the appropriations as I presented to them. Any questions?
Thank you. And so at this point, I will be going out to the council for any questions for Cindy. If there are any questions before I go out to the public, Councilmember Montesino. You're on mute.
Yeah, I got a few questions. So you talked about we may be at a 5 million better than budget expectation. And our policy on the general fund was 20%, and now we're at 35% for the last couple of years. And you said you're going to bring some numbers for the next budget. Are we going to have a discussion before you bring those numbers of where some of the changes of direction or priorities with new council members we might have?
I think, and Matt nodding his head, so I'm going to take a stab and see if he has any add, but I think this is going to be a big topic of discussion for the council as you approach your strategic planning. And so, yes, it will be a discussion with the council. I have some ideas and I'll propose them to you, but it's absolutely a topic for the council to discuss.
Okay. And under the fire department, you said, what are the challenges? Are we hiring? Are we training? Where are we at? Because that's a lot of overtime. And I remember the last time I was in council, it kept those same numbers. It hasn't changed. What's going on?
It actually did change for a while, council member, and it did go down. And unfortunately, this year is the first year in my time as finance director that it's gone back up. So we actually reduced the department by 4 positions, which is about 8% of their department. And then, of course, really the biggest thing this year is they went out on an inordinate number of strike teams early on in the fiscal year. So that was the driver number 1, and that accounts for almost $500,000 worth of overtime that they've incurred. On top of that, they have a number of vacancies right now. So not only do we reduce the department by 4 positions, I think right now, and Matt, correct me if they're wrong, I think they're dealing with 3 or 4 vacancies on top of that right now.
They are, and what I would add to that, Councilmember Montecito, Cindy's correct that we've been very closely monitoring and managing the police overtime, the fire overtime, because it has historically been an issue, but with cooperation and support from the fire department and our fire chief, we've been successful in bringing those back down into a reasonable range based on the size of our department. However, it's just that over this last year, because of the strike team assignments, which will be partially offset by revenues, and so it looks a little funny when you're looking at the gross amount based on what will be netted out. On top of the vacancies that we've experienced, we've seen that overtime tick up. And the challenge with hiring any of our firefighters is that it's a long process. We're getting ready to start another academy, and we just went through recruitment, and we've got some great candidates now that are moving through the pipeline that are local from Watsonville, which we're excited about. But it just takes a while to catch up, and that's what the numbers are reflecting.
I like the local portion of it very much. Under the CDD, what does the contractors do, or what are in relations to the department? So we decimated, we cut 3 positions, and then you're hiring contractors. How does that happen?
Yeah, well, so we wound up cutting their budget because their activity in the month of April, and again, you know, we had a very short time window when we had very little data in which we had to make decisions for the budget. So the month of April, they had 25% of their normal activity. Their activity dropped by 75%. And so based on that, and what had happened in the prior recession for CDD, CDD in the prior recession actually had a 30% decline. So between those 2 things happening and looking back, we decided to cut their budget by about 25%. And then since then, what it's turned out has happened is that, you know, people are home and they're doing things to their house. And so the volume of work that's going on in Susie's department just hasn't declined. It's not reacting the way it reacted in the last recession. And so for Susie to be able to keep, he literally has contractors reviewing plans, reviewing permits, actually working the permit counter. So she has been able to find consultants to come in and really just backfill what we were missing in positions. But we know that our own staff provide better service. They provide more consistent customer service. And so now that we've been through 6 months of this and we're saying, okay, this is different, it's not going to decline, we're asking to add the staff back. The contractors were sort of a backstop. But now that it doesn't look like it's declining, we want our people back.
Okay. And on the Parks and Recs and Community Services, what's the impact fee studies?
Well, so anytime you I think it's California law actually, that anytime you implement a new impact fee, right, which is the type of developer fee or development fee, you need to get a consultant to come and do a nexus study. And you actually need to get consultants to come and give you a study about what the impact would be on development and revenues and the nexus to what it is that you're trying to fund. So that's something that Nick and Matt have been interested in a while. And I think, as I mentioned, it's kind of good timing because they have some staff that can focus on doing that kind of work right now. And I don't know, Matt, if you want to add to that.
I think Cindy covered it well. I would just add that the park in lieu fee that we charge, that we levy on development, hasn't been increased in quite some time. And that's money that we collect that we could then use for expanding park space and renovating playgrounds as an example. So the impact fee study is really aimed at looking at what the current market will sustain and seeing if there's an opportunity for us to build up some sustainable park funding. That's the reason for that impact fee. The other one is part of our effort to expand our public art programs. So a number of communities, what they'll do is they'll establish, similar to the park in lieu, they'll establish an in lieu fee for commissioning public art programs. And so our hope with moving forward with that study would be to more specifically look towards building out what we're calling phase 2 of a public art program, and have dedicated funding to be able to expand those programs and be able to commission more public art projects in our community and support our local artist community. It's a very similar program and structure to what many other communities have in place.
Thank you. That's all my questions for right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia.
My first question, Cindy, is in sub-accounts that increase their fund balance, you listed cannabis. In the past, cannabis has not given us the funds anticipated. What was that increase and why do you think that increase occurred?
Rebecca, your speaker is kind of muffled. Yeah, you're muffled. Try it again.
Okay, I'll try again.
There you go. Right there.
So my comment was in some accounts that increase their fund balance, we listed cannabis. In the past, cannabis has not given us the funds anticipated. What was that increase and why do you think that increase happened?
So one of the points I made in the staff report that I didn't actually cover in my presentation is that when I talk about the way the CAFR defines general fund, it defines it as including this whole other bunch of sub-funds that according to accounting rules are considered general fund, and the cannabis is one of those. And so cannabis actually, the cannabis fund actually helped added to what you're seeing is that kind of big jump in our general fund balance this year by a couple $100,000, and more from underspending than from increased revenues. So the departments that have their cannabis allocations had a number of sort of did not wind up spending all of their allocations last year. And so it got carried forward to this year where they've actually used it for a number of capital projects and it's been allocated for capital. But when last year closed, the cannabis fund ended positively, partially because of revenue increases, but also partially because the departments didn't spend all of that money, and that added to our increase in fund balance.
Anybody else?
My second question, I have a.
Oh, you have none? Okay.
My second question is, you mentioned that the fire department has been an increase in overtime due to the fires and mutual aid. My understanding is we get reimbursement at a higher rate than what we pay. So my question is, wouldn't that reimbursement pay for that overtime?
So the amount that we are getting reimbursed, they do get reimbursed at a slightly higher rate, but their overtime is not solely from the strike teams. And so I don't know if you remember, but in December you appropriated for them $500,000, and that was pure revenue. So that So the overtime that you're approving now is less due to the strike teams and more due to just their turnover and their vacancies that they've had since then, because it was in December that you appropriated $500,000 for them with revenue backing. And so yes, the strike teams do cover most of it, but they're exceeding that even by a little bit further this year.
So then that leads to my final question, which actually piggybacks on a question by and that is, you talk a lot about.
You're muffled, Rebecca. Can't hear you.
I don't know what else to do.
There you go, right there. Whatever you're just doing, do it.
Okay.
There you are, right
Okay.
there.
Okay. So in terms of staff turnover, and we have 3 vacancies, why do you think that's happening?
I can take a crack at that. And I think we have Chief Lopez on the line too, and he can speak to it as well. Competition for firefighters is always strong. It also just so happens that a number of the other districts in the area have been hiring, and we've also lost a couple firefighters that have just chosen to move out of the area, as an example. And that includes moving up to Northern California, one relocated to Napa, and they're just making decisions as to where they want to put their roots, not just based on compensation, but based on other personal decisions, and those are harder to control. So it's, again, it's something that we are concerned about. We're monitoring it closely. And I know that Chief Lopez has been working with his command staff to really do a thorough recruitment process. And fortunately, we're moving into an academy as we speak, but it's going to be some time until we see the fruits of those efforts.
Okay, and I can understand at the personal level, but I think we have to take into consideration in terms of compensation. Are we giving them the compensation that they need? So it's just something to think about.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Anybody else? Questions? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one real quick one, and it's on the firefighters, poor firefighters. On the CSU response, you indicated that they didn't cover $56,000. Is that correct?
So the part that's not being covered for the fire response.
Then I guess the question is, why wasn't that covered if we responded to that?
So the part that's not being covered is actually miscellaneous staff. So police and fire are being covered. What's not being covered is regular salaries for parks and other miscellaneous employees who volunteered in the setup and takedown of the some of the shelter work that we did, and then some of our work with the EOC. So FEMA only reimburses for overtime. And so staff who took time out of their day and went and volunteered at those shelters on their regular hours, and we're given permission by their supervisors to do that, that's the time that's not being reimbursed.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, just a reminder to the council that we've gone through some very difficult years in the past. The late 90s were really tough, and when I came back into office in 2011, it wasn't very good then. And so, it's a cyclic deal. Times the pendulum swings, times get better, times get worse. We have to be prudent, we have to be careful, we have to be cautious, but we need to spend what we need to spend to retain our employees and provide the services that the public needs and requests. And so prudence and caution should be the name of the game, and not get too optimistic with our spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I just wanted to make a quick question. We see that Q4 has not been posted for 2020. To me, logically, it would be larger because of the holidays. Would I be wrong because of that?
You're correct.
Okay, so we should see a continued rise in our revenues then. Okay, perfect. And then did we see the restaurant numbers? I didn't even realize if we saw the restaurant numbers on there.
We did, and if you want me to share my screen again, I can bring that back up.
I'm just curious because I believe last time we spoke, they had shot up really high during the pandemic.
They are down, but they're not down as much as you would expect. Let me find it. And they're ticking back up. So let's see if you can see this. No, next one, back one. So the restaurants are the light purple line.
Okay.
Okay, so you can see that from where they're ending, they're below where they would be normally, but they are ticking back up a little bit. But this, of course, was in September, right? So this was the quarter of the summertime where outdoor dining had been permitted and all that kind of stuff. The next quarter, we'll probably see that go back down as the second round of shelter in place orders came in and the winter colder months kind of pushed people away from outdoor dining. So Q4 will be higher, but we always compare to the same quarter prior year to really see what's going on because quarters do have their own behavior. So I think Q4 will be up, but likely not on par with last year's Q4, if that makes sense.
Okay, great, thank you. And I would imagine though Q4 in restaurants would be pretty decent though because we didn't go back into shelter in place until after Christmas, I believe, right? So or around there. It was
yeah, you're right. I mean, it's kind of straddling a quarter. It's going to be like
it's exactly
January. That's really yeah, you're right.
Thank you. Well, those are good numbers for the situation we're in. So let's go out before we come back we can do comments on the way back if we would like, but let's go out to the public and see if there's any questions about the budget.
Natalie, go ahead.
Hi, so I quickly just want to address last year's community request during the June budget hearings to create budgets that are more reflective of the community's needs. And I just keep hearing people talk about or warning about the cost for programs like health, education, and environmental protection. But I want to stress that the pandemic has laid bare that underprepared and underserved communities cost priceless human lives. So I want to ask the city and Cindy, how are you guys really involving citizens in the construction of city budgets? Like, are there workshops or ad hoc committees? How are we ensuring that the citizens are involved in this process that really impacts our lives?
Okay, so
there's someone on an iPad 360, but I don't have a name.
Okay.
If you're on an iPad, can you please unmute? Let me see if I can.
Why don't we go to the next person and then we come back if they.
They're going. They're going.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we can hear them. So I'm gonna go to the next person.
Any more comments? Are there more comments? Okay.
Ellie, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I'd just like to echo what Natalie said. I'd like to be able to understand the budget a little bit more. I'd also like to know if this presentation can be found online and if we can make it accessible, easy to find, kind of like how the meeting was today. That's what I was referring to earlier, making these presentations that are so important to the public easy to access on the website so that we don't have to be jumping through so many clicks here, clicks there, and not being able to find it, giving up, which is what happens a lot because of the way that the website is built. But yeah, more public input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
I'm gonna try the iPad again, Mayor. iPad 360, I'm not sure who that might be.
Well, we tried, so
just give.
Are they trying?
No, I don't
Well,
think so.
unfortunately, we cannot connect. So we're
That
going to bring
is-
it back to, huh?
That's all the public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the council for a motion. Councilmember Montesino.
I move to approve staff recommendation. Thank you for the relieve my questions that I had. Really good job. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Councilmember Estrada. All right. I also want to say this is a good testament of spending locally. So this shows when you spend locally, I've as long as I've heard Councilmember Hurst, he has always been saying, spend your money locally. You guys have listened, and that's done our city very good. So keep spending locally, and hopefully after the pandemic is over, we keep our money locally. I don't know why people are drawn out of town to spend their money. That's going to be a further question, I guess we can ask. What's out of town that people are going to? So we can make sure that we have it here in Watsonville. All right, Beatrice.
Estrada?
Mayor, can I ask one question real quick?
Yes.
To the city manager, Matt, in terms of the requests that were made, I know that earlier in the year we had talked about that, and I know that there was you had mentioned that there would be an effort to sort of inform more of the community about how the budget is made, and I guess I also wanted to hear and see if there would be if there are any updates, or are you still continuing to do that, maybe at least for the next upcoming budget?
Yeah, that's the intent. So as we move into the 2-year development, budget development process, like Cindy had mentioned, we're trying to do that in parallel with updating the council's strategic plan, which will really help inform and prioritize funding opportunities as we start building up the budget. So there will be opportunities for the community to weigh in as part of both of those processes. We don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but we are structuring it with that in mind. And we'll be providing that opportunity.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you. Go ahead, Beatrice.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Hurst?
Yes.
Montesino?
Yes.
Parker? Dutra?
Yes. Thank you. This unanimously passes. Did Parker vote?
No, I don't think she's on.
Okay, so 6-0.
Yeah.
Okay, should we take let's take a 5-minute bio break for the council members, since the next one's gonna be a long issue. So we'll be back here actually at 9 o'clock sharp. We will be back. So see you then. Hi, everybody. I just want to welcome you back.
Mayor, can you please wait another moment, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, Mayor, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. And good evening, everybody. I want to say welcome back to our meeting and thank you for being here. I have some news that I wanted to be completely transparent with you from the beginning before we start this topic, because we believe transparency is important. One of our council members, Councilmember Ari Parker, now has a family emergency. So she has every intention and she wants to vote on this topic. So what we're going to do, and she's hoping to at least to listen and to participate as much as she can. We are not sure whether or not this will happen because of the emergency that she's having. If this is the case, we will move forward with the issue. If we find out at any part of the meeting that this cannot happen, we will continue this item until she is able to join us again. City Manager Matt Huffaker will be in contact with her, and he will let me know as soon as he finds out if we need to continue this. So I just wanted to be clear, our hearts go out to Ari at this time, and hopefully she can deal with the family issue that she has right now, that she has on her plate. Councilmember Hurst. Oh, I thought you were waving your hand. Okay.
Well, let me just say, I think that's certainly a good move, because we need a full council on all our decisions, but particularly on ones that are most controversial, as this one appears to be. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's. Is Councilmember Parker on now? Okay.
Councilmember Parker's on and listening in.
And listening. Okay, great. So let's move on to new business. This is in regard to the Washington bust. And we will be having a staff report by Parks and Community Services Director Nick.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the community, and my fellow teammates here at the city. My heart also goes out to Councilmember Parker as well, as she deals with her family emergency. I'm here this evening. Sorry, let me take a step back. Nick Kalabakia, Parks and Community Services Director for the City of Watsonville. I can't remember if I said that or not. I'm here this evening to present on the location of the George Washington bust that is currently situated in our downtown City Plaza. The issue that's before you tonight is that the council must determine the future location of the George Washington bust currently in the City Plaza, following significant community input advocating that the bust be removed, along with significant community input advocating that the bust remain in its current location. It should be noted that this issue is more than a business decision regarding the location of the bust of a historical figure. As expressed through a large amount of community inputs, this is a policy decision about whether or not the bust should remain in our City Plaza, a space that's so central and symbolic to our city, as a representation of the values and mores of our community today and in the future. The recommendation tonight is reflective of feedback received from Watsonville residents through the community survey that indicated a majority desire to keep the bust in place, and further input collected during a town hall meeting that was held back in October of 2020 that indicated a strong desire to work together and find a solution that does more to bring our community together rather than divide it further. So the recommendation tonight is that, in accordance with this feedback from community members, that the council adopt a resolution directing staff to, 1, keep the George Washington bust in its current location in the City Plaza, and 2, add a bilingual plaque to the podium of the bust that describes a broad historical perspective about George Washington. I'm going to start with a little bit of background regarding the bust and how it came to be displayed in our City Plaza. The bust was installed in the plaza through a gift to the city from the estate of Lloyd F. Allaga. Mr. Allaga was born and raised in Watsonville, attending Moreland Notre Dame Academy and later Watsonville High School. And he passed away at his home here in Watsonville in 1997. At the time of his death, he was unmarried and had no children or close relatives nearby. And in his last will and testament, he left a large gift to the city in 2 separate parts. There was a $200,000 gift that he left to the library to purchase reference works. And there was an additional $100,000 that he also left to the city to procure a bust of George Washington to be placed in the City Plaza. The slide here is a direct quote from his last will and testament, and it says that 5% of the value of the Allaga estate would be given to the city of Watsonville, which in its testator's opinion suffers from a dearth of public statuary for the purpose of acquiring a bust of George Washington made by a sculptor of reputation in the style called representational or realistic, to be placed in the plaza on a plinth or block, if possible, made of the characteristic granite from the Aromas Granite Rock Quarry, with a plaque with the following inscription. And I won't read all of that, but you can see it there. So why George Washington? During Lord Alaga's funeral, his cousin Mateo Litnuch performed a eulogy for Lloyd, and he stated that Lloyd left a sum of money to the city of Watsonville if they will erect in the plaza a statue of George Washington. And I think I know why. Gramp, his Uncle Mato, was very proud of being an American and felt that America had given our family everything it had. Philosophically, this bequest reflects his belief in what is right and what is just. This next slide here is a timeline of the production of the bust. So again, in June of 1997, Lloyd Alaga passed away. In May of 1999, the City of Watsonville Council accepted both gifts from the Alaga estate, the amount of $100,000 for the bust, and the remainder of which was to be used to help to restore the historic fountain in the plaza, along with the gift of $200,000 for library reference works. When the council voted on this back in May of 1999, it passed unanimously with a vote of 6-0, with one council member who was not in attendance during that meeting. In late 1999, the city released an RFP calling for artists to create and install the bust. And in April of 2000, the city entered into an agreement with an artist by the name of Michelle Armitage from the city of Santa Cruz for $70,000 to create and install the bust in the city plaza. The artist then worked on the creation of the bust, and later in February of 2001, an unveiling ceremony was held in the plaza, and they installed a slightly larger than life bust of George Washington made out of bronze using what's called a lost wax technique. Here's a little closer look at the bust as it sits today in our city plaza. And the inscription below it, with the inscription that was outlined in the will and last testament of Mr. Alaga. This was also a request from Mr. Alaga in his gift to the city that this wording be placed here as well. And this is a memorial plaque dedicating the plaque on the date that it was placed here, along with recognizing the artist who worked on the piece. Some other background on the bust itself. There's some questions that have come up throughout this community conversation about whether or not the bust itself is part of the historical designation of the city plaza. So as many of you know, the city plaza was added to the National Register of Historic Places, and that happened back in 1982. Because the bust was placed in the plaza in the early 2000s, it was not part of that original designation as a historic place, and it has not been added as a feature to the plaza's designation either. So fast forward 19, 20 years to 2020. This slide here gives us kind of just a brief overview of the community conversation and discussion that's happened over the past 7 months. I will go into further detail regarding each of these different actions that have taken place over the past several months, but this just is kind of a high-level overview of how the conversation has transpired. So in July of 2020, there were a number of petitions that were circulated both in favor of and against the removal of the bust. In August, we had a study session with the Parks and Recreation Commission. The following month in September, we opened up a survey to the public to gauge public opinion on the matter. We provided a short update to the Parks and Rec Commission in September, and then in October held a town hall meeting, during which time we revealed the results of the survey to the public and had some further discussion with community members regarding next steps. And then finally, in November, we brought the survey results along with a summary of the town hall meeting to the Parks and Recreation Commission for the development of their recommendation to the City Council, which brings us to tonight. All right, so rewind the clock a little bit back to July of 2020. So following the death of George Floyd in May 2020, a dialogue regarding social and racial equality was really brought to the forefront both nationally and here locally in Watsonville. And in July of 2020, city staff were made aware that a petition had been created and was being circulated on a website called change.org by a collective known as Revolunas. And the petition called for the removal of the George Washington statue in Watsonville Plaza. Staff were then made aware of a second petition on change.org that was initiated by a community member calling to save the George Washington statue in our downtown park. This was followed by a third petition on a site called petition.com, which was initiated by another community member entitled Save Watsonville George Washington Statue. After those three petitions were circulated, Revolunas hosted a sit-in on July 17th, 2020 in front of the George Washington bust that was attended by community members both in support of and against the removal of the bust. Another group organized a sit-in to save the bust that was held on July 30th, 2020. And all throughout that time, the City Council, City Manager, City Clerk, and the Parks and Recreation Commission received many emails and letters and phone calls regarding this matter. The petitions and correspondence that was received by the city clearly outlined two opposing arguments and positions on the placement of the bust in the City Plaza, both with high levels of support for those positions. Following the large amount of community inputs on this topic, we held a study session with the Parks and Recreation Commission on August 3rd of 2020 that was attended by over 190 individuals. And during the study session, staff presented a report providing background information on the bust, most of which I started my presentation with tonight. And then commissioners and members of the public had the opportunity to ask questions and voice their opinions regarding the matter. This really unprecedented community conversation allowed for the opportunity to determine what concerns needed to be addressed, along with what additional information was needed for further action. During the study session that we had with the Parks and Recreation Commission and through the correspondence that was received, there were several concerns that were surfaced as expressed by both individuals who advocated for the removal of the bust, along with those who advocated that it remain in the City Plaza. So some of those concerns included that opinions expressed through the petitions that were circulated, along with other correspondence, were from people who didn't live in Watsonville or who were essentially non-residents of the city. Some of these opinions stemmed from the fact that first that there was no way to really systematically verify if the individuals who signed the different petitions or wrote letters or spoke during meetings actually lived in the city of Watsonville. We also heard concerns from some people who were involved in we heard concerns that people who are involved in the conversations may not only be from out of town but also maybe from out of state. And staff was able to obtain lists from both positions that states the city that signers self-reported that they live in, but there wasn't a real way to verify residency based on those petitions. Overall, there was a concern that individuals who didn't live in Watsonville were either influencing or even driving the conversation from both directions. There were also concerns that duplicate responses from individuals could be counted. So all of the petitions contained duplicate names and or names that were listed as anonymous. And because of that, we as staff were not able to tell whether someone had signed petitions twice. In addition to that, many individuals both signed petitions as well as wrote letters and emails and made phone calls and also spoke during Parks and Recreation Commission meetings. So simply counting the number of petition signers or total number of letters or emails or speakers, et cetera, didn't really provide us with super accurate data, because if we did that, there'd be many people who'd be counted twice or three times and then some. finally, that there were concerns that there wasn't enough time for the community to learn about the discussion and or weigh in on it. There were concerns that some individuals learned about this important topic kind of late in the game by the time the study session with the Parks and Recreation Commission rolled around, or they didn't know about it at all by that point in August. And if they did, there wasn't enough time to attend the study session, or they didn't know that it was happening. And in addition to that, there were barriers in weighing in on the topic, such as, again, time, technology, and of course, COVID. So in order to really create a path forward, it became clear that a more involved community input process was needed to help address these concerns. So staff then solicited input from the main groups that authored the 2 larger petitions regarding next steps, and then worked to make plans to develop a community survey. So the survey that we ended up creating really worked to help address the concerns that I outlined on the previous slide. It gave us an opportunity to provide a verified data source to help inform recommendations to both the Parks and Recreation Commission and eventually to the City Council, which we are doing this evening. So the survey tool gave us a better ability to account for city residency. We created a survey that asked for not just the city of residence, but also for street addresses that could be easily verified. It also gave us the ability to better control for duplicate responses as we controlled the survey. It gave us the ability to also gather broader community input. We were able to cast a wide net through a robust marketing effort, and we included the survey link in the city newsletter that goes out to all city water account holders. We emailed it to a database of 2,000 plus individuals in our email distribution system. We sent the link to the authors of the petitions of the petitions, who then forwarded that out to their constituents and followers. And then we asked everybody involved in the process up to that point to please share the survey widely. And then finally, we use social media to push the link out further. We also believe that as a city, we were able to kind of generate interest in the survey and gather community input from a neutral source that wasn't pushing one side of the argument or the other. And we also used the survey as an educational tool on the topic, and included core language from both of the petitions, or both of the main petitions in the survey, to help provide the public with kind of education around what was being discussed and how it was being discussed, at least through those larger petitions. And then we also put it out for a full month in the hopes that it was long enough for those that were interested in weighing in on the topic to be able to respond and provide their input. So diving into the survey details, the collection dates for the survey were September 1st through the 30th, 2020. We used SurveyMonkey, and it was translated in both English and in Spanish. We received 1,231 responses. And it's important to note that most surveys that the city puts out receive somewhere between 300 and 400 total responses. So the level of response for this survey is pretty significant. We were also able to work with our city's Geographic Information System Coordinator, or GIS coordinator, to be able to take a look at the results and the information that was received and identify respondents that were city residents. So out of that a little over 1,200 responses, 498 of those were from Watsonville City residents. In terms of the questions that were asked on the survey itself, respondents were asked about their opinion on the placement of the bust, first and foremost, and depending on their response, they were taken to a specific set of questions that dove further into their specific opinions. So respondents were then asked how strongly they felt in their opinion about the bust remaining or being removed from the city plaza. They were asked to answer that on a scale of 1 to 5. Respondents were then asked about the reasons for their opinion, and the reasons that were given as selections on the survey were really just language that aligned directly with the petitions that were circulated. Respondents were then asked about actions that they would support. And then finally, respondents were asked to give their name and their address. Originally, the survey had asked respondents to also include their email and phone number, but we ended up changing both of those items to optional after hearing feedback from the community. So I'm going to dive now into our survey results and talk a little bit about kind of the overall summary and how that affects city residency to start with. So you can see here, out of the over 1,200 responses that we received, 733 respondents, or 60%, stated that they think that the bus should remain in the city plaza. And 427 respondents, or 35%, stated that they believe that the bus should be removed. And 71 respondents, or 6%, stated that they were indifferent on the topic. Again, just to remind the council, a breakdown of resident respondents versus non-residents. Out of the 1,200 respondents, close to 500 were residents, or about 40%, versus 733, which were non-residents. And for the purpose of this study, and in working with our GIS teammates, in terms of residents, what we define resident was anybody who provided a verifiable street address within the city limits. Folks who were classified as non-residents or unknowns were those that provided an address either outside of Watsonville, provided an unverified address, or didn't enter an address at all. So now if we kind of now layer residency on top of the results of our survey, the chart here along with the bar graphs here show how residency applies or affects the overall results. And what this slide really tells us is that when we factor in for residency, it really doesn't change the overall results all that much. So you can see that Watsonville residents by a rate of 59% responded that the bus should remain in place versus 59% out of all surveyed respondents. And 36% of Watsonville residents responded that the bus should be removed versus 35% of total respondents. This slide here just shows the same data, just in a little bit of a different way. But what you can see here from the pie charts is that whether we factor for residency or not, the kind of split in opinion remains about the same, with about 59%, give or take, of respondents saying that the bus should remain in the city plaza, 36 versus 35% stating that it should be removed, and 5% versus 6% stating that the bus, or that they're indifferent on the topic. So moving on to our follow-up questions. The next question that respondents were asked was how strongly they feel about their opinion of whether the bus should be removed or remain. And you can see here that on average, individuals who agree with one position or the other feel equally as strong about their position at a rate of about 4 3/4 out of 5. The next set of questions in the survey asked about reasons for why individuals felt that the bus should either be removed or that it remain in the city plaza. So proponents of the bus being removed were given the various options that are listed here. You can see on the screen currently. So the most supported reason that the bus should be removed based on these options was that George Washington supported the genocide of indigenous people. The next most popular selection was that the bus does not reflect the values of our community, followed by the fact that George Washington owned slaves, and then that the bus is a symbol of white supremacy and racism. And then 16% also selected other. And with these options, individuals were allowed to check all that applied and all that they agreed with. So in terms of other reasons that individuals gave, here are kind of a list of the ones that came up kind of more thematically. That the bust ignores other parts of history or tells an incomplete story of history. That George Washington is irrelevant to local history. This one came up quite a few times and pointed to the fact that George Washington, although is the father of our country, doesn't have much to do with the local history here in Watsonville, and the fact that California was not a state of the Union when George Washington was president. Other reasons that were stated were a need for a symbol that better represents our community, that George Washington represents oppression, racism, and slavery, and finally, just that the bust is ugly. Proponents of the bust remaining in the city plaza were also asked a similar question, and again, these reasons were listed in the main petition that was circulated. 73% of respondents stated that they felt that the bust serves as a reminder of our country's history and should not be erased. The next most popular reason was that George Washington is considered the father of our country, for whom we owe our freedom today, followed by that Washington's actions created and improved this country, and it honors that fact and not his flaws. Followed by that it recognizes that we're a nation of diverse people who fought against tyranny and oppression. Other reasons that were given for the bust to remain is that all people are inherently flawed, that we can't apply today's values to actions of the past, that it was a donation that the city council willingly accepted back in 1999, that George Washington freed his slaves upon his death, that we would not have the freedoms that we have today if it were not for George Washington, that we should learn from history and not erase it, and finally, that slavery has been practiced throughout history, including in European, African, and Aztec and other Latin American cultures. The next set of questions in the survey spoke to possible actions moving forward. So respondents in favor of removal of the bust by the largest majority agreed with the last option that's listed here, to remove the bust and not display it anywhere. 39% were supportive of the bust being moved to another location, such as an art gallery or library. 15% were amenable to the idea of the bust remaining where it is and adding a broader or a plaque that kind of explains a broader history of George Washington. And then 13% also offered other potential actions, including to replace it with a statue of another historical figure, to return the bust to the Alaga family, or to relocate it and also add a plaque that tells a broader history. And finally, to add other statues of historical figures to the city plaza. Respondents in favor of the bust remaining. This shows actions that folks who supported that it remain supported. And 90% of those in favor remaining were supportive of the bust staying where it is today, followed by 40% who were amenable to adding a plaque to the bust that tells a broader history of George Washington. 12% were supportive of moving it to another location, such as an art gallery or library. And here are some other possible actions that were also mentioned: to add statues that honor other leaders or heritages, that if it is removed, to give money back to the Alaga family, and finally, if it's removed, to not replace it with anything at all. Finally, of that small group of respondents who were indifferent, the largest percentage of those individuals were supportive of moving the bust to another location, such as an art gallery or library, followed by 54% who were supportive of adding a plaque that tells a broader history of George Washington, followed by 21% who stated to keep it there, and 10% who were supportive of removing it and not placing it anywhere. All right, so I'm going to move on to from our survey results to kind of to talk through the community discussion that followed our survey. So following the closure of our survey, we held a town hall meeting on October 20th that had close to 100 people in attendance. And the purpose of the meeting was to explore constructive ideas and options for the George Washington bus to present to the Parks and Recreation Commission that align with the spirit of the feedback received through the survey from Watsonville residents. The intent of the meeting was really to focus on the future and work together towards solutions and learn from each other and learn from different opinions. So the meeting agenda consisted of 2 items. It was first to review results of the community survey, and then to have an open discussion and work together to explore potential options to then present to the Parks and Recreation Commission. The options that were presented by staff during the town hall meeting, again, based on the survey results, were first that the bus remain in its place and take no action and keep the bus where it is and do nothing else, followed by keeping the bus where it is and adding a plaque that tells a broader history of George Washington, followed by relocating the bus to another location and potentially adding a plaque to it as well. And finally, followed by removing the bust and not displaying it anywhere and potentially returning it to the Alaga family or having the city keep it for safekeeping. Individuals present during the meeting at various times indicated support for each of these options, with more attendees supportive of the bus remaining with a plaque or relocating the bus to a different location. Some attendees suggested that more time and community outreach should be conducted before making a decision. And there was an overall general willingness to find a solution that again, kind of works more towards bringing the community together versus pushing it further apart. There are a couple of other considerations that I wanted to mention prior to giving kind of an update on our discussion with the Parks and Recreation Commission. These considerations were also discussed with the Parks and Rec Commission, but wanted to make mention that should the bus be removed from the plaza, Alaga family members have requested that the bus be moved to a safe location, either through kind of safeguarding it here at the city or returning it to the Alaga family until a time that a future location is identified. It's also been suggested that the bus be relocated to the Pajaro Valley Historical Association's Historic Center. And staff has discussed that idea with the association's president, and this option has been deemed not feasible as it would compromise the site's designation on the National Register of Historic Places. It's also been suggested that a second statue representing a historical figure of significance be added to the city plaza. This, of course, would require funds to support such an action, and the cost to procure and install the existing George Washington bust in today's dollars is estimated at over $100,000. So we anticipate that taking that action would cost somewhere in that ballpark range. So we met with the Parks and Recreation Commission on November 2nd, 2020, and presented the options that were presented during the town hall meeting, and came to the Parks and Recreation Commission with the recommendation that you have before you this evening. The Parks and Recreation Commission made an alternative recommendation by a vote of 4-2 that the council's policy decision be to 1, move the George Washington bus to an alternative location, and 2, add a bilingual plaque that outlines the broad historical perspective of George Washington. So again, tonight's recommendation is based off of the feedback received from Watsonville residents through our community survey, and again, through a majority desire to work together to find a solution that brings the community together. In summary, the recommendation is that the George Washington bus remain in the city plaza, and that a bilingual plaque be added that describes a broad historic perspective about George Washington. There are several alternatives that are listed in the staff report tonight, and I'm sure that there are many others, but the ones that are listed in the report and that you have on your screen tonight are some of the alternatives that we've heard throughout the process that have generated kind of the most support. So one is to take no action and keep the bus where it is. Another could be to move the bus to be displayed in another location and also add a plaque, as was recommended by the Parks and Recreation Commission. Another alternative is to remove the bus and not display it anywhere. And finally, to not take action at this time and determine what other information needs to be gathered before deciding on next steps. So that concludes my staff report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Nick. I really appreciate that. Do I have any council members who have any questions? So let's keep just to the questions and we'll do the comments later. So Councilmember Garcia, questions? You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. The request is a resolution authorizing and directing city staff to keep the George Washington bust in its current location in the city plaza and add a bilingual plaque on the podium of the bus that outlines a broad historical perspective about George Washington. So my question is, Nick, why are you making that recommendation versus my understanding was when the Parks and Recs Commission took their vote, it was a recommendation to the city council. So it seems that that recommendation should have come to us and we could vote for it or against it. And so why didn't that happen?
So the recommendation that you have before you tonight, again, is based off of feedback that we received from the survey.
I understand that completely. My question is I thought that when the Parks and Recs made their recommendation and it was a vote 4-2 to remove that, it was a recommendation to the council. And so I'm asking, why didn't that recommendation come to us?
So the recommendation is the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission is before you tonight in the form of an alternative option. So the council may definitely select that as the next action for this topic. When the Parks and Recreation Commission or other commissions make recommendations to the city council, those are always brought to the council once that topic comes to that level and is brought to the council, but they are not always brought as the staff recommendation or as the recommendation from the report. Even if they were supported, even if there was an alternate recommendation made by the commission.
Okay, I'll accept your answer. My second question is, I understand that in the survey, you are unable to determine if it was completed by seniors or youth, and you're unable to determine if it was completed by Latino or non-Latino. So in other words, you are unable to know if those who responded are truly representative of our community as a Latino and youth majority. So is that correct?
That is correct, but we didn't ask demographic questions on the survey regarding age or ethnicity out of kind of the fear that if we ask those questions, we may have a large number of community members that wouldn't feel comfortable responding to those questions or would feel that we're asking questions that were kind of overreaching. So we decided to leave those questions out in our survey design.
That concludes my questions.
Any more questions? Sorry, I was muted. Any more questions? If not, we'll go out to the public. Councilmember Hurst.
I was wondering if there's any estimate of cost established for a bilingual plaque as was suggested and talked about.
Yeah, so our best guess for a bilingual plaque today stands at somewhere around $2,000 for the fabrication of the plaque. Our thoughts would be that if we were to move in that direction, that in addition to the cost associated with the actual plaque itself, that we would spend some funds to contract a historian along with another individual, likely from the UCSC community, who could speak to the topic from an equity lens in order to help us develop the language for the plaque.
And was there any estimate of the cost of removal or relocation of the plaque, or I mean of the statue?
Yeah, we as staff have been working on trying to get a more solid quote, but it's been a little bit difficult given all of the unknowns. But we're anticipating that cost would be somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000 to relocate the bus somewhere else, and then to fix the concrete in the city plaza.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst. Any more questions? Councilmember Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report, Nick. I know this was a long process, and I appreciate all the work that you put into trying to make a fair and just process for the community. I have a question. Currently, do we have any protocols or any policies to determine what monuments or statues go into the plaza?
To my knowledge, there aren't, and I would definitely defer to the city attorney regarding that. There are kind of processes and regulations that the city has adopted regarding the naming of locations such as the city plaza and parks and buildings that require the city to go out to the community for a ballot vote to make that decision. And other than the City Plaza Master Plan that the council adopted last February, that kind of outlines the overall design and overall kind of features that the City Plaza should include as we move forward. There aren't any other charters or regulations or rules that designate what historical figures we should have statues or not of in the City Plaza or other parks.
Okay, because just listening to all of this, I sort of, I believe that Mr. Alaga, Lloyd Alaga, he couldn't have anticipated that America would go through the sort of transformation 20 years later when he put the statue in, and I do believe that he did have good intentions. But ultimately, the world has changed since the early 21st century, and one of the values that we have is equity. And you just mentioned equity, and I guess my question is, what if there was somebody that didn't have $200,000 to donate to the city, but they love their community and maybe they made a statue of something? Would we allow them to put the statue there if they donated $100, $1,000? Again, thinking about equity. And I mean, I sort of wonder about the precedents that we've already set with this statue. And so what would we tell somebody who wanted to do something like that?
Yeah, I think given the precedents that this topic is creating, I think as we speak, if we were to receive a gift of say a statue or a bust of another historical figure, we would bring that to the Parks and Recreation Commission and also to the City Council for consideration of acceptance before we accept the gift.
Okay, so I guess if depending on if we decide to keep the statue there, and then in a way the statue would be grandfathered in, is that correct?
If the council tonight gives the direction to keep the bus where it is, then yes, it would remain where it is.
Okay, and then
Councilmember Estrada, if I may just chime in here real quick. I think what Nick's describing is, to put a finer point on it, just basically means that the council has discretion as to approving what goes into the plaza. And different than the naming of public spaces like Nick was describing, that's more explicitly outlined in the charter of going to the vote of the people. The council over the years has made decisions about what can or cannot go into the plaza. And that would continue to be the process going forward. The only tweak to that now is with the change we made last year, that public art projects also run through the Parks and Rec Commission as that addition.
Okay, So my understanding is that I guess we do sort of have an informal protocol, which is just to bring it up to the council, and if the council says yes or no, then it goes or it doesn't go in to the plaza. Is that correct?
So maybe to kind of distinguish between art versus I think what we're talking about tonight, where we're discussing kind of a statue or a bust that's symbolic of a historic figure. So the Parks and Rec Commission currently, by way of the City Council, has the authority to approve artworks that are proposed to be placed in the City Plaza or other parks and other public places throughout the community. But I think what we're establishing tonight through kind of precedents, as you mentioned previously, is that if we were to be approached by a community member in the future who was interested in installing another bust or statue of that represented somebody of historic significance, I think by way of precedence, we would bring that decision to the Parks and Rec Commission and also to the City Council for final decision.
Great, thank you, Nick. Appreciate your answers.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Nick, I have a couple of questions. First question, on the survey, you indicated that both groups were given an opportunity to distribute the survey out through their channels. What was their, I guess the question is, what was their percentage that they brought back? Or was it just commingled and you can't figure out what their participation was with their groups?
Yeah, the results really are commingled because there wasn't a question that specifically asked whether respondents were affiliated with one group or the other, or were referred to by one group or another. So we're not really able to distinguish whether respondents were referred by the authors of the petitions.
I asked that question because, you know, there was a question of they wanted to continue going and doing outreach. And I guess the question was, do you feel that both of them have the same opportunity to do the outreach equitably, I guess, both of them?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that both groups, or meaning the authors of the main two petitions, were both given the survey link on the same date and time through the same email. So I think at least time-wise, both groups had the opportunity to forward that on to those that were interested, or those that they knew were interested in the topic.
Okay, thank you. My next question, because the Powder Valley Historical Society or location said that if the bus was moved there to their location, it would, I guess, change their destination for historical. Now our plaza has a historical plaque. Is it just a gazebo that's historical, or was the whole plaza considered a historical site in a sense? And what does the bus, by it being on it, due to that historical designation?
Yeah, so our city plaza as a whole is on the register of historic places, and the documents that were used to register the city plaza specifically named specific features of the plaza, including the gazebo and the two fountains, and kind of the historic layout of the plaza as well. Adding the bust to the city plaza, I think you know, could, in all technicalities, I think, you know, possibly jeopardize the registration or its designation on the National Registry, but really it doesn't have kind of a profound effect on that unless you know, I'd say, you know, somebody from the National Registry came to look at it and realized that bus was added later. So I think, you know, that there is the option for the city to go back and add that bus to the actual registry to make it officially part of that designation. In regards to the reasoning that we heard from the Historical Society about, or the Historical Association about that jeopardizing their designation, I have to dig further into that topic with them and what their specific concerns are about that. But they were kind of adamantly opposed to adding that to their location.
Yeah, and I know this is 20 years later, and the questions probably weren't asked back then on this designation. But I mean, that concerns me, knowing that the Pajaro Valley Historical Society won't take this because it might adversely affect their standing. And I don't know if this. I think that has to be answered, and that needs to be answered if this is going to affect our historical standing for our plaza. I think that's an important question, and it's something that really concerns me now. Discovering that about the Pajaro Valley Historical Society and its decision not to take it because of the effect that it has on its designation as a historical site. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councilmember Hurst?
Well, just to follow up on Aurelio's question, will the addition of restrooms or anything else that we've got planned for the plaza, will that affect the historical aspect? I mean, how do you modernize it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. After hearing Aurelio's question, and having a couple more minutes to kind of think through what that means and so forth, and the bus, potential compromise of our historic designation. What happens with changes to the plaza, especially kind of bigger changes such as adding restrooms and the proposed changes that are outlined in our master plan, are that as we develop those plans, we go through the CEQA approval process, and part of that process includes taking a look at the city's or the plaza's historical designation and how those changes affect that designation, along with the other historical features that are in the plaza. And as we seek for CEQA approval, we have to prove that those changes don't compromise those things and don't compromise the historical significance of the plaza. We got through the CEQA process at the end of 2020. So I think we can safely say that the restroom, along with the bus as it sits today, and along with other proposed changes to the plaza as outlined in the master plan, wouldn't affect the historical designation of the plaza, based on our CEQA study. So I think, kind of going back to Councilmember Gonzalez's question and your question, Councilmember Hurst, the restroom along with the George Washington bus don't compromise that designation of the plaza as a historical place. But I think that also kind of begs the question, as Councilmember Aurelio posed, is kind of that need for follow-up with the Historical Association about their specific concern and why they believe that adding the bus there would compromise their site's historical designation.
I just didn't know if we'd be forced to go back to some kind of historical outhouse or something like that when our improvements. While we're kicking these ideas around, is there any clue what if this was placed on a ballot, which I heard that that was maybe one of the options, one of the ideas thrown around, is what would be the cost of having this additional item on an election? Or would there be an additional cost?
Mayor, if I may, the last time that we had, it depends on what type of election, if you want to do it this year or next year. This year, we don't have an election, the city per se. If it's a special election, it would be over 60,000. If we combine it with a municipal election in November, then it could be part of that cost, which could not be a big difference of what we would get charged.
Is the election in March or June?
Next year?
Yes.
It's in June.
So, okay.
June and November.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any more questions? I have a quick question. Are there any other statues in any other public places in the city of Watsonville?
Not that I am aware of, at least not in any of our parks.
So this is the only statue out of all our parks. This is the only one.
This is the only statue we
That's
have.
it. So the city has never formally paid for any statue.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that said, let's move out to the public. And I think our first speaker is going to be Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
So,
oh, wait, let me
yeah.
say something really, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm going to be very, sorry, Chris, for interrupting you. So I'm going to be giving everybody a minute and a half to speak on the topic, and let's please keep it at a minute and a half. I'm going to be cutting you off if you're going to go over a minute and a half. So to be fair, because the last thing I want to hear is people accuse me of not being fair. So at a minute and a half, I'm going to kindly interrupt you and ask you to wrap it up so that we can get everybody in here. We have a lot of people in the meeting today, so there's probably going to be a lot of comments. So go ahead, Chris, take it away.
So I won't say that I'm speaking for the entire Black Coalition, but I think I'm speaking for some of us. The statute issue, you know, like I think it makes sense. George Washington, you know, was a slaveholder, but I think the bigger question is what is next? Okay, so we remove that statue, but what do we do as a larger community moving forward? And it also seems like, you know, it's February, it's Black History Month, but Black History is not just a month. So I am interested in hearing what happens the rest of the year. And that's it.
Thank you, Chris. Our next caller. Damana. Damana.
Yes, I moved the iPad 360 back up. I believe they've been wanting, but we can't hear them.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, Rory Odegaard. I live in Watsonville, fourth generation Californian. Lived in South County since 1988. My wife is a Latina. My kids are cafe con leche. And we are for keeping the bust in place. If people want to put a further explanation, bilingual, that's fine. Don't have a problem with that. Love discussion. Also, my question to the council members is, why are we discussing this when you had a slam dunk 2-to-1 survey that said keep the bust? That's my open question. The other thing is, and thank you, Nick, for your presentation, very thorough, but I've lived within the city limits since late 2011, and I never got a survey. And I think you said the survey was tied to what, water and garbage removal? Is that correct? You're muted, Nick. I see you shaking your head, but
this is a comment section for you. So
yeah, I never saw the survey. I would, you know, before you make any decision, if there's a hung jury, so to speak, I would say do another survey and make sure you get city residents to respond. But anyway, I'm for keeping the bust. It's a historical perspective. It's germane to the very discussion we're having here tonight, representative government. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And so when you guys introduce yourselves, if you could say the district you live in, that would be really helpful for us as well. So hi, I'm Jimmy Dutra, and I live in District 6.
Rayleo Gonzalez for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe it's Rodriguez Margarita, and I'm guessing.
Hello, fellow city council members. Can you hear me?
Yes. State your name, please.
My name is Margarita Rodriguez from District 1. Eduardo Mortensino is my representative. Today I speak to state that you all should vote to remove the white supremacist statue that stands there in our city plaza. First, because it's a symbol of white supremacy and oppression. And second, because the majority of our Latino community which stands at 81.2% will not agree with having a statue of someone who owned slaves and oppressed our ancestors. Remove it, melt it, throw it away. Let's not put it in our library because there's no such thing as compromising with white supremacists. Vote to remove it as a symbol of Watsonville becoming an anti-racist city and do some justice to our Black and Indigenous folks. You all are in city government to do the people's work, so please do some justice. Let us not fall behind others as top schools, cities, and even companies have been removing statues and names that represent and resemble the oppression of Black and Indigenous folks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gary, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Jerry Ann Solano Simmons. I was born and raised in Watsonville, lived in Watsonville, worked in Watsonville, but currently live in Royal Oaks, so I am not represented by one of you. But I did want to remind you, I do have an email in your packet this evening. It's been included. I hope you've read it. I did want to make a few comments, though, and address it this evening. I wanted to let you know that the donor was an immigrant himself, an immigrant of a population that was very significant in his day. It was the Croatian, the Slavic population, of which my heritage of both Mexican and Croatian, I'm very proud of. We had a large, diverse population of immigrants back in the old days, if you'd like to call it. I know the majority now is Hispanic. I'm very proud of that. But we can't forget how our city was reflected back in days gone by. I shop in Watsonville. I pay taxes to the local school district, but I don't have a Watsonville address. I mean, I have a Watsonville address, but I'm not included in city government. I have a voice, though, and my voice was heard on the survey. So please don't discount all of us who live outside Corralitos, La Selva Beach, here in Royal Oaks. We have Watsonville addresses. We have Watsonville zip codes. We filled out the survey. Our voices were heard. You have two water fountains, a water fountain in the plaza that was donated. You have another water fountain that was in the plaza that was donated turn of the century. Those are historical monuments, and I don't see those being removed. They were there purposely for a reason. Please, again, leave the statue where it is. Again, my letter is calling it a teaching moment. Please let it be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anissa, go ahead.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Anissa.
Hi, my name is Anissa. I'm from District 2, and I just want to say that the Washington bus does not reflect me or my community, I believe. And considering that y'all just approved to wave the Black Lives Matter flag and are currently voting during Black History Month, I encourage you to remove the bust. Keeping the bust would kind of be tone deaf at this point. While Washington is considered to be a founding father, please remember that this country was founded on genocide and white supremacy. As Councilmember Estrada mentioned, I would encourage the council to consider creative solutions towards equity. We have so many creative folks in the community, and I believe we can find a better historical figure that reflects us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anissa.
Rosa, go ahead.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Rosa.
Yeah, hi everyone, my name is Rosa. I live in District 6. I would like to firstly thank you all for unanimously voting to fly a Black Lives Matter flag. I believe that this is the bare minimum, right, given the long legacy of the mistreatment of Black individuals in our country. And the issue that you have before you today is one that will prove whether you're really for Black lives or whether your activism is indeed performative, right? And as you all might already be aware, George Washington was a white supremacist who held Black enslaved peoples against their will, right? The plaza has, historically speaking, been a monumental place for Watsonville community members to gather and, of course, partake in community events. However, when a bust like that of George Washington is looming over them, are we really creating a welcoming environment for Black/Indigenous community members? No, we're not. In fact, the mere presence of George Washington is a constant reminder of the mistreatment against enslaved people and the genocide of indigenous peoples. And, you know, my allegiance to this community is tied to the welfare of all community members, particularly Black and indigenous folks of Watsonville. This being said, I urge you all to think critically about which side of history you're on. I mean, are you willing to carry out a compromise at the expense of the psychological welfare of Black/indigenous peoples, or are you willing to step up
Rosa. Appreciate it.
against white supremacy? Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victoria. I'm part of District 5. I find it really offensive. I'm so sorry to imagine that I have to see the bust and now with a plaque. Like that's like a double offense. Not only do I have to see Washington, but now read about what he did for our community. And, you know, survey is a really ineffective tool. You imagine this, and I'm not naive, just imagine that during desegregation, if the country had done a survey and said, do you approve of desegregation? And people said, no, we're not ready to desegregate. I mean, honestly, you have to honor those 400 people, because I was there at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, and you can tell who's in favor and you can tell who is against. And the majority of people who want this bust removed are part of the Latinx community. Another thing, nobody knows about this. I teach at the Watsonville Center. I am an instructor of English. I asked my students, because we are currently engaging in this topic with Cabrillo College to change the name. One person knew about this for 2 English classes. That's 60 students. So this survey is really ineffective. It's not a good way to gauge the community. Did you reach out to the Mixteco population? Did you reach out to the Amamutsa tribal band? It's offensive. You have to do the right thing. It might not be popular with your constituencies. They might say, oh, well, no, we need to keep the statue. It might not be popular, but you know what? It is the right thing to do. When you look back historically, you're going to say that was the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabriel, go ahead.
Gabe, go ahead.
Hey there. Yeah, I think Vicky said it all, and you're going to hear a lot of those comments, and I just kind of want to look beyond that. I want you to listen to the young voices that are chiming in and actually being a part of the political process right now, which is what a lot of us wanted. So I think moving forward, and I want to put you out at a little political corner right now and saying, are you going to listen to the old generation who's had their say, who's enforced policy, who's had positions on boards? Or are you going to actually listen to the younger generation that is begging you to finally listen to them? For those, you unanimously voted to raise a BLM flag. And it would be extremely hypocritical of you to vote to keep that bust there. It is a representation of a bad history, and it's a history that we all need to acknowledge. And again, this is completely shoved down our throats in the education system, the glorified history, position of Washington and what he was made for. But the erasure of Native and Black history is also our history that we need to recognize. And by removing this statue, you are signaling to the young generation that you are actually listening to them. So I urge you, remove the statue. The Alaga family said that they'll take it back, give it to them. But listen to your younger constituents now, because your policies are affecting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Pam, go ahead.
Pam, you're on.
Hi, thank you. I first want to thank Revolunas for starting the petition that got this going. I think this conversation is 20 years overdue. And I know from my partner who was present, because he used to work for the city of Watsonville, he was present at the meeting where the bust was accepted. And there was no discussion at that time. My whole family, I want to thank you also, because my whole family has gotten involved in this conversation, and we strongly oppose the bust remaining in the plaza. Our family grew up my children grew up playing in the plaza, and it is a key part of Watsonville's community. George Washington, the genocide that people have referred to, the slaveholding, it's not something we can write off. It's something that our history books have tried to put as, you know, a footnote, and it's not that. I want to also say, repeat, listen to the young people. I'm listening to my kids, I'm listening to my students, I'm listening to the young people that I work with in various groups in Watsonville, and they all say, please remove the bust.
Thank you.
Jaime, go ahead.
Oh, hi, good evening, council members. Quick statement about that statue there. What we have there is a sculpture in the likeness of a person who existed. And when that person existed, existed with the identity of a white man. And in that capacity, he was basically like landed into the position of owning slaves, and he enforced that, he adopted that. So he practiced racism. He was a racist, and that's what we have there. That's what we have in the plaza, a sculpture of a racist, and that's what he was. That's a clear example, racist number one, and he's a hero to a lot of people today because racism is still the dominant force. And whether the sculpture remains or gets relocated, we're talking about historical, right? So what about the slaves? We're talking about the slaves like they were cattle or like farm animals. And
please wrap it up, Jaime. Thank you.
Francis, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Francis. I'm a Watsonville community member. So this has been a long road. It's been 7 months since last July, and we've experienced a lot of horrible incidents based on this bust. Originally, we wanted the bust to be removed just to have it replaced with something else that represents the community. And instead, it is now a symbol of racism. In multiple instances, we've been told to go back to Mexico. They've shouted white power at us. Not just that, the process with Parks and Rec has been such a mess. We never got a clear outline of what exactly we needed to do. It kept going back and forth from the Parks and Rec to the city council. And this is my 6th time, or it's actually 5th time that I say it needs to be removed. I spent about 12 hours in meetings saying the same thing over and over again. It's not just me, it's also other community members. I also want to mention the fact that the Parks and Rec department said they wanted to denounce white supremacy. I'm really surprised that Nick leaves a lot of information out of what happened in these meetings, and it's really frustrating, and we've been gaslit. And then honestly, the community has been traumatized because of this whole process. It's time that we denounce white supremacy, and it's time that we move the bust. And also, you need to name who organized the other petition. It was Manny Solano, who was the ex-chief of police. So please, you need to be aware that a lot of the community members have said, please remove it. And just to try to discredit that by a survey is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis.
Isaiah, go ahead.
Isaiah, go ahead.
Hi. So, I'll be honest. I have no illusions about the fact that some people on the city council are not going to be persuaded by the fact that he owned slaves or the fact that he was a racist. I know that some people just don't care and don't care about the hypocrisy of voting to wave the Black Lives Matter flag on Black History Month. However, just going by the sort of weird deification and worship of George Washington himself, if we want to honor him and how important he was, didn't like for people to be idolized in such a way, or for presidents to be sort of worshipped like that. And I think it's clear how the majority of the people in our town feel. And that's what he would have wanted, for the majority to have a voice. And so I think actually, even though he did own slaves, he probably would agree with the logic that logically speaking, the statue should be removed. Now, I don't think he was a great person at all, but apparently a lot of you do. So if you want to go by the logic he uses, you would take the statue down. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tim, go ahead. Tim. Yes. You need to unmute.
I apologize for that. Hi, my name is Tim Sinnott. I live in Portola Heights, Freedom Lord. I believe it's Lowhurst District. I'm not quite sure. I just wanted to give my support for keeping the statue. I have to say this conversation is very insightful, and I hear the passion for people who are opposed to it, and I will take that into consideration, but I would urge the council to vote to keep the statute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Ellie, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ellie.
So this bust has encouraged our racist residents to proudly call people names, shout white power in our plaza, scream anti-immigrant rhetoric towards our community members, and other acts of violence. So please stand by people of color. You all just voted to fly a flag. Public asked you it not be performative. Now here we are. Denounce white supremacy, the bust, remove the bust from the plaza. When Joy asks you in the ad hoc meetings why there isn't any young people at the meetings, direct her to this whole thing since July, just wasting our energy, asking us to be involved, then ignoring us. We're not here for participation trophies. We're here for the much needed change. We heard all of this, Nick, several times. Like, what are you doing? Is this deja vu? Council, did you not see the town halls to prepare for this? Like, what is the point of commissions if you're just going to ignore them? Public comment said, whoever brought this up, Parks and Rec is nothing but a bunch of socialist third world anchor babies that are trying to take over our country. This is just a snippet of the violence people have been dealing with in asking to remove this bust. And that's it, to remove the bust. After a failed survey and town hall meetings, the compromise was to relocate the bust. Now, Dutra posted on Facebook without any context and presents brand new options. Ask everyone to be involved. Like, this is new when we've been exhausted for months. Ignoring the conversations we've had prior, ignoring the commissions you appointed while the pro-busters target them. Stand by your commissioners. Don't
Ellie.
the violent rhetoric. Don't appease the rhetoric of white power and denounce white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate your comments, and I did post it, and I go out and ask comments from the community. Everybody has the right to their opinion, and I wanted to hear it. So thank you.
Jorge, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Jorge. I live out in Corralitos. I've been a long resident of Watsonville, but currently don't have city council representation. I just want to chime in and just say that I am against of removing the bust, and really out of the context of looking at his history. And if we look at what happened in World War II and what happened with the Nazis in Germany and the kind of attitude that Germany has towards Nazi symbolism. So it is illegal to fly any form of Nazi symbolism in Germany. And I feel like what I'm hearing from the community is that the George Washington bust in many ways has the same effect, where it's a symbol of hate, it's a symbol of oppression, and it's a symbol of violence. And so I think it's important to listen to the community and to take into account how those feelings trigger intense emotions. And I think it should be removed. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Susan Cohen. I live in Santa Cruz County. I'm sorry, Santa Cruz, and I was invited by Watsonville residents here tonight. And I strongly oppose the George Washington bust remaining on the plaza. Like so many people have said here, it's a symbol of white supremacy. The current plaque says that George Washington was the first in the hearts of his countrymen, but was he first in the hearts of those he conquered and abused? The problem is that most people don't learn about the President of the United States because of the whitewashing that happens when we're in school. Personally, I did not learn about George Washington until I was an adult, the truth of George Washington. And that, yes, he was fighting to gain freedom for himself and other Englishmen while he was simultaneously enslaving African people. Most accounts say that George Washington owned 124 slaves, and even when it became legal to free the slaves in 1782, he did not free them. He did not ever free them while he was alive. So also George Washington ordered the destruction of indigenous peoples and communities for the so-called American cause, and also for his own benefit in extending his land ownership. Let's not continue to glorify these people, and please remove the bus. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Jorge, go ahead.
Jorge spoke already.
Jorge Guillena spoke already.
Yes.
Ramiro, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ramiro Medrano. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am a counselor in Watsonville at a local high school. I currently live in Salinas, born and raised in Watsonville. I shop and I spend most of my time in Watsonville. I believe the bus should be removed. I'm actually surprised as to how long this process has been elongated by, by Nick. It kind of seems like he has an opinion of his own. He's going against his own commission, and then changes the recommendation toward the city council. I really wish that other issues with such an importance were given this type of energy to ask the public for their opinion and do multiple surveys. I wish he would have done that when millions of dollars were going into the police department. I wish other things would given such an importance. I think there's a hidden agenda, and the survey, the people who answered that survey, even more steps would have been taken. How many of those people actually stepped foot in the plaza currently? Thank you.
Thank you, Romero.
Jenny, go ahead. Jenny, you can unmute, please.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Jenny Sarmiento, and I submitted a letter on behalf of the Pajaro Valley Cesar Chavez Democratic Club in support of the relocation of the George Washington bust, either to the library or to a more adequate location. And we realize that as local community members and public officials, you are really under a lot of stress, and to make a decision on something that is so controversial. But also keep in mind that most of us have been taught a very fragmented and misleading account of American history, and that we hope that the relocation of the bust to the library will have an opportunity to offer more vivid and content-rich account of our unfolding history. And right now, with so many young people in our community that are stepping up, not just in our community, but all over our nation, and wanting a just and fair social network, I really encourage you to take the bold step and vote on relocating the bust. The plaza is the center of our community, and the people that visit the plaza represent a diverse group of people that need to feel welcome. Thank you.
DSA Santa Cruz, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jeb, and I am the co-chair of the Santa Cruz County chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. We have over 350 members across the county, including many in Watsonville, and I am calling in to urge you to listen to Revolunas, to listen to the voices in the community that are calling for the long overdue removal of the bust of George Washington. This is a moment when communities all across the country are coming to terms with our nation's long history of racism, oppression, and genocide. One form that this important reckoning is taking is the reassessment of the sorts of history and the historical figures that we celebrate and memorialize. Taking down a monument or a statue doesn't mean that we're forgetting our history. On the contrary, the act of removing a monument like the bust of Washington represents a much fuller understanding of that history and a recognition that the figures who have traditionally been portrayed as the heroes of our history books are not perceived that way by many of our fellow community members whose ancestors were the victims of our nation's bloody history. As we work towards an anti-racist future, we see no room to continue to venerate in our public squares someone who owned other human beings and waged genocidal wars against Native peoples. Contextualizing the statue with a bilingual plaque, as many people have recommended, is not a compromise, but an insult, in that while it gives the official recognition to Washington's slave-owning past, it sends a clear message that to the community that this isn't a deal breaker for the city. DSA Santa Cruz stands in unwavering solidarity with everyone in the community calling on you to do the right thing and remove the statue.
Thank you, Jeb.
Erin, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I do not live in Watsonville. I live in the Santa Cruz Mountains. I'm a fifth generation Californian and a direct descendant of George Washington's uncle, actually. And my grandma was always really proud of that. And I want to change with our generation the proudness of that. And I don't want to uphold his legacy in any way. And I fully support removing the bust and replacing it with local art by young folks from Watsonville. I really don't understand why people are offended by possibly removing the bust. What I really find offensive is keeping it. And I find it offensive if politicians are making deals with white nationalists and far-right extremists. We had a shooting in the Santa Cruz Mountains with like a Boogaloo boy who shot a sheriff. And these are like the far-right extremists that I'm talking about that we all saw attack the Capitol. And I just don't want any politicians to make deals with these sorts of extremists. And it really worries me. And I think this is a much bigger issue than just a piece of metal. And I think that the people who are wanting to keep it in the plaza are the ones that are doing the real harm. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Erin.
Mayor Michelle is next, and that will be our last speaker for the night.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle. So I'm sorry, Michelle, let me interrupt you real quick. You guys, if you can raise your hands and just get in line, you're gonna get called on. Just this way we know, how many people are gonna be speaking. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Erin. Or Michelle, sorry.
Hi, I'm Michelle Leahy, and I've lived in Watsonville in the Royal Oaks area for about 45 years. And I am for keeping the bust at the Watsonville Plaza. I just want to make a couple of points. I've been listening to everyone calling in, and I think it's quite interesting that you were all voted in to your office, yet the callers have such little faith in your ability to do your job. And for the entire time that the bust has been there hasn't been one report, and correct me if I'm wrong, that anybody has opposed to the bust being there until recently. And I just thank you for all your job, and I'm sure you guys are going to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Citlali, go ahead, please.
I'd just like to address something that was just mentioned. You know, we see this reoccurring point being made. You know, it was approved 20 years ago. Why hasn't anybody spoken up about their, you know, disapproval of the statue being there? Well, the reason is because a majority of young folks, a majority of newer, younger generations are now have the power to and awareness to participate in these conversations, right? And you can tell the overwhelming majority in this meeting are in support of either removing or replacing the bust. And if you all have tuned in to the Parks and Recs Commission meetings, you will see this exact same pattern of an overwhelming majority tuning in and voicing their opinions to remove the bust. I do not believe that the PowerPoint that Nick presented is a proper representation of the process that we've actually gone through. We have sat in these meetings well over 5 to 10 hours. And every single time, a majority of us are showing up in support of removal of the bust. There was concerns about non-residents signing our petition, but you can see that in the survey conducted by the city, 60% were non-residents as well. So why are those red flags not being mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi everybody. Jessica Carrasco. I just wanted to remind the City Council that the Parks and Recs Commission heard hours and hours of public comments. We were there for more than one meeting listening to public comment, and I really would like you to take in consideration our recommendation that we spend hours listening to the public to relocate the bus. I asked you to listen to the community like we did, and I also asked you to listen to your commission. I'm a little frustrated because I feel like this is not the first time that our commission has given a recommendation. And one, it wasn't presented, and two, the City Council, last time it was the art policy, and you voted against our recommendation. So I'm a little frustrated because you asked for the youth to be active members of your community and show civic leadership. And here we are showing up for these meetings that are hours and hours long. I have a job, I have a daughter, and I'm still here, I'm showing up. Please make me feel that the work that I'm doing for my community is heard and is being appreciated by the council, because too many times it seems like commission groups are making these recommendations and making this work, and you're not listening to us, but we are listening to the community. So I hope you make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Go ahead, Brenda. Brenda, you're on.
Hi, thank you. I just said, listening to everyone, it is a really difficult situation. But one thing I want to say is people who are offended seeing Washington in the plaza, what's not to offend them seeing at the library or anywhere else? And I don't hear anyone being offended where George is on money. He's on $1, he's on the quarter. But the thing is when it comes to being George being a savage and killing people, well, that happened in that time frame. That's with every race. Everyone was enslaved or part of the slave trade. There were Irish slaves in the United States. There were Black slave owners in the United States. So even in Mexico, there was slave trade. So, you know, those who are free of sin are the ones who can cast a stone. And I don't think any of us are free of sin. So I don't understand why we're arguing as adults over pointing fingers who was worse back then. We all have something going on. But I just think as Americans, which we're all Americans, this is our history. George is everyone's history. MLK is everyone's history. I just think George needs to stay where he is. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Elma, go ahead.
Hi. I
Um,
just wanted to say how like unfortunate it is that we have to wait so long and this like event and everything has built up so much. Just for the community members to be like silenced and not fully heard and just it's not the energy is not like reciprocated both ways, obviously. And that's honestly just disrespectful, especially to like younger people who are showing up like me. Like I'm I'm in high school and like I honestly want to go to bed, but I'm here because I know it's important. Also, I wanted to mention how there's like white people who aren't even Watsonville locals like coming in and putting their input, but was anyone like asking about those, you know, Watsonville locals who sit in that park, those elders who sit in that park every single day? Did anyone ask them about how they feel about George Washington's, you know, legacy and how that impacts them? Um, yeah, just a lot of people who are not being um, heard during these times, and I feel like that needs to be thought about too. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Rocio. Rocio? Or
Tamara, you're muted.
who's
Is Vanessa the one that I have? Okay, there you go.
Vanessa?
Okay, hi. Good evening. I just wanted to, my name is Vanessa Quiroz Carter and I am represented by Aurelio in District 2. I am just offering my support for the removal of the bust. Speaking to Brenda's point, I think that this is a much larger issue that has to do with our community specifically. I think the bust sets a really terrible precedent in accepting and allowing wealthy people to dictate things that go into our city. I think that we really need to be mindful of those setting those types of precedents. I agree with all the speakers who have spoken, the younger generation, about how there was no discussion around this issue, and now we're having that discussion a little bit too late. I won't go into other things because I know our time is limited here. I just want to denounce white supremacy. And, you know, this is a larger part of a larger conversation that is an issue. And I think that it's much deeper than the physical statue. I think that there are a lot of issues that are stemming with this that we have to grapple with. So I think on either side, the issue is bigger than a statue. It's about white supremacy. It's about inequity. It's about setting precedents. It's about the people who actually live here, who actually spend time in the plaza. And it's about systematic justice and injustice. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Rocio, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Rocio Camargo. I'm in District 4 with Mayor Jimmy Tutra. And I just wanted to come on here and also echo the voices of the many people that have shown lots of courage in speaking out. I know that there is a lot of information that has been withheld from us in our educational institutions. And we are becoming more aware. And like Maya Angelou says, you know, when you know better, you do better. And, you know, we don't necessarily mean that that is like, I also understand the viewpoint of like, you know, it was an era that, you know, that wasn't looked down upon. And I understand that. And maybe in that time he was a hero. But I think that now that we know better, we must do better. And I don't know that it's necessarily the right thing to totally erase him from our history, because when we forget our history, we repeat it. But it's definitely an opportunity for learning for all of our community. I think that our younger generation is much more aware than we were and are able to voice their opinions and question the things that they are learning in their institutions. And I am totally in support of that. And I appreciate you all listening.
Thank you, Rocio.
That seems to be the end of the hands that are up.
Okay, then I'm going to bring it back to the council for Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, I would like to move that we approve the recommendation by the Parks and Recs Commission to remove the bus from the plaza and place it at the library with a bilingual plaque describing the historical facts of his behavior with slaves and Native Americans.
Great.
That's the motion.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Councilmember Estrada.
Second.
There's a second by Estrada. Now for a discussion. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, as a city council member, my responsibility to the community is to listen to them. And on this issue, both sides spoke very, very loudly. So what I decided to do was do some research to make my decision. And where I started was with the Declaration of Independence, which states that all men are created equal and they have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So my research was on Washington's behavior as commander-in-chief and as president to see if he was practicing those principles. And what I found was that while Washington was president, there was a law that allowed slave owners to free their slaves. He chose not to because he needed those slaves to do the labor for the farm that his father had left him. And he really discarded them so much that in 1793, while he's president, he signed a fugitive slave law where, slaves wanted to be free and they often would run away and they would become fugitives. But Washington's law allowed all fugitives in all states who had struggled to overcome, who actually were trying to become free, they could be captured and returned to their owners. So that was with the slaves. Then in terms of the indigenous people, he always wished that they would move so the Americans could have their land. But with the Northwest Ordinance, the Ohio Valley Territory, which was Native American territory, was open to Americans. But the natives resisted the taking of their land, and the Americans would arm themselves and destroy the Native American communities. In fact, George Washington in 1790 and 1791 sent army military to support the Americans in destroying the communities and taking the land. And so these two examples are just one of many that I found that show that George Washington was not a man who practiced the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. His bust is a reminder of the dehumanization experienced by slaves and natives. Tonight, we approve the flying of the Black Lives Matter flag because we want to pay tribute to the African Americans who have struggled to overcome the many injustices they have experienced. The George Washington bust does not pay tribute to them. And consequently, that's why I make the motion to remove the bust.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Any more comments? Councilmember Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to sort of explain why I was supporting the motion made by Councilmember Garcia. And, this has been a very difficult and exhausting process for one reason or another. But I am appreciative of the fact that we're having this sort of cross-generational, cross-cultural conversation about who we are both as a local and national community, and having a discussion of, what every one of our places within that community and what our collective future is. And I think this has been a long overdue conversation, and I'm sort of, like I said, in a weird way, grateful that we're having this conversation. In my sort of communication with members of the community, I sort of found sort of three sort of perspectives. I talked to people who really saw the bust and really associated with, I think, what was the true revolution of 1776, which was the idea of America. A flawed nation with just limitless potential, and there was real pride and people who saw their country like that. There was another group that I spoke to that really has seen America for what it's been historically, a nation that doesn't honor its humanist ideals, one that has brought real pain, real anguish, and real poverty to generations of indigenous tribes, of African American families, of immigrant workers, of women, of the LGBTQ plus community, of minorities, and other people across the world. And then finally, we sort of saw a little bit of it, but then there were other comments and ideas that were completely rooted in racism and ideals of white supremacy that really have no place in this conversation that we're having today and really should be condemned as a community. I've had the opportunity to study history at UCSC, at San Jose State. I taught it at Hartnell College. And I think there are two truths that in this entire time that I've studied history, two big truths that I've sort of come to accept. And one is that a great nation and a great community confronts its history. And not only that, a great nation should answer and should atone for its own history. And really then, and only then, can we really begin the overdue process to heal and to move forward. And I sort of think that this is doing a little bit of that. And two, even though as painful, as cruel as our collective history has been, even though our nation still has a lot to atone for, the last lesson that I always left my students was that you should love your country. You should love your country. And I'm not talking about glorifying nationalism. I'm talking about loving your country, loving it enough to see it for what it is and to fight to make it what we know it can be. And, you know, one of the other reasons I'm definitely voting for this is before Mr. Abel Mejia, who passed away last year, before his sudden passing, we had actually talked about working on a project together, on a history project that would give the opportunity to our local residents to not only understand their local history, but by extension, the history of this nation. And we were just sort of waiting for that pandemic to end, but you know, we never got that opportunity to work together. And even though Mr. Mejia is not with us, you know, I'm still hoping to create this sort of cross-generational and cross-cultural bridge in this community. And, you know, just like we've seen that there are two Americas, the reality is that there are also two Watsonvilles. And we've seen both Watsonvilles and the sort of the ugly faces of both Watsonvilles throughout this process. And I'm very fortunate that I've had the opportunity to serve as mayor, because one of the great gifts that I received as being the mayor, and I think Lowell can attest to this, I think Rebecca can attest to this, Eduardo, is that I've gotten a better understanding that, you know, the Croatian experience, the Chinese experience, the Japanese experience, the Filipino experience, the Chicano experience, Latinx, African American, Muslim Americans, they're not all that different. We're all united by this fertile land. And really, it's only our perceptions of each other and our misunderstandings of history that really divide us. And so I really want to support moving the bus to the library. I really want to encourage people. I want to make an invitation to study their history, to be inspired, to inspire future generations, to talk to our past generations, and to really just really start to learn history in a way that no longer causes pain, that no longer causes us to sanctify or glorify history in a way that is detrimental to our shared community, and something that will ultimately bring us together as a real community. And just a quick note for people who are asking what the next step is in fighting racism or systematic racism, I will tell you what the answer is. The answer is that you continue to peacefully organize, continue to go out and register people to vote, make sure people vote, encourage people to run for office, make sure that people run to uphold anti-racist ideas, make sure that people invest in community, and hold those elected officials accountable if they're not delivering on what the community needs, and that includes me. And so that is why I'm supporting the motion made by Rebecca, and we'll see where we go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council member, who would like to go next? Councilmember Hurst.
Sure, I'll give it a shot here, but I am really conflicted on this because I've heard all the comments and I've listened to the speakers, and I have empathy for you know, having two brown kids in my family. I have some empathy for how Latinos might view an old white guy that's been dead for 222 years. You know, the bust has been in place for 20 years, and we're just hearing objections in the last couple of years. So there is a new awakening in the community, and I recognize that. But Washington was popular in his day, apparently. You know, there's a bunch of monuments to him. He's on the money, as was mentioned. Cities are named after him, a state's named after him. We've even got a street in Watsonville, a Washington Street. And so I don't know what to do about that. My concern about moving it into the library is if you're offended with it in the plaza, you're going to probably be offended by it in the library as well. Would the sculpture be safer in the library? Perhaps so. Is it a better teaching environment in the library? I don't know. You know, Washington's picture was in every school that I attended and grew up in. I probably was brainwashed or whitewashed in that respect, but I think that those were different times. He was the first president of the United States. It was said quite some time ago that he was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. He was a military leader. That was his job to, you know, wage war on what was considered the enemies of the country at the time. He was a revolutionary and brought the country to freedom. And so, you know, I don't know about, you know, how the domination in the 1700s really was. I'm not a history teacher. I only taught agriculture, and so I don't pretend to know a lot of these things. But I do want to denounce supremacy of all types, and I think we should learn from history. And this is a teaching moment, and if the teaching moment can go better in the library, so be it. But it's hard for me to want to support this motion because I don't think it really takes care of the big issue that people have in the community. And, you know, we've seen the survey and people could object to the survey. And we've heard from a lot of folks that don't live in the city limits. So, you know, I'm really more in favor of throwing it out to a city vote and having the residents give us better guidance that really do live here and have some real stake in the community. And so let's hear from somebody else. I've said my piece.
Thank you, council member. Anyone else? Councilmember Parker.
This has been a rough night. I have a lot of emotion attached to a lot of things tonight. And it hurts to hear the pain that people are suffering. I grew up here. You know, we're Native American, Alma Mutsun, Spanish, Mexican, and through my daddy, a little bit of Swedish thrown in. And English, I gotta say, because of the Parker. So I'm a little melting pot. I won't get into the DNA portions of it. I was a history minor. I love history. I agree with you, Councilman Estrada. History is an amazing thing to look back at. I don't consider myself old, but I guess I do if you're 20. But it's very difficult to sit, and I have been listening, whether I was on or not, I was listening to all the commentary, and it's very difficult just to hear some, and change is always difficult, and I get it. It's just difficult to hear. So I want to bring this up. The motion was to put it inside the library. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or outside the library?
Inside the library with a plaque, a bilingual plaque.
Okay. The motion is to put it inside the library. Yet, and I'm reviewing it in my mind, yet 60% of a survey that some people in our city feel is a faulty tool that was used incorrectly or did not reach everyone. Said 60% said leave it where it is. I hear the voice of young people saying, we're here, you need to listen to us. We're participating, you need to listen to us. And I don't think anybody is, it has not encouraged that more than this group here on City Council. We have all encouraged young people to participate and to be a part of the process. A while back, we did some changes and we did this, we brought some things to vote for the whole city of Watsonville. And we called it Let the People Vote. And I am a firm believer in letting the people vote. I'm a firm believer in saying that I'm not going to choose you because you say that we're racist if we don't choose you. I'm not going to choose you because you say, come on, he's been there all the time. It's a tradition. This is a part of our, that's not how I feel these bigger changes happen in our society and happen in our city. And we talk about unification. We talk about going forward in a positive way. Well, that means voting. That means moving things to a place where people go out into the community and talk to each other. They don't just talk to their small group, they talk to each other. They get out and they make their case. They try to persuade, they try to educate, regardless of who it is, regardless of what it is. And then the electorate votes. And that's the one thing that I think young people need to participate in it even more. It's not just all these meetings that Nick, you did a fabulous job in the whole process. I want to say thank you very much for all that you've done and how uncomfortable it was. But boy, God, you did a great job keeping the process moving and transparent. Now, people might say just the opposite of that, but I don't. So I'm not in favor of moving it at this point. I'm in favor of seeing the young people of our city get this out and put it on the ballot. And let's see what the city really thinks. And not just say, don't, you have to listen to us, or you have to listen to us, or you have to listen to this. Everybody's like, I think it's important for this city to know that it changes. And yeah, 20 years ago, 40 years ago. And the change happens because people participate, not just in meetings, but in the process that it takes. And so I just feel very strongly. I feel very strongly, and I'm very conflicted. I'm a teacher. I've always been a teacher, 35 years of teaching, taught history all that time. American history, most of it. And believe me, I didn't teach always the American history out of the textbook. But that's how I feel in this circumstance after listening to everyone, reading all the accounts, attending all the meetings. And that's where I'm at right now. So I thank you for letting me have my comments. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor Ducha. Yeah, this is a really important topic for our community. It's unfortunate that 20 years ago that they just seen the need of financial aid for the library and really didn't think about the community and reaching out to the community. Even though that we may have had some progressive people on the council at that time, I think that was a misstep that was taken. And it's something that we need to reflect as a community of really what do we want to see in our plaza in the future. And this brings up just the equivalence of just the flag too, the policymaking procedure. How do we incorporate our community and get them further involved on decision-making processes? Some of the folks have spoken tonight and said, this has been too long. These surveys don't work. And that's something that we need to work as a community. And how do we reach out? And that's why I asked the question of these opposing groups. How did they reach out with that survey, and what was their responses when they reached out? How do they control the amount of people that they interfaced with? Because I mean, the city tackles that same issue, right? How do we communicate with everybody? Some said that they didn't receive it in their water bill. That's the same statement that I can make too, because surveys come out, but electronically we pay our bill electronically, so we don't receive nothing. And so those are things that we need to look at as a city. And as far as this bust goes, it's unfortunate it gets damaged consistently. And I think Nick might be able to touch a little bit on this, of the amount of time that we spend having to deface it from it being defaced and disrespected in a sense. And so, you look at all this and you look now, we're at 20 years later, and as Councilman Estrada pointed out, we have to look at our history, and we have to know that change comes sometimes, right? But we have to maintain ourselves and respect ourselves. And one thing that I don't want to see go down and through our community here is that more hate is created from either side. I think that's something that we should avoid. I think that we need to do work as a community. I do agree with moving it to the library and with a plaque. So I will support that. But again, it's the thing, it's a piece of art. And if it's being damaged, that's not good. It's not good for our community overall. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Last but not least, Councilmember Montesino.
This is a very tough issue for the community. I know it's been a long process. I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done. I've heard from both sides, emails, calls, and just today in this meeting, and everybody's really passionate, both sides. And I want to thank all my my teachers and in the council. I'm learning a lot from you guys, just listening to your perspectives. But one thing that the people that I've been talking and talking to this conversation is, I wish more. We only had 3 people in the budget discussion talk. 3 people. That's pathetic, from both sides. So this passion, and I understand the significance of it, but there's more relevance in the budget and where the money is going to go, whether it's parks or, whether it's CDD or whether it's that a lot of people, we need to come together and put some energy on those efforts. We need to, generate more funding for our parks and our community overall. And I think these kind of issues tear us apart instead of have a decent conversation. And I know it's been difficult because a lot of it has been digitally, So there's, there's a difference. Even, I miss all of you having a live discussion instead of this online with more distractions than we have. But like I said, I'm gonna honor where a lot of, I saw one of the panels that she didn't speak of was Ana Hurtado, that was a commissioner for Parks and Recs for a long time in my district one, and talked to former council member and mayor Felipe Hernandez, and through a lot of discussions, I think I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you. Tonight was a very emotional evening for a lot of us, and as for council members, we take this very seriously. And I know, I did hear some callers speak and kind of say that, reference that we were, either going to be voting one way or the other. And, I was told by a council member today, we should not assume how other people are going to be voting. So we need to remember that as also community members. We should never make assumptions about other people. I have a couple topics I want to talk about in regard to this. And the first is, Lloyd Alaga was an immigrant to this community. And just because he was not Mexican does not mean that his coming to this country may have not been any different than how our ancestors got here as well. So I want to recognize that. He was a single person who clearly strived for the American dream, which so many families do. I know that my family has done that. And he clearly succeeded. He had enough money to give to parts of the city, the library, fixing the fountain, and ultimately this bust. We have to remember also that there are many, many families in this community who give generously to our nonprofit organizations, to the buildings. PVPSA was built on the backs of many families in this community. We have so many people who are generous and giving, and we have to remember to respect the people who are stepping up and helping and giving helping hands to the community that we all live in, because we can't do it alone. This is not a trip that we can go on down by ourselves and go rogue and be, we can do it solo. This takes a community, and we see every single day people stepping up, and a lot of times it's financial, other times it's volunteering, but we do see this. And I want to say thank you to all the families that have stepped up and donated, whether their time or their money. I am a U.S. history teacher. I teach 8th grade. I teach U.S. history. We actually are just finishing George Washington. And today we had a very big discussion about the bust. I presented to them what is being presented to our community. And even at 13 and 14 years old, they were split evenly on whether or not to leave the bust or have it removed, because many did see the significance of the historical value, even though he may have had traits that were not becoming. He was the first president of the United States, and he overlooked the Convention for the Constitution of the United States, which is the living document which we live by today. So having these discussions about history is important. We need to know what our historical facts were for not only our local communities, but our country, and quite frankly, the world. I did quite extensive research in this, and there were many Black scholars who believe that we should be keeping historical figures, whether it's a bust or in any sort of presentation, out there, because they believe if you take it away, then you're just hiding the reality of what happened. You look at someone like Ruby Bridges, who was the first little girl in Louisiana who was taken into to desegregate schools. If you go to her website now, she says that you should not be hiding the past, no matter how ugly it is. If you go and watch, the History Channel does a great thing. It's a Black woman who is explaining, that even though he had all these flaws, you can't hide him because people need to know about him. I even kind of listened to Chris today speak, and the biggest issue for him, it seemed like, was, okay, you deal with the bust, but that's not the real issue. And I agree with him. I also agree with, I think Vanessa said the same thing. The issue is not the bust. The issue is the racial divide we are facing here in our community. I grew up in this community. I went to school. I had white friends. I had Japanese friends. I had Filipino friends. I had Croatian friends. I went to Watsonville High School. This was what my community was made of. And we had a diverse school. So we were able to learn from each other. We need to get back to a point of healing. This community needs to heal. I don't remember this division when I was on the council in 2014 to 2018. We did not have this division. But we are hearing a outcry of young people today saying we want to be heard. We want you to hear us. And I remember, I kind of like, as Councilmember Parker said, I don't see myself as old, but I remember being young. And I remember going out and fighting for things that were really important to me. And one of the things that I was very vocal about was Proposition 8. And I would go to the streets and I would take, I wanted to be considered equal. When people weren't willing to see me as equal, I wanted to be seen as equal. And I remember what I had to put in to get those rights. And it has taken years, but persistence does have its benefits. But at the end of the day, we have to be cordial with each other. If someone is yelling, white power out of a window, that is not okay. That is not something I support in our community. I am lucky to be the mayor of this city, and you have a mayor that is not going to stand up for white supremacy. I'm not going to stand up for racism. I am going to stand up for equality, equity. All people need to be seen as equal. Now, we have a big vote ahead of us. And as I said, this bust is not the issue at stake here. And many of us who are reasonable know that. We see it's not the bust. We see it's a bigger issue. The issue is bigger than this. And what are we going to do as a community to address it? We've already started. We have a policing committee, which community members are a part of. That is one step. We are seeing people be active in government and civic participation. But as Councilmember Montesino said, we only had 3 people comment on the budget today. If the meetings don't have hot topics, sometimes we don't have anybody in our meetings. So I want to say thank you to everybody, all 7, no matter how you vote. Thank you for stepping up. We don't get paid very much, and you guys are giving it the best shot that you can give. And thank you. So I believe that this bust, no matter how you look at it, is an educational piece. There is an education. There's something to be to learn about in education. I am not in favor of throwing it in a landfill or getting rid of it. It was a gift to the city, and we need to learn from it. But is the setting in the park the right place for it? And that, at this time, I don't believe is. I think it is a safer place for it to be in the library for many reasons. One is you can make it an educational focal point. People can learn about it. And, I did think, okay, I was supportive of going to the ballot, but I was really concerned that there are a lot of people who can't vote on this. So we'd have to kind of figure out, how would we do a vote on this? Would the people come and drop off votes at the city? Because if you really do want to hear everyone's voice, you have to do some sort of voting system that will include people who, are undocumented so that they can participate in this. Because we do want all voices heard. And we need to stop making this an us versus them, because this is not us versus them. This is all of us. We need to become united. And the compromise that I'm willing to do today is to move it to the library, because that is the compromise. Because I know there are many people who don't want this bust up at all, but I am not willing to shovel history under a mat. This was a gift. It will be displayed. It will go in the library. It will become an educational piece. and it will be safe because we don't know what would happen to it if it stayed out there. If it got vandalized or destroyed, we're not replacing it. And as we heard today, they're over $100,000. So the best place for this bust, the safest place for this bust, and a compromise between both sides, for me, it will be in the library. And I really wish that as a community, we can step up and we can start working together. We have bigger issues to deal with. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We are taking away our city staff's time to deal with issues that should be placed on getting the vaccine here in Watsonville, that should be placed on making sure that our seniors who don't have access to a computer can get the vaccine. Do you know how hard that is? That means that we're calling people all the time to try to get them to get to the vaccine. That is taking up a lot of time, and we need people to be focused on that. We need to be calling our seniors right now to get them vaccinated. So we need to move on from this, and we need to start looking out for one another, and we need to start getting our seniors vaccinated so we can move on to our teachers, so we can get our teachers back into the classroom so they can start teaching our kids again. Because mental health is a real big issue, and these are issues we need to start focusing on, because right now we're being distracted. So at that, Beatrice, please take a vote.
Estrada,
Councilwoman Parker had her hand up.
I just had one last question, and it's a very simple one, and for Alan, our attorney. Are there any legal repercussions if this is moved to the library?
I don't think there is a repercussion other than, I suppose, the state could say you failed to put it where he wanted it, so therefore we want it back. But I don't see that as a legal repercussion.
Is that documented somewhere, Alan, or are you just saying because
It's in the will. He said in the will, I give $100,000 to place a bust in the city plaza, I believe is what it said.
Well, that's not what we heard.
Because there's a dearth of statuary in the community. I believe it's what it said. But you don't think it said in the plaza? You may be right. I thought it did.
Well, I've asked this question and I was told that it was not said. It needed to be in the plaza.
The
It said in the plaza.
Nick's got the language there. I'm willing to be corrected.
Just
I
to
believe
clarify.
Nick covered that at the beginning of his presentation. Perhaps you can review it.
Correct. Yeah. The last will and testament did state that the bus be placed in the city plaza.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
So no, when I ask repercussions, I don't mean to bring up and repercussions is, are there any legal liabilities the city will then have?
I don't think thank you. That's a good question. I don't think there's any legal liability. I don't think anybody's going to sue the city and say, we are entitled to damages because the bus got moved. I don't think that's a risk, a reasonable risk.
The bus is being moved as well. It's not being, thrown away. So go ahead, Beatrice.
Estrada,
Aye.
Garcia, Gonzalez,
Aye.
Hurst,
No.
Montesino,
Yes.
Parker,
No.
Dutra.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Let's see here. We are now going to address emergency items added to the agenda. There are a couple things that there's no thing added. We'll go to the next one. Requests and scheduling for future agenda items. I'd like to add a couple things. One is I think that we do need a committee to look at the charter or what we should do to our charter for future additions to the park. I think that maybe there should be no bus at all allowed, or we should definitely address this in the charter and whether or not we want to bring it to the the public for a vote next year. So is this something I can make a committee format, or do we need to bring, or is this something that you guys need to figure out?
We'll need to do an initial review on it. So give us some time to look at what those options may be. And we can agendize that for a future meeting.
Should look back on HI&J because that was one of them, no naming any public places without it.
Right, and that's probably one we could probably add to, or yeah.
Yeah, I understand the spirit of your request, Mayor Dutra, and we will look into that.
I think the community would really appreciate something at this point, especially after tonight. And then go ahead. Anybody other additions to the Councilmember Garcia?
You're muted. At least I reminded you.
Okay, this is the third time I'm requesting this, but I'd like to request again a process to allow community members to complain about a council member be established.
Councilmember Garcia, that'll be part of an upcoming council workshop as part of the review of the council's protocols. It's a longer conversation, but that is planned for, and we have that request on our record.
Very good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to request actually that we get a report back from our social services that get contributions from the city.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Estrada.
I was kind of hoping, in the spirit of the conversation that we just had, if we could potentially explore having like a Watsonville History Month or something where we can really maybe partner with the school district and teach our young people about our local history and our different cultures. And I don't know if maybe the library would be willing to work on something like that. So just an idea. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst.
Well, yes, I wanted to agree with Francisco, former Mayor Estrada there. I think that, our discussion tonight kind of illustrated there's a generational divide in the community, and we should try and repair that as best we can and educate both the young and the old. And I know it's hard to teach old dogs new tricks, but we've seen it done before. And so anything that we can do to help unify the community, as Mayor Dutra said, and to bring education and greater light to our community, I think we'll be better off.
Thank you. And one final thing, I've been approached by we're dealing with COVID, and I've been approached by a family member who would like us to work on getting a memorial up for all of the family members that we've lost in our community, which have been a lot. We've lost a lot of people due to COVID in Watsonville. And so I would like to probably form a committee. And so Matt, if we can get working on that as well, and then we can bring it back to the council once the committee's formed what we should do, we can bring that back to the council.
Yeah, we certainly can.
Thank you. All right. With that, this is a long meeting, 11:30 at night. We are adjourned. Good evening.
Good night.